Introduction of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. Introduction. In attempting even a brief and imperfect outline of the history of Egyptian queens, the author has undertaken no easy task and craves indulgence for its modest fulfillment. The aim has been merely to put the little that is known in a readable and popular form, to gather from many sources the fragments that remain, partly historic, partly legendary, of a dead past, to present, however imperfectly, sketches of the women who once lived and breathed as queens of Egypt, which has been more ably and completely done as the period was less remote and the sources of information fuller for the royal sisters of other lands. A short article published some years ago in Lippincott's magazine may be said to be the nucleus of the present volume, the writer's interest in the subject having been awakened by the study necessary to its preparation. We enter a house through the portico or vestibule. We form acquaintances on somewhat the same principle. We begin, perhaps, with the weather. We exchange comments on trifles. We pass through an introductory stage of intercourse before we reach the real heart of the man or woman who, in time, becomes our dearest friend. Skip the introduction if you will, busy reader, but metaphorically it forms the portico or vestibule of the Egyptian house. From the darkness which envelops the centuries, modern research has brought to light much that was unknown or forgotten. With almost the creative touch, it has made the dry bones to live again, and link by link drawn out the long chain of the years. What was once a mere roll of names with a wide hiatus here and there has grown to be a record of the words and deeds of men of like passions with ourselves. We feel once more in touch with the past, as it is the aim of the highest altruism to beat responsive to the heart of the present, and the bygone faces look forth by the side of modern man and claim the universal brotherhood. Well may we marvel at the faith, the patience, the ingenuity which has unraveled so much of the tangled skein in the story of the nations. Like Cuvier, from a single bone elaborating a whole animal, the Egyptologist has patiently evolved from shreds of parchment, from fragments of pottery, from broken plinth and capital, a more or less complete whole. He has woven a tapestry from which some of the figures start forth with a lifelike vigor. Few countries claim such antiquity as Egypt, and of none were the estimated dates more widely apart, sometimes involving periods of hundreds and thousands of years. An accumulation of difficulties meets the student as it does the explorer. A cycle of time beside which modern life seems like a single breath, a language at first indecipherable and even now imperfectly read, the hasty guesses of scholars anxious to prove some point or be in the vanguard of discovery, broken monuments, rifled tombs, and inscriptions mutilated, erased, often altered by the monarchs of succeeding generations. Among all these difficulties lies the way, but with patience and care we are rewarded, and with imagination for a servant, not a master, one arrives, as the French say, at least in a measure, at last. The list of authorities consulted by the author would be too long to enumerate, but among them may be mentioned Rawlinson, Wilkinson, Maspero, Ehrman, Ebers, and later Edwards, Sayce, Petrie, and Mahaffy, whose interest is so absorbing, and the researches of some of whom are of such recent date. To these may be added the study of all available pictures and photographs, and the experiences of late travel and travelers. End of introduction.
Chapter 1 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. The Black Land. Kem, the Black Land, in hieroglyphic or Kemi, in the later and more familiar Demotic, was so called from its dark and fruitful soil, a loam which turned up freshly after a recent inundation of the Nile has, as one traveller describes it, a brown and velvety lustre. Through it winds and flows the great river of which Homer speaks as Egypt's heaven-descended stream, and that more than any other has set its stamp upon the country and its inhabitants. So potent for weal or woe is it, that one scarce wonders it was worshipped as a deity, and the Arabs call it El Bahari, the sea. It is difficult to find the word travel in their language. With the Egyptian, it is always up and down stream. From the river he drew the fish, which formed part of his daily food. Its fructifying waters, spreading over the land, called forth abundant harvests, and from the mud on its banks he built the hut in which he lived, or manufactured the bricks for the construction of his tomb, or other more ambitious edifice. The rushes that grew beside it furnished his writing material, and its muddy or turbid water, as a beverage, had for him the charm of a crystal rill. Leigh Hunt says of the Nile, "It flows through old hushed Egypt, and its sands, like some grave mighty thought threading a dream, and times and things as in that vision seem, keeping along it their eternal sands." The Nile has said to be less like a river than a sinuous lake, with islands and sandbars interspersed. The sacred name of the Nile was Hapi the Concealed. The early Egyptians believed that its source was in fountains, bottomless and far away, and the tears of the goddess Isis caused its ebb and flow. The explorations of comparatively modern travellers have solved the mystery of its being, and today we know that it springs from great lakes, which their discoverers named respectively Victoria and Albert Nyanza. Of the three great rivers, the Nile, the Mississippi, and the Amazon, the first is the longest, the second has the largest number of ramifications, and the third the greatest volume of water. A nilometer, a pillar standing in a pit, chronicles the rise of the tide, and great festivities attended the opening of the canals, which were dug in all directions to carry its beneficent stream. A human victim was sacrificed to appease the river god. A young girl was each year dedicated to this purpose, bound to a stake, adorned with flowers, and hailed as Arusa, the bride of the Nile. She stood and watched the oncoming flood, which was to shut out for her the light of day. Perhaps it was in the terror with which the bounding pulses of youth must ever regard the great destroyer. Perhaps with the heroic spirit of a martyr she awaited her fate, glorying in it and giving herself up a willing sacrifice, as the Hindu woman is said occasionally to have done in the Sati when she cast herself on the funeral pile of her husband. It was a Mohammedan general who put an end to this annual tragedy and refused to permit the usual offering. The river delayed its rising, and the murmurs of the people waxed loud against him. In this dilemma, he appealed to the Caliph Omar, he who destroyed the Alexandria library, saying that if it agreed with the Koran, it was useless to preserve it, and if it differed, it was pernicious. But in this matter, he showed himself larger-minded. He obligingly wrote a letter, which was cast into the water, and ran thus. A.D. 640. From Abdallah Omar, Prince of the Faithful, to the Nile of Egypt. If thou flow from thine own accord, flow not, but if it be Allah, the One, the Mighty, who causeth thee to flow, then we implore him to make thee flow. The prayer was successful, and the inundation began. Henceforth a mud pillar, originally no doubt in human form, and still called the Bride of the Nile, was substituted for a trembling maiden, and melted away before the encroaching stream. At the inundation, the land looks like a marsh, the towns, etc., being just above the level of the water, and even now the crier announces the rise of the current. The juncture of the white and blue Nile shows the difference in the tint of the water for some time after. The Nile has no tides. The dews are heavy in Lower Egypt, and the nights cool and refreshing, while the temperature is, as a rule, most agreeable. From the low, long, level shore, and with a coastline much the same as 3,000 years ago, we follow the river through a fertile valley, which in time narrows between the mountains and the tablelands of sand. At the cataracts, the stream surges and swells round little rocky islands, and the rapids cause navigation to be difficult, if not dangerous. The delta, so called from its resemblance to the Greek letter, is a level plain, highly cultivated, varied by lofty dark brown ancient mounds, on which villages are often built, surrounded by palm trees. The Greeks and Romans divided Egypt into the Delta, or Lower Egypt, and the Thebaid, or Upper. The rocks are generally of limestone, till one reaches Thebes, and then they are of sandstone, while at the first cataract, red granite bursts through the sandstone. The granite is yellowish or reddish, with no vegetation on the rocks. The drifts of yellow sand are everywhere. In some parts, the mountains are 300 feet high, and at Thebes they rise to 4 times that height. On the eastern side, they are close to the water, while on the western, they are further from the edge. What is called the Fayum is a fertile tract in the hollow of the desert, while at the furthest extremity is a lake of brackish water. Upper Egypt is bounded by mountains, through which the river has cut its way, their height overshadowing it, but not rising into sharp peaks. It is narrow and cultivated. From the mouth of the Nile to the first cataract is 600 miles of fertile valley, and it is said that the scenery of the first cataract resembles nothing but that of the second. The beauty of Egypt is in its colouring. The small proportion of green is compensated for by its intensity. Over the velvet soil hangs a sky of turquoise blue. The sand sparkles like precious stones, and the clear air is luminous. The land where it is always afternoon might almost be named the Golden Land. The traveller, with the poetic or enthusiastic temperament, revels in the delicate variety of its hues. He sees the sun turning the sands to gold, the river reflecting the sky, the blue lotus blossoms and the reeds, the picturesque buffaloes standing in the water with sleepy blue eyes, and the vivid green of wheat fields. Another describes the rusty gold of the Libyan rocks, the paler hue of the driven sand slopes, the warm mauve of the nearer pyramid, which from a distance is a tender rose, like the bloom of an apricot, in delicate tone against the sky. Low on the horizon, soft and pearly tints, blue and luminous at the zenith, while opalescent shadows, pale blue and violet and greenish grey, nestle in the hollows of the rocks and curves of the sand drifts. Lake-like plains with palm groves and cornflats relieve the glowing distance. Even in the moonlight, one seems to see the colour. From the top of the pyramids, the valley of the Nile looks like a carpet of rich green, the groves of palm trees like figures woven in deeper tints. Another speaks of the palms as sculptured in jasper and malachite against the rosy evening sky. A sense of rest and tranquillity pervades the mind. Straight in his ears the gushing of the wave, far, far away, did seem to mourn and rave. Even the conscience slumbers, but the prosaic traveller hurries through all with unseeing eyes. Like the tourist who visited Cologne and was too sleepy to get up and look at the cathedral, he gapes at the pyramids, viewing them perhaps as warts on the face of creation, and sees no glory in the heavens, no beauty in the earth. The story of the ages has no charm for him. Long before Once Upon a Time, if such a period can be conceived of, the great monuments were raised, the colossal temples were built, which have been the wonder of all succeeding centuries, and yet still, back of and beyond that, stretching away to the confines of eternity, we picture to ourselves the land as it then was, without those marvels of art, when nature ruled supreme. Then as now, the plains stretched out, the yellow cliffs rose against the azure sky, the desert spread afar, the purple cloud of the simoon hovered over it. The sun sank in splendour of violet, rose and gold. The torn and ragged sides of the mountain poured down their torrents of shining sand, the fissures burning with a crimson lustre. The splendour passed, and ashy paleness followed. then a second paler but intense yellow hue, ere the stars shone out, and ever the Nile calm and unruffled swept on with its eternal flow, while the air breathed balm. Sometimes the waters gained, sometimes the sand. The byblos or papyrus, now almost extinct, abounded. Along the water's edge, forest and reeds, later destroyed, were plentiful, and wild bear, hippopotami, and crocodiles, whose ancient haunts know them no more, roved freely. The lakes abounded with fish. Pelicans and ducks lived on the shores, and the turtle doves brooded on the palm trees. The language of Egypt has been changed once, the religion twice, but the natural conditions remain steadfast. Before Menes, the first king of whom any distinct record has yet been recovered, man, civilized man, possessed the earth. In tracing the course of Egyptian history, we never, as with many other nations, seem to reach primeval humanity. Like Minerva, springing ready-armed from the brain of Jupiter, the earliest Egyptian known is in a measure civilized. The wild savage who develops into the more perfect man exists in theory, but we cannot lay our hand upon him. Some authorities, as Professor Petrie, attribute the beginning of Egyptian civilization, as the Greeks found it, to Mesopotamian influences, and think the conquering race came over the Red Sea, and the conquered were of the same general type as the Libyans of North Africa. But none of these stories have yet been proved beyond the possibility of differing opinion by other students. Strabo said, "The Egyptians lived from the first under a regular form of government. They were a people of civilized manners and settled a well-known country." Claiming to be the most ancient of peoples, the old story tells how Egyptians yet yielded their pretensions to the Phrygians. The king caused a shepherd to bring up 2 children, nursed by a goat, and to observe what word they first spoke. Running towards him, they cried Bekos, the Phrygian for bread, which decided the question, but the wise mother goat perhaps considered they were but imitating her Ba'ah. The early Egyptian believed that Osiris and Isis, brother and sister, as also husband and wife, were the children of Seb, Saturn, and Nephthys was the sister of Isis. The 2 were called the incubators, who spread their wings over the mummy to impart new life, Isis represented as a female figure, wearing on her head the shent, or crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, was the earth, the receptive one, was regarded as the mother of all, and held somewhat the position to the Egyptians that Juno did to the Greeks. The Egyptians also believed that the heavens were upheld by 4 pillars, and that the stars were lamps lighted therein at night. Osiris and Isis stood for the Nile and Egypt, and Osiris was the sun's power, the winter solstice, the birth of Horus the summer solstice, the inundations of the Nile, the autumnal equinox. His gods and goddesses were innumerable, their images existing for him in the shape of various animals and birds, and among royalties the ancestors were deified. We of today thrust from us the thought of death, and live as much as may be in the present. Not so the Egyptian. It pervaded his daily life, and it shared in his feasts and festivals. It rang in his laughter. "Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die." and his favourite occupation was the building of his tomb. No other nation possesses such a variety of monuments, says one writer. Their stone quarries were inexhaustible, their facilities for transportation on the great river unlimited, and the sand and the climate combined to preserve what the hand of man erected. Kings pressed their signets on the mountains, that the generations to come might know of them and their power. The sun and soil of Egypt, we are told, demands one breed of men and will no other. The children of aliens die, and the special race characteristics remain to the present day. The fellow woman, in the picture often seen, crouching beside the statue of an ancient king, has the same contour of face, the same high cheekbones and nose, and the same immutable expression. As the life rule of Egypt's great river changes not, year after year, repeating the same history, so the race shows the same characteristics century after century. She shares with China her changelessness. Like Japan, she has her types of face, long, oval, slender, with heavy-lidded eyes, and nose characteristically depressed at the tip, with sensitive open nostrils, the underlip slightly projecting, the chin short and square, with a slim, square-shouldered figure. Or a lower squatter type, belonging to the plebeian, forehead low, nose depressed and short, face prognathous and sensual-looking, the chin heavy, the jaw large, the lips thick and projecting. Both exist on the earliest monuments and to our own time. One writer thinks that the mummies differ from the Arabs of the present day in having a better balance of the intellectual and moral faculties. It is also said that in men the countenance is narrower than in women, the forehead small and retreating, with a long, large black and well-shaped eye, a long nose with a slight bridge, cheekbones a little prominent, an expressive mouth with full lips, and white regular teeth, and a small round chin. The complexion of men a dark brown, that of women olive to a pink flesh colour. The women and girls are slender, with small straight brows and close lashes on each lid, which gives an animated expression to their almond-shaped eyes, the use of kohl, sometimes said to be sanitary in its effects, enhancing this. The forehead is receding, cheekbones high, the bridge of the nose low, the mouth wide and thick-lipped. The peasantry are darker than the townspeople, and the colour deepens from pale brown to bronze as you go south. Coexistent with, prior even perhaps to the pyramids, is the Great Sphinx. Maspero believed that it dated before the time of Menes. Battered, mutilated, time-worn, yet rearing itself nobly still, with its majestic face in its tranquil grandeur, turned towards the east. Towering 60 feet above one of the sand dunes, with a background of yellow sand or sapphire sky, or whitening in the moonlight against the star-lit indigo heavens, rises this colossal head and shoulders. Mutilated though it is, says one traveller, the changeless serenity, the eternal repose of the noble countenance impresses and awes all beholders. The typical Sphinx, a male or female head with an animal's body, in the Greek the strangler, signifies intelligence or force. It was a favourite form in architecture, and sometimes the face was a portrait of an existing king or queen. The Great Sphinx is said, from an inscription at Edfu, to represent one of the personifications of the god Horus. It was designed as Horem-Khu, Horus on the horizon, and bore the shape of a human-headed lion to vanquish Typhon, Set, principal of evil, and turning east, awaited the resurrection of his father Osiris. As Horus was supposed to have reigned over Egypt, kings took the name Horus or Golden Hawk. A picture of the Sphinx by Elihu Vedder is very impressive. The great head looms skyward, the desert spreads around, the silence of eternity broods over all. A crouching figure, old and tattered, kneels before it and lays his ear to the silent lips as if to learn their hidden secrets. The land is rich in fruits and vegetables, but it has comparatively few trees and no great variety of flowers. Palms, sycamores, figs, and acacias are among the most frequent of the former. Vegetables are peas, lentils, leeks, onions, garlic, celery, cucumbers, carrots, turnips, tomatoes, egg fruit, peppers, etc. Fruits are melons, of which the flesh is often a rich golden colour, grapes, dates, almonds, figs, pomegranates, apricots, peaches, etc. The lotus, now comparatively rare, might once have been called the national, as it certainly was the favourite flower. It was used at feasts and for decorations, and its buds, blossoms, and leaves were continually reproduced in architectural designs. It was chiefly because the water lily bud opened its petals at sunrise and closed them at sunset that the ancients held it sacred to the sun. Pliny says, "It is reported that in the Euphrates the flower of the lotus plunges into the water at night, remaining there until midnight, and to such a depth that it cannot be reached with the hand. After midnight, it begins gradually to rise, and as the sun rises above the horizon, the flower also rises above the water, expands and raises itself some distance above the element in which it grows. And it was also through this peculiarity, says another writer, that Hankerville proved that Egyptians considered the lily an emblem of the world as it rose from the waters of the deep." Other flowers include the rose, jasmine, narcissus, lily, convolvulus, violet, chrysanthemum, geranium, dahlia, basil, etc. The horse was not an early inhabitant. There were camels, elephants, and cattle of special breeds, doves and other birds, and many varieties of fish. A number of animals were tamed in Egypt, and some of them would seem to us a singular collection of pets. Lions, leopards, monkeys, gazelles, and even crocodiles, and above all, cats were household pets, as were the last two among the sacred animals. Everywhere possible at the present day, excavation is going on. 75 centimes a day was at one time the rate for the diggers, and 50 for the children who carried away the baskets of rubbish, the food consisting of bread, water, a few dates, cucumbers or onions, and rarely, if ever, any meat. The Nile shore, says Bayard Taylor, shows either palm groves, fields of cane or doura, young wheat, or patches of bare sand blown from the desert. The villages have mud walls, and the tombs of Moslem saints looking like white ovens. The Arabian and Libyan mountains sweep into the foreground. The yellow cliffs overhang and recede into a violet haze at the horizon, while the blue evening shadows lie on rose-hued mountain walls. Life in the East moves more slowly, even in modern times, than in the strenuous West. One traveller playfully remarks that one can perceive in the face, after a Nile voyage, something of the patience and resignation of the Sphinx, and another says that Egypt is the best place in the world to rest, and recommends that one go 600 or 700 miles up the Nile before the season opens and occupy a hotel alone. You will find each day at least 48 hours long, and you will think of nothing but Egyptian antiquities and Arabs, both of which are wonderfully soothing to the tired mind. Egypt may be likened to a woman with colouring and charm, who surpasses sometimes in attraction another of more beautiful and regular form. In this land of golden light, of perpetual sunshine, lived and moved the Egyptian queen. Different and yet the same as her sisters of today, now she seemed a goddess in might and beauty, and again as the meanest of her slaves, swayed by ambitions, torn by passions, swept by waves of love and hate, a woman still. Each in turn played her little part on the stage of life, and passed beyond the curtain, leaving a few, but few, traces of her existence, passed into the land which loveth silence, the dim amenti of the gods. End of Chapter 1. Read by Lindsay Clark. Bristol, September 20th, 2021.
Chapter 2 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. The Queen. Egyptian queens. What a picture their name seems to call up of old-time splendors, of the light of eastern skies, the soft breath of eternal summer, of the great river Nile as a beneficent deity, of monuments and palaces, gardens and waving palm trees, houses with gorgeous coloring, of princes and slaves, all mingled on the tapestry of time. In an age sometimes called the woman's era, when woman has become a subject of analytical study to herself and to man, it may be interesting to turn from the varieties of the new woman to the very old. Even on the borderland of mythology, she asserts a strange individuality and is vitalized for us in the pages of history and legend. The Western woman on the stage of life is ever a prominent figure. The Eastern has held a place in the background, giving glimpses only of her real self, always a veiled form with dark, shining eyes, merely suggestive of beauty and charm. It may be matter of surprise, therefore, to some that in most ancient lands, or among the most ancient of peoples, Eastern beyond dispute, woman held an almost modern place. In this, in some respects, advanced civilization, religiously, politically, and socially, she took her share in the world's work and pleasure, and was deemed not the ignorant child or inferior of Semitic lands, but the friend, the associate, the equal of man. The queen was the companion of her royal spouse, not his mere slave and toy. From the time of the Second Dynasty, she frequently ruled as the king's guardian in youth, as regent in his absence, or as independent sovereign after his decease, or in right of heredity. The succession was continued on the maternal equally with the paternal side, and it was at times through the female and not through the male parent that the king traced his right to the throne. Among the nobility also the same custom to a degree obtained. The son of the eldest daughter was sometimes the heir. Thus we read in the time of Snefru of his great legitimate daughter, Nefert Kerry, and her son was high treasurer. In the hieroglyphic system, after female appellations, such as queen, wife, mother, daughter, and the like, the figure of a seated woman appears usually on a modest stool. On the monuments, the queen is always treated as an official personage. She shares the king's honors, and her name, like her husband's, is enclosed in a cartouche. We know more of her public than of her private life. As a rule, to which there were exceptions, the king had but one legal wife, of high or royal birth, the daughter of the god, as the late king was called, and hence she was in many instances, in the strange Egyptian fashion, her husband's sister. One needs surely a different standard from the Christian to judge of the morals of Egypt. The marriage of a brother and sister, so abhorrent to our ideas, was frequent in the royal family. Nor does nature herself at that period seem to have set upon it the same mark of disapprobation that one might expect. It began in the heavens with the gods, who, according to Egyptian mythology, did not dwell on earth, and why should not humanity follow their example? Osiris and Isis were both brother and sister, husband and wife. Nor could the gods any more than men get on without magic. Even the statues of the former wore amulets as a protection against evil and death, and used mystic formula to constrain each other. Isis was, above all, the mistress of magic and famous in incantations. To her royal spouse the queen is spoken of as thy beloved sister who fills the palace with light, or thy sister who is in thine heart, who sits near thee at the feast, or thy beloved sister with whom thou dost love to speak. A love song in which the woman seems the wooer is preserved, and we give one stanza. Thou beloved one, my wish is to be with thee as thy wife, that thy arm may lie upon my arm. Will not my elder brother come tonight? Otherwise I am as one who lies in the grave. For art thou not health and light? The other ladies of the harem are also occasionally called sisters. Sutum Mut was the royal mother, Sutum Hempt, the royal wife. Under the Old Empire, the queen was spoken of as she who sees the gods Horus and Set, that is, possessor of both halves of the kingdom, the most pleasant, the highly praised, the friend of Horus, the beloved of Ra, who wears the two diadems. In the New Empire, she was designated as the consort of the god, the mother of the god, the great consort of the king. She was eligible to all but the highest offices of the priesthood, and held forth or played the sacred sistrum to the gods, sometimes dedicating herself to one deity, while her husband served another, and she deemed it the greatest honor to be called the concubine of the god. All women desired the name of Hathor, Isis, the goddess of love and fecundity, as in the Middle Ages the name of Mary, the mother of Christ, was specially cherished. Other popular names under the Old Empire signified beautiful, strong, etc. Under the New, we also find beautiful, and in addition the names of trees, somewhat in Japanese fashion, with their cherry blossom and plum blossom, as beautiful sycamore, or, hardly admirable in the eyes of the Greeks or ourselves, large-headed, which some of their coiffures and head ornaments seemed to suggest. The sons and daughters of the late king were always called the children of the god. The education of both was conducted by the most learned men of the kingdom, frequently priests, and this tutor was spoken of as the nurse. The custom of entrusting the royal ladies to such severe training reminds us of the preceptors and studies of Queen Elizabeth and Lady Jane Grey. The Queen held property in her own right. At one time, the revenues from the fisheries of Lake Maurice were appropriated to her, a talent a day or upwards of £700 a year. Also, the returns from certain cities, as, for example, the taxes on wines of the city of Anthylla, were a queen's dowry for her dress, and this privilege was continued to the queens of Persia after Cambyses conquered Egypt. After death, at least from the 18th dynasty, divine honors were frequently paid to the queen, and especially was this the case of Queens Aah-Hotep and Nefertari, the ancient tresses of the race of kings who drove out and succeeded the Hyksos, the usurping rulers, and restored Egypt to its native sovereigns. The palaces were usually of brick, as the temples were of stone, adorned with gorgeously painted walls and furnished with carpets, rugs of skin, and ebony and ivory chairs and couches. The queen was attended by slaves, and some favored maid or official bore beside her a fan of ostrich plumes. She wore, in later periods, the double crown of Egypt and presided beside the king at feasts where men and women with unveiled faces, veiling being an introduction of the Persians, enjoyed themselves together. They decorated each other with flowers, which already in profusion adorned the drinking vessels, listened to music, and watched the dancing of female slaves, the feats of jugglers, etc. Monkeys were sometimes trained to act as torchbearers, and we can imagine the confusion occasionally engendered when one or another of them, bursting, so to speak, the bands of conventionality, reverted to his naturally mischievous impulses and cast his flaming torch into the midst of the festivities. Lions, leopards, dogs, and the specially sacred cats were all numbered among the pets. The cat, it is said, was created in the ark, hence the Garden of Eden, where the comforts of home were incompletely organized, lacked that ornament of the domestic hearth. But by the Egyptians she was, above all, valued and adored. They mourned for her as for a dear and familiar friend, and woe to the man who, even by accident, compassed her destruction. She is most pleasingly set forth by one who evidently admired and appreciated her. A little lion, small and dainty sweet, for such there be, with sea-gray eyes and softly stepping feet, she prayed of me. For this, through lands Egyptian far away, she bade me pass, but in an evil hour I said her nay, and now, alas! Far-travelled Nicias hath wooed and won Arsinoe, with gifts of furry creatures white and dun, from over the sea. Till the end of the 18th dynasty, there was little change in female attire. A fine linen garment, through which the limbs could be plainly seen, extended from below the breast to the ankle, sometimes supported by straps over the shoulders, and sometimes so narrow as to require not even these. Colored robes were used less frequently. To the man was left in those days, as to the male bird, the gayer plumage. The woman contented herself with the use of oils and cosmetics, blackening her brows and eyes, leaving her hair flowing, bound by a fillet, or with braided locks or a wig, and encircling arms and limbs with innumerable chains and bracelets. The queen wore a royal headdress with the asp, symbol of the sun god Ra, over her forehead, and the vulture dedicated to Maut, Mother of Isis above. The golden disk is said to be an emblem of the eternal sunshine, the entwining asp of the winding Nile, and the outspread wings of Upper and Lower Egypt extending along the river. Mrs. Stevenson mentions innumerable texts which refer to the god as hidden in the disk, whilst a winged goddess makes light with her feathers, with which light and heat are always associated. The mother goddess of Thebes, Mut, in the shape of a vulture, spreads her wings and says, "I cover thy couch and give life to die back of thy neck." And the mother of the sun god, at the moment of birth, brings her own life to the back of his neck in flame. The disk amulet was put under a mummy to preserve the vital heat. The winged disk, emblem of heaven, was, in primeval times, conceived as a bird, which under its embodiment as a hawk had come to dwell in the sun. In the 18th dynasty, this symbol over monuments was supposed to guard and protect, and played in Egypt the role that the winged bull of the Assyrians played on the banks of the Euphrates. A poetic fancy has thus painted the queen. Her form I know in airless chambers, of vast old tombs it lives today. The quaint stiff lines, the rigid posing, the vivid colors, fresh and gay, of raiment striped and barred and fluted, and tasseled waist and sandaled feet, that lightly trod in air and sunshine the dust of some Egyptian street. Her face I guess at line and color, slow almond eyes with sidelong glance, and full calm lips with curving corners, just touched with sleepy scorn, perchance, and straight low brows, close bound for beauty, with beaten gold and burning gem, and the small asp upreared for striking, affront the quaint old diadem. So richly worn, so darkly splendid, looks out her face from shadowland. Some night, methinks, I scarce should wonder to see a living presence stand, just in the shaft of light thrown dimly from this old swinging lamp, to hear a voice that speaks the tongue of Ramses fall sweet and strange upon my ear. Pen, pencil, brush, and, I may add, imagination have depicted for us the royal surroundings. The reigning queen had, like all sovereigns, her tasks to perform, reports from all parts of the kingdom to receive, the regulation of laws, the commerce, and the domestic affairs of her dominions. Luxury surrounded her, attendants and slaves waited upon her bidding. Gold, silver, precious stones, and valuable stuffs composed her furniture, her table service, and her attire. Scribes indited at her dictation, and royal papyrus bore the impress of her signet, upon which vermilion was rubbed from a small cushion, while blue and a somewhat different stamp was used in religious matters. She dwelt among the columns, statues, and sphinxes, and always adorned with flowers and jewels, wore over her shoulders, when in the character of a priestess, the leopard skin of the sacrificer. As special honor to any subject, she would bestow upon him a chain of gold and put a ring on his finger. Her throne of ivory was sometimes said to have been so finely carved that a breath would move the foliage represented upon it. Such, in general outline, was the position of the Egyptian queen. But when we approach the individual, the difficulties in the study of personality are manifold. Frequently, hundreds of years pass and no queen's name appears. The roll of dynasty after dynasty is searched in vain. In most cases, this is enhanced by many names being applied to the same individual, as they are derived from ancient Egyptian, Greek, Persian, and other sources. To this one adds what is called the Ka name, a sort of religious addition to the original cognomen. A parallel to all of this might be found in the case of the Duke of Argyll, date 1734, who was also known as John Campbell, McCullum More, and Ian Roy Keane. The titular, family, and by or nickname signifying redheaded. A person searching the archives of Scotland 1,000 years hence might be as bewildered in such a case as the Egyptian student is now. Different authorities give dates hundreds of years apart, different names to the same person, and different spelling to the same name. Some of the queens were taken for men, and only in later and more exhaustive researches was their sex and position ascertained. Nor is this to be wondered at when the various parts of speech applied to them are of the male gender. Yet here and there a fragment is discovered, and we learn something, at least, of many of them. The partial list extends from the earliest times to the Roman period. Late discoveries give us fragmentary remains from the first dynasty, but Mertytefs of the fourth seems the first distinct personality, and the role, virtually beginning with her, ends with the last and most celebrated Cleopatra. Two of these figures at least stand out with wonderful clearness. The great Hatshepsut of the 18th dynasty and this same Cleopatra. And while many others we know much less, we in some cases possess their veritable jewels and ornaments, and in others their actual mummies. We are working, as it were, to restore a mutilated mosaic. Some of the pieces are altogether gone, many others broken and discolored. From here and there we gather a fragment for our task of restoration. They may vary in shape, they may vary in tint. The recompleted whole is diverse from the original, but it approximates. It gives us an idea of what the perfect design has been, and with that, for the present, we must rest content. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. Mertytefs. Year by year, the patient research of the archaeologist unearths new discoveries, confirming or contradicting those already made, and translating, as it were, into actual fact, much that had previously been considered legendary. And still, year by year, till the whole history is laid bare, the process is likely to continue. Comparatively late discoveries at Abydos have converted the mythical kings of the first dynasty into real human beings, living and dying thousands of years ago. Their burial places have been found, and Menes Ahamena is no longer a supposititious, but a real character. Weapons, furniture, vases, drinking vessels, jewelry, etc., with the names of various kings upon them, have been dug up and may now be seen at Abydos, in the University Museum in London, in that of the University of Pennsylvania, and in other places. Among these we come upon the first memorial of a queen. From out of the darkness of the centuries stretches forth a woman's arm laden with bracelets, and tells of the common humanity which unites us. It is thus described. The most important piece of gold work discovered consists of the bracelets of the Queen of Zur. The queen's arm had been broken off long ago when the tomb was originally plundered and hidden in a hole in the wall. There it had been overlooked alike by the builders of the Osiris shrine, by the Coptic destroyers, and by the Arabs employed by the French mission, until it was discovered by Professor Petrie's workmen with the 4 bracelets in their original order. Each is made in a different and somewhat elaborate design, partly in gold and partly in beads of amethyst, turquoise, or lazuli. These finds also include the tomb of a young girl, Bener-Ab, sweet of heart, whom some fancied to be the daughter of Ment, which contained an ivory figure dressed in flowing robes. And still another find includes some plaited locks and a fringe of curly false hair. The early Egyptian comes upon the historic stage very much decorated as to head, very décolleté as to garments. No Indian with war paint and feathers was more elaborately got up, so that his peruke hung in curled or braided locks about him, or, if of royal blood, he wore his crown or double crown. All else seemed of minor importance. We can imagine him lightly attired, treading the streets of modern London, and straying into the law courts, where he would encounter judges and barristers in their wigs of office. Doubtless he would bow and touch his head significantly, intimating that a common bond of taste united them. So important were these coiffures that one of the earliest offices of which we find record is that of superintendent of wigs and head-dresses, and among the treasures of various museums are specimens of these belongings of royalty. Reproduced in almost every book on Egypt are these most ancient portrait statues of General Aah-Hotep and his wife, the Princess Nefert. One authority assigns them to the 3rd dynasty, and already the wig was in full flow. The gentleman wears a comparatively modest head covering, but the lady's was of portentous size and thickness, falling in curls on either side of her face, with its artless, unaffected expression. Doubtless the fashionable world of that day thought the wig gave up presence, as the English dame said of caps, to the wearer. General Aah-Hotep had married a lady of rank, of royal blood, his superior in that respect, but both were deemed important enough to have their massive statues cut, sitting in the usual ceremonial attitude, bolt upright, the knees and feet closely pressed together, a statue of dignity culminating in a bust of beneficence. The Egyptian ideal was a studied dignity of posture. The Greeks, aiming at the grace and beauty of nature, sculpted their figures in the various attitudes of the human form, as also, in a degree, did the Romans. While we see on coins and in old manuscripts the Saxon and early Norman kings with knees and feet wide apart, and this also is the ceremonial Chinese attitude. But even with the formal, prescribed position of the figure, the early Egyptian faces were evidently true to nature to an extent not the case in later times. There is an individuality about them which makes us feel that we see a truthful personification. In the Old Empire, the realistic school is found side by side with conventional art. In the 4th dynasty, especially, we see conventional figures and portrait heads, while in the 5th all is more natural. To this last belongs the fine limestone statue of a scribe now in the Louvre. A slender but powerful figure, square in the shoulders with slight legs and long flat feet, seated in an oriental manner and writing on a parchment unrolled on his knee. The flesh tints a pale red, a false beard, bronze for the brows, eyes enameled alabaster and crystal, and a nail for the pupil. Another portrait statue of great celebrity is that of the wooden man reproduced in a plaster cast in almost every museum. It is half life-size. Probably the foreman of a gang of laborers is called Ra-Emka and was found at the Saqqara Pyramid. Its age has been said to be 6,000 years. It had originally eyes of opaque white quartz, pupils of rock crystal, bronze eyelids, and arms made separately, with a staff of office in one hand, and was once covered with linen, plastered, and painted. The Arabs called it the Sheikh el-Bailal or Bailud, village chief. A mutilated statue of his wife was found beside him, only the head and trunk being entire. The face was of the common Egyptian type, with rather a peevish expression, in contrast to the husband's more urbane and amiable look. Statues of a certain Sepi and his wife, attributed to the 3rd dynasty, are also in the Louvre. The outline of the physiognomy of General Aah-Hotep and Ra-Emka are not unlike in type. The Princess Nefert has buff flesh tints, her husband's are somewhat darker, and both have the crystal eyes which impart such a lifelike appearance. A dignified and portly pair who gaze steadily out above the head of the sightseer in the Giza Museum. This collection, first gathered at Bulak and later removed to Giza, is the youngest but the richest in portrait statues of private individuals. Most are in what is called the hieractic attitude, with the left arm close to the body, the left hand holding a roll of papyrus, the right leg advanced, the right hand raised as if grasping a staff, or perhaps, as at the resurrection, holding the Book of the Dead. With Menes, the first distinct record of dynasties begins, so far as yet discovered, and mooted points remain for the student as to which reigned simultaneously and which in succession. The first 2 dynasties were Thinnites, from Tini, Greek, this, near Abydos, in Upper Egypt, seat of the worship of Osiris, where their tombs and various remains, as above referred to, have been found. One of the most ancient is a fragment of jewelry bearing the name of Mena, who is said to have founded Memphis, to have turned aside the course of the river to build his city, to have reigned 62 years, and finally to have been killed by a hippopotamus or crocodile. Zur or Teta understood medicine and wrote astronomical books. Of others, it is said that one wrote the sacred books, another introduced animal worship, and another was a giant. Of this first dynasty, there seem to have been some 7 or 8 kings. As early as the 2nd dynasty, under Benothris, a law was passed admitting women to sovereignty, and thereafter, from time to time, as guardian, regent, or independent ruler, a woman held sway. As goddesses above, so the woman below had her share of authority. The queen, by incantations, protected the king when in his priestly robe he offered sacrifices, played the sistrum, a sort of religious instrument, to drive away evil spirits, offered libations, poured perfumes, and cast flowers. She walked behind the king in processions, gave audiences with him, and governed for him, as the goddess Isis for Osiris in his absence. The worship of the bull Apis, destined to so wide a popularity, was also introduced in this dynasty. No extant or separate account of the queens, with 1 or 2 exceptions, can be found in the writers on Egypt. But here and there we come across the mention of certain names and brief stories or conflicting statements in regard to them. Several are spoken of by Maspero in his account of these earliest times. But to Mertytefs or Mertytefsi chiefly clings any sort of history which can vitalize her for us. We read of Mirasanku, daughter of Cheops and sister and wife of Khephren, of Mertytefsi, of Kuid, of Miriri Ankh Nas, and of Mary S. Ankh of the 6th dynasty, worshipper of the gods. Another writer gives Mary S. Ankh as the queen of Sneferu or Khafra, and Henson as Khufu's daughter says that Hatshepsut made scarabs of Menkaura and mentions a statue of Ra and Ussa of the 5th dynasty. A stela in Giza found at Abydos and of the 5th dynasty represents the royal spouse Pepi Unknes and the chef Au seated on each side of a table of offerings. The city of this gave its name to the yet earliest known kings, but Memphis, the haven of the good, was the great metropolis in the time of Mertytefs. Queen Mertytefs is said to have been the first wife of King Seneferu the Betterer, whose mother is given by one authority as Queen Eponymate. Mertytefs was, some say, of the 3rd, some of the 4th dynasty. In a limestone group in the Leiden Museum, among the oldest portrait statues in the world, sit the queen, the mysterious Ka, which may be briefly described as the embodied spirit, and her secretary, a priest named Kenan. Without a secretary or scribe, no royal personage's list of attendants was complete. It was hardly the private correspondence which occupied their time, as in later days, though the habit of letter writing then existed, but so many items had to be noted down. The queen and her Ka sat side by side, with black hair and buff flesh tints just alike. Seneferu, founder of the 4th dynasty, is the first king of whom we have contemporary monuments, and the 4th is sometimes called the Pyramid dynasty. During this reign the kingdom was prosperous, the arts flourished, and foreign conquests were made. The king left a good name and was worshipped till the Ptolemaic period. Diodorus stated that in the marriage contract the wife was to control her husband. Be that as it may, she was doubtless, as in modern times, the ruler of the household. Mertytefs was young, some say 14, and probably beautiful when she married Seneferu, whom she survived, and possessing the usual charm of widows, she again married the Cheops of Herodotus, the Khufu of Menetho, of whom a small ivory has been recently found by Professor Piotr at Abydos, the builder of the Great Pyramid. Mariette assigns the date 4234 BC and Brugsch 3733 BC to this period, while Petrie gives from the time of the 1st dynasty to the 6th, 4777 BC to 3503 BC. Some writers interpolate a certain Maut-a-Tef, sometimes said to be the son, sometimes the brother of Khufu. The building of a pyramid as a sepulchre was one of the chief occupations, might almost say the amusements or pleasures of a king, as the building of a house in modern times affords constant study and entertainment to the constructor, and day after day he goes to watch its progress. The thought of death had no terror for the Egyptians. To the king it was simply a new world, peopled with gods and goddesses, among whom he would take an honored place. His pyramid was the book, the autobiography, often an illustrated one, that he published, filled with accounts of his deeds and prowess, and certain to give him name and fame with posterity. The word pyramid is said to mean king's grave, and thus reveals its purpose. So, slowly, under the eyes of Queen Mertytefs, rose these gigantic and marvelous structures. What matter if the object were accomplished, that hundreds of lives were sacrificed in the ceaseless and laborious toil under a tropic sun? Herodotus said it took 100,000, Pliny 300,000, men 20 years in the building. We can imagine the queen from time to time going in state to view the progress of the work and helping it on with her suggestions. Some traditions tell that Khufu was specially tyrannical and cruel, and even stopped praying to the gods to press on his great enterprise. The rock testimony styles him brave and a conqueror. Egypt is the monumental land of the earth, as the Egyptians are the monumental people, says Bunsen. The history of Egypt goes, as it were, against the stream. The earliest monuments are between Cairo and Saut in Lower Egypt, the latest temples in Nubia, Upper Egypt. The pyramids, whose entrances point to the North Star and were perhaps 2,000 years old when Abraham was born, looked from a distance like isolated mountain peaks or faint blue triangles outlined against the sky, and the clear air made them seem nearer than they were. They occupied the whole horizon as one advanced beyond the plain of tombs. Anear, says Miss Edwards, a mighty shadow, sharp and distinct, divided the sunlight where it fell, as its great original divided the sunlight in the upper air and darkened the space it covered like an eclipse, registering 60 centuries of history. In the early times, the 3 large pyramids were probably almost central in the embrace of the city, which stretched away westward from the Nile in a succession of gardens, squares, palaces, and monuments, girdling the lake with beautiful villages, and climbing, with its terraces, grottos, shrines, and marble pavilions, the very sides of the cliffs 2 leagues from the Nile. From the top of the Great Pyramid of Cheops today one views the broad domes in the minarets of Cairo, the hills beyond, and a palm grove on the site of ancient Memphis, says Bayard Taylor. Over the rich palm trees, the blue streak of the river, and the plain beyond, you see the phantoms of 2 pyramids in the haze which still curtains the Libyan desert. Northward, beyond the parks and palaces of Shoba, the Nile stretches his 2 great arms towards the sea, dotted far into the distance with sails that flash in the sun. Many other pyramids are in sight, while higher than St. Peter's, Rome, St. Paul's, London, or the Capitol at Washington, the greatest of them, this enormous structure of past ages, still dominates the plain. A modern poet has said of them, amid the deserts of a mystic land, like sibyls waiting for a doom far seen, apart in awful solitude they stand, with thoughts unending, caravan between. Even then it was probably a magnificent city in which Queen Mertytefs dwelt. Colossal gateways with a disk and extended wings above, pillars on which lights burned at night, avenues of sphinxes, palaces along the river bank, columns with carved capitals, and the lotus in bud and bloom, as well as other plants, and gorgeously painted shafts, temples of red sandstone, with forests of pillars, lakes surrounded with trees and flowering shrubs, oranges, scarlet pomegranates, olives, figs, vines, and everywhere crowds of freemen and troops of slaves. The Sphinx, previously sculptured, doubtless underwent some work of renovation at this time, and is said by certain authorities to bear the features of Khephren, aggrandized, by others that it was in the image of the god Harmachis. The Arabs named it Abu-Thol, father of terrors. Its present state called forth from an illiterate voyager of modern times the caustic remark, "They keep it in shocking repair." Maspero believed the Sphinx belonged to the period of the Horsheshu, followers of Horus, chiefs of the clans gathered into one kingdom under Menes. The Book of the Dead, which laid down rules, as we may say, both for the dead and the living, belonged to the 4th dynasty, and the fragments of it which have descended to us are the source of much of our information of this ancient land and people. Besides the serious business of pyramid building, the kings and queens had their amusements of other sorts. The harp and flute were known in the 4th dynasty, and music, singing, and dancing no doubt date from the Garden of Eden. Dwarfs were favorite pets, and a story is told of a frolic of King Senefreru's, who, for diversion, kept a boat manned with girls whose airy costumes consisted of network. Perchance he may not have been so sober-minded a person as his successor in the queen's affections. Khufu built the Great Pyramid and perhaps rebuilt the Temple of Isis near the Sphinx. Also a temple at Dendera, added to or restored later, first by Thutmose IV and afterwards by some of the Ptolemies. Mertytefs, or Khufu's sons and daughters, are spoken of by Rawlinson, and a daughter, Hence or Hensen, was buried under a small pyramid near her father. There is a tradition that he sold his daughter for money to carry on the building of his pyramid, while she, sharing in the profits, built one for herself. The king consecrated gold and copper statues to Isis in honor of his daughter. Other stories tell of treasures buried in the pyramids, which were appropriated by the sovereigns of other centuries. Tutors, or nurses as they were called, were appointed for the royal children, and possibly the queen's secretary, Canaan, may have held this position. Record is made of a certain Shepsiska Fanku, who was governor of the house of the royal children in the 5th dynasty. Shafra or Khafra was thought to be son-in-law to Khufu, and his wife Mary Ankes, or Mary S. Ankh, whose tomb is at Saqqara, was a priestess of the god Thoth. She was high in confidence and favor, and bore at least 2 sons. Her husband, or another son of Khufu, was high priest at Heliopolis. Mertytefs was evidently a lady of great vigor, capacity, and attraction, for 2 reigns did not exhaust her powers, and under the succeeding king Khafra or Khafra, probably son-in-law or nephew and builder of the 2nd pyramid of Giza, she still in a measure held sway. The name signified beloved of her father, but she was evidently beloved of fortune also, for her son sinks in splendor as the administrator of the great hall of the palace, where she had probably innumerable slaves to oversee and do her bidding. Mistress of the royal wardrobe and superintendent of the chamber of wigs and headdresses, 3 important offices. Yet are women of 40 on the Nile said to be as old as those of 60 in Europe. Not this lady, surely, else were her brilliant career briefly run. To account for this singular history, one commentator allows her 106 years, another 130. A lady's age is always a mystery. Perhaps she never told it, but let concealment, like a worm in the bud, feed on her damask cheek. And after these lapses of centuries, it may be we shall never be set right on this point. The statue of King Khephren, with his novel headdress, serene expression, and paucity of underwear, is familiar, but the upper-class figures were always more conventional, the lower more realistic. A new king meant usually a new city, a new palace, and a new tomb, and architecture flourished in these distant periods. The duties of the Queen Dowager were doubtless arduous. Administrator of the Great Hall probably included the direction and control of a large retinue of servants and the preparations for feast and audiences. Mistress of the royal wardrobe was perhaps a less onerous position owing to the brevity of the then fashionable costume. At some periods, men wore but 2 garments, women but 1, a sort of narrow chemise of fine linen through which the limbs could be plainly seen, with or without a strap over the shoulders. Another costume was a light skirt with long shoulder straps and bound by a girdle, the ends falling in front. Over this, usually a full skirt of fine linen, with sleeves below the elbows and broad skirt falling to the ground. Both men and women adorned themselves with necklaces and bracelets, and used stibium to darken under the eyelids, while the nails, hands, and feet were stained with henna, which gave them an orange tint. Occasionally, also, an added decoration was a line drawn from the corner of the eye to the temple. In the earliest times, foot covering was seldom worn indoors. But to be superintendent of the chamber of wigs and headdresses could have been no sinecure. Wigs, wigs, wigs. We can imagine them in the room devoted to them, on shelves, in boxes, and on stands. Upon this department of his wardrobe the Egyptian spent much time and care. With head closely shaven and frequently the chin also divested of all natural endowment, he had unlimited opportunity to add what he considered improvement of an artificial character. He wore a manufactured beard, caps of a striped material, and wigs made both of human hair and sheep's wool. The wigs consisted of rows of little curls beginning at different points and cut round and square. The shorter covered the head or neck, and the longer lay on the shoulders. A wig in the Berlin Museum shows both short curls and long. In other instances, braids and plaits were preferred to curls. The peculiarity of the Egyptian head was a prominent back, and this doubtless had to be considered in the shape of the wig selected. The pages who served the king and queen in their private apartments often wore a crown of natural flowers. The women appear usually to have worn the wigs over their own hair, which sometimes escaped below. It also hung down in 2 tresses on the breast, and the young princes wore a side lock before the ear, as did the youthful god Horus. So much pride did females take in their hair that an especially fine lock was sometimes cut off and buried with them. It was all deemed an important subject. A certain Shopsesri of later time, superintendent at court, a wig-maker by profession, had 4 statues of himself made for his tomb, each with a different style of wig. The king wore a sort of handkerchief, a cap, or a helmet. The white crown of Upper Egypt was a curious high white conical cap That of Lower Egypt was red, had a high, narrow back and a metal ornament bent obliquely forward. They were, after a time, worn together. The upreared uraeus or asp was the sign of royalty. The goddess Ra-Nu was represented with the asp, which was worn by the queen with the addition of the vulture with drooping or outspread wings, the winged sun disk, and other costly headdresses. A great stele found at the Pyramid of Giza is dedicated to the memory of a princess who, after being a great favorite in the court of Sneferu and Khufu, was subsequently attached to the private house of Khafra, and her history seems to run strangely parallel with that of the queen, if she herself be not intended. 4 or 5,000 years before Christ are the dates assigned to this period. We must grope and work somewhat at random in the reconstruction of our mosaic. Yet does Queen Mertytefs stand out with a certain lifelikeness. Imagination plays around her active figure, and she looks out at us from the shadows, not with languorous soft glances and gentle movements, but with vivacity and power in her black eyes and an attractive and capable face. None but a woman of power and capacity, we may be sure, could have been administrator of the Great Hall. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. Nitocris. The 6th dynasty is illustrated by the name of Queen Nitocris. Famed, and it may be fabled, the obliterating touch of the centuries has yet spared something of her personality. The most beautiful and spirited woman of her time is the record that comes down to us from very ancient sources, and rosy-cheeked, the epithet applied to her. She was the last sovereign of her dynasty, but first we must glance at a few less noted that preceded her. Dynasty after dynasty was named according to the great cities of the provinces, and to the 5th by some, or by the others to the 6th, was applied the term Elephantines, from the city of Elephantine in Siene. According to certain authorities, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd dynasties of Manetho were ruling at Thys, while his 4th and 6th held sway at Memphis, and during a portion of the time his 5th at Elephantine, 9th at Heliopolis, and 11th at Thebes or Diospolis. It is almost impossible to tell which of the families or monarchs were contemporary, or which ruled in succession. To unravel this tangled skein of history is beyond the sphere of the present work. With Manetho's 2nd and 4th dynasty we reach the testimony of the monuments, which is perhaps the chief source of information. The Egyptians painted everything but the hardest and most valuable stone, and both brush and chisel have furnished something of our partial and fragmentary story. Our princesses lived in a blaze of colour, in radiant sunshine, and amid rainbow tints, sheltered by walls lined throughout with oriental alabaster and stained with the orange flush of Egyptian sunsets. The winged sun disk, as a symbol, makes its appearance for the first time on monuments of the 5th dynasty, a simple disk between two wings inclining downward. Under the 6th it was more conventionalized, the wings were straightened out and the asp added. At one place Pepi I appears protected on one side by a flying hawk and on the other by a disk, evidently regarded as equivalent. To the 5th dynasty also belong the precepts of Aah-Hotep, which were found in what is called the Prisse papyrus in Paris. This, says the script, is the teaching of our governor Aah-Hotep under his Majesty King Assa, long may he live. This monarch appears to have been the first pharaoh of the 5th dynasty, and the first who had the two names, the throne and the ordinary name. The last, Unas, constructed a great truncated pyramid, now called Mastaba, or Pharaoh's seat, north of the pyramids of Dashur. King Shepseskaf, near or at the close of the 5th dynasty, who had been adopted by King Menheres, gave to a highly favoured page in his household the hand of his eldest daughter, the Princess Mat-Ka. Less frequently than in modern times were foreign alliances sought, and thus the husband often mounted to a higher rung on the social ladder, or even to the throne itself, assisted by the hand of his wife. The first female name that attracts attention in the 6th dynasty is that of the Queen Shesh, mother of the King Tete or Pepe. This name occurs in the Hindu mythology as that of the King of Serpents. Whether she showed the wisdom attributed to the serpent or not may be questioned. At any rate we do not find her occupied with matters of state, essentially her interest lay in domestic affairs. But even so her name has come down to posterity. She invented a world-famed pomade, since, after the lapse of centuries, we can still read of it. The usual ingredients were the tooth of a donkey boiled with dog's food and dates, but the royal lady struck out boldly and substituted the hoof for the tooth of the former beast. And who knows the saving virtues or beautifying qualities of this compound, which perhaps entitled Her Majesty to the honours of a Lydia Pinkham, a blessing to all her sex. In the 6th dynasty were several kings of the name of Pepi or Pepi, and the long reign of one of them, Pepi Merira, is much celebrated. According to the Greeks it lasted 100 years. Of his first wife, Antes, we know nothing but her name. Perchance she died early, and probably bore no sons. His second wife and queen, Merera Ankes, is more noted. Even the names of her parents have been preserved. Her father Hua, her mother Nekebit, and her 2 sons, Meren-Ra and Nofer-Ka-Ra, while among the more extensive ruins is a tomb of Abydos, the last resting place of this queen. To go to Abydos was the equivalent of speaking of a death. It was the sacred place of the Egyptians, the tomb of Osiris, around which the Isis and Osiris legends gathered, where Mena of This, the founder of Memphis, and all the succeeding monarchs of his dynasty were buried. The step pyramid of Saqqara, said to be the oldest, is thought to belong to the 1st dynasty, Medum to the 3rd, and Gizeh to the 4th. The 5th dynasty seems to have been priestly. The oldest dated papyrus of this period was, in 1893, found at Saqqara, while the figure of Menkauhor was found at the Serapeum. The 6th dynasty was said to be more limited in power, and some of the minor principalities to have recovered their independence, while in the latter part of the time civil strife broke out, and it was followed by a new race till the 11th, though some of the native princes are believed to have still ruled at Memphis. But to return to the queens. One authority speaks of Queen Amitzi, great spouse of the king, and her mother, the Princess Nibit, who, of royal blood, transmitted rights to her daughter, which would have made her heir to the throne in the early part of the 6th dynasty. The brief mention of this queen and of Queen Merera Anknes are not altogether reconcilable, but may perhaps apply to the same person. Queen Merera Anknes is said not to have been of royal blood, or if it be the same lady, her claim to high lineage probably came from the mother's side. Whatever her origin, she was evidently well appreciated, since even the names of her relatives were preserved. She at first bore some other cognomen, but after coronation adopted that by which she is known in history, and which couples, in a measure, her own and her husband's. The inscription on her tomb, on the tablet on which is a figure of Pepi, reads: "Royal wife of Merira, great in all things, companion of Horus, mother of Meren-Ra." There can be little doubt that she was specially devoted to the service of the gods, and the priests were glad to hand down in laudatory inscriptions her name and fame to later generations. There is a mention of Pepi Merira, who executed works to Hathor at Dendera, a temple which shows traces of the hand of various kings from the earliest to the latest period. The end of this reign was also distinguished by a festival inaugurating a new period of years, called Hipset, the Festival of the Tail, on the principle, perhaps, on which the close of college exercises is called Commencement, in which we may be sure Queen Merari Anknes bore a distinguished part. The eldest son, Meren-Ra, succeeded his father, but him also his mother survived, for in the reign of the second son, Nofer-Ka-Ra, she takes a prominent position, if not a distinct share in the government, and her name on the monuments seems to occupy as important a place as does that of the king. A sort of Nestor among these royal personages was a certain Una, or Une, a favourite minister of more than one of the sovereigns. He was highly trusted and employed on various important embassies. His records, saved from destruction, form a valuable link in the historic chain. He speaks of Pepi in terms now used by the faithful of the Pope as "His Holiness." He chronicles foreign wars for the extension of territory, expeditions in search of stone and other materials for the usual duty and pleasure, the building of the king's tomb, and last, perhaps most interesting of all, in connection with the queens, the private trial of one of these rulers. Entese, queen of one of the Pepis, was the person in question. The king evidently wished not to spread the scandal, whatever it might be, and Una and one other official were alone present. It is the autobiography of this somewhat voluble minister which gives us the fragment of the story that, like many others, lacks its termination. Perhaps he did not dare to write the conclusion, perhaps that part of the work has disappeared, or perhaps when the matter ceased to include himself he lost interest. We wish, if our final supposition is correct, that this had not been the case, and we wish also that, knowing so much, we knew a little more, whether the lady was found innocent or guilty, and whether she was forgiven or met with a tragic fate. Says Una: "When the lawsuit was conducted secretly in the royal household against the great consort Entese, His Majesty ordered me to appear to conduct the proceedings. I alone, no chief judge, nor governor, nor prince, was present. I alone, because I was agreeable and pleasant to the heart of His Majesty, and because His Majesty loved me. I myself, I compiled the written record, I alone and one single judge belonging to the town of Nechent. Yet formerly my office was only that of a superintendent of the royal anterior country, and no one in my position had ever in earlier times heard the secret of the royal household. I alone was accepted. His Majesty allowed me to hear them because I was more agreeable to the heart of His Majesty than all his princes, than all his nobles, and than all his servants." The sentences are fairly spangled with eyes, all other capitals being in abeyance. He quite hugs himself, does the good Una, over his virtues and his honours. He has caught something of the self-glorifying spirit which distinguished so many of the sovereigns. The other judge does not seem to count for much. The Queen herself is rather in the background, yet the naïveté of this old world reporter, like that quality in all ages, is not without its charm. We are reminded of Pepys in the 17th century and of Boswell in the 18th. "Boswell," said Dr. Johnson, meeting the biographer on the street, "I have been reading some of your manuscripts. There is a good deal about yourself in them. They seem to me memoirs rather than memoirs." We laugh a little in our sleeves, perhaps, at this early Jack Horner, who put in his thumb and pulled out a plum, and said, "What a good boy am I!" But we are grateful for the realistic pictures he gives us, and feel the touch of a common humanity which, the world over, from the beginning to the end of time, shows the same virtues and foibles, whatever its racial characteristics or its national individualities. So the royal Vashti disappears into the shades, and some happier Esther takes her place. Evidently Entese did not win the favour that did Queen Merari Anknes. No laudatory inscription on monument or tomb bears her name as companion of the gods. The ambition for larger territory and foreign wars seemed to stifle, as it usually does, the artistic spirit, and few such marvels of sculpture and portrait statues are attributed to the sixth dynasty as have made the preceding the wonder of all following ages. A woman's name illumines this period, and with the beautiful Queen Nitocris the dynasty comes to an end. Nitocris is not a usual name in Egyptian history, but we find it occasionally mentioned there and elsewhere. In later times it was borne by a daughter of Psametic I, whose sarcophagus is preserved. Some of the early writers on Egypt, coming to conclusions hastily from insufficient data and previous to the more modern discoveries, made a sort of composite photograph of a queen by combining the brief history of several with some of the more individual characteristics of the great Hatasou, and called it Nitocris, but time has shown them to have been mistaken. Two traditions exist, those derived from Manetho and those of the compilers from the remains at Abydo and Saqqara, and the author of the Turin papyrus. Another celebrated queen of ancient history was called Nitocris, and about her too the clouds of mist and fable enwreathed themselves. This was Queen Nitocris of Babylon, and lived 500 generations after the warlike Semiramis. She turned the course of the Euphrates to make navigation winding and difficult, that thus the city might be preserved from the attacks of enemies. She ordered that she should be buried in a chamber above one of the gates, through which for a long time after none were willing to pass. She also promised treasure to the king who, in great necessity and in straits only, should open her sepulchre, but when at last Darius sought to avail himself of this, he merely found an abusive sentence for disturbing her. The Egyptian Nitocris, according to Herodotus, who derived his tradition from Manetho, lived 3066 years before Christ, while to her dynasty he assigned 206 years. But the Turin papyrus and other records disprove this last. These dates, if bearing any relation to fact, for upon this point authorities differ so widely, seem almost like the astonishing figures with which the astronomer leads us from world to world in his celestial researches, and our imagination finds difficulty in grasping such periods. Nor is it strange that they are so seriously questioned by many students. Queen Nitocris' name appears among a list of 330 monarchs, and the duration of her reign is said to have been 12 years. A sort of Cinderella legend attaches to her. An eagle carried off the sandal of the beautiful maiden and dropped it before the Prince, who was sitting in an open court in his office as judge. At once he was fired with a desire to find the owner of that bewitching slipper, who, when found, became the royal consort. In the earliest times, as before mentioned, even the noblest in the land wore no foot covering within doors, and though sandals were more common later, under the new empire they were frequently carried by an attendant slave, and always put off in the presence of superiors. They were made of leather or papyrus, with straps passing over the instep and between the toes, and occasionally a third strap to support the heel. Sometimes, especially for solemn occasions, they were made with a peak turning up in front, like Italian shoes of the 14th century, and as time went on were turned up at the side, having at first only consisted of a flat sole, and assumed more the shape of moccasins or regular slippers and shoes. With her extensive wig, skimped-linen robe, and bare feet or turned-up sandals, the lady of long ago seems to us a curious figure. The Egyptians, to use modern slang, were extremely fond of "sitting" upon people. Tables and chairs were upheld by the forms of carven captives, and even the royal lady's dainty foot sometimes pressed the painted image of a slave, as the soles were occasionally lined with cloth and so decorated. Specimens of the papyrus sandals may be seen in many museums, among them Berlin, the Salt collection at Alnwick Castle, the New York Historical Society, and other places. With Cleopatra, Mary Stuart, and such world-like charmers, ranks perhaps this celebrated beauty of the earliest times. Of her ancestry we know nothing. Fair hair, rosy cheeks, and light complexion seem scarcely to suggest the Egyptian type, yet there is mention made of an occasional instance of fair hair, and the complexions were often a clear, light yellow, growing darker as one went southward. So as a blonde, high-spirited, bewitching, beautiful, and vengeful, Nitocris stands before us. Nita-Kher, the perfect Nit, as she is styled in the much-injured Book of the Kings in the Turin papyrus, where some say two of this name are mentioned. A great contrast we feel her to be, in appearance at least, to Queen Mertytefs, yet both were able women who left their mark on their generation. Like others, her name is variously rendered as Nikotris, the best known appellation, Nitocris, the former from the Greek Nitakert, Egyptian Neit-Gori or Neit-Akri. Her chief claim to remembrance lies in the building of a third pyramid, or more accurately the rebuilding of one, that of Menkaura or Menjeres. Says Rawlinson, if Nitocris is really to be regarded as the finisher of the edifice, she must be considered a great queen, one of the few who have left their mark upon the world by construction of a really great monument. She placed a most beautiful casement or revetment of syenitic granite upon the unfinished pyramid of Men-kau-Ra, begun 1,000 years before, and so important was her part that the whole erection has been sometimes credited to her. She perhaps left the body of Men-kau-Ra in a lower chamber, and ordered her own, in a blue basalt sarcophagus, to be placed above. The fine basalt sarcophagus found in this pyramid is said to be hers. Part of that of Men-kau-Ra which was being carried off to England was lost in a vessel wrecked near Gibraltar. The cover of the sarcophagus, with a prayer to Osiris upon it, is in the British Museum. It reads: "O Osiris, who has become King of Egypt, Majesty living eternally, child of Olympus, son of Urania, heir of Kronos, over thee may she stretch herself and cover thee, thy divine mother Urania, in her name as mistress of heaven. May she grant that thou shouldst be like God, free from all evils, King Majesty living eternally." The attenuated remains of Men-kau-Ra have been placed in one of the museums, and the picture taken of them is in all the collections of Egyptian kings, seeming to verify the truth that man is but a shadow. There is a story that the mummy or a wood-gilt image of the daughter of Men-kau-Ra was placed in the figure of a cow in a funeral chamber in Sais. The cartouche of Queen Nitocris, with its encircling arabesque, stands beside that of her husband in the long list of Manetho. His name is given as Nefer-Ka-Ra or as Mete-Sufis II. The question whether he was her brother or not remains unsettled. On the king's death the queen succeeded as a matter of course, but either her husband or another brother was murdered, probably by political adversaries, and her death followed as a result of his. If it was her husband that she avenged, the desire for the destruction of his enemies long smouldered in her breast. She built a hall of great dimensions and doubtless beauty, below the level of the Nile, and invited the murderers to a feast within its walls. To disguise her purpose and lull suspicions must have taxed all her powers and fascinations. Fish, beef, kids, gazelles, geese, pasties, condiments and sweets of all sorts loaded the table. The guests sat rather than reclined, as in many Eastern countries, at the board. Beer is said to be as old as the 4th dynasty, and that and palm wine probably flowed freely, as at the present day paste of almonds may have been mixed with the Nile water to purify it, and wine and water stood in porous jars, cooling by the process of evaporation, an attendant slave fanning the vessels to hasten the effect. Flowers decorated everything, hung in garlands and wreathed about the table, the water jars, and the persons of the guests. Darkness quickly follows daylight in Egypt, but it was probably at night that the feast occurred. Music accompanied the festival, harps, flutes, and other instruments, and dancing girls and jugglers added entertainment and zest to the passing hour. Then, with a warning which was little suspected, a small painted and gilded image of a mummy was carried round among the mirthful crowd. Says Plutarch, the skeleton which the Egyptians appropriately introduce at their banquets, exhorting the guests that they shall soon be like him, though he comes as an unwelcome and unseasonable boon companion, is nevertheless, in a certain sense, seasonable, if he exhorts them not to drink and indulge in pleasure, but to cultivate mutual friendship and affection, and not to render life, which is short in duration, long by evil deeds. Possibly Nitocris shared the feast, beautiful and gracious, resplendent in jewels and glowing with the fire of an intense internal and suppressed excitement, such as a man may feel when he goes into battle. Not one moment did she repent of her fearful scheme, though she may well have foreseen that she herself would probably fall a victim. Possibly she shared the feast and left them to their revels, or her position as queen may have made it derogatory to her dignity to be present, but by her orders the waters of the great river were let in upon them and they were drowned. Many lives, perhaps, for one. But they were probably powerful nobles, with families and numerous adherents, and the queen feared the consequences of her act and preferred to take her own life than trust to the mercy of their avengers. She is said to have smothered herself with the fumes of ashes, a noble form of self-destruction, or so considered, like the Japanese harakiri, but as this was a Persian custom, the story may have belonged to that period. So ended the career of this beautiful and celebrated queen, called the Minerva Vietrix of her time, Neith the Victorious, and it is to be inferred that the sixth dynasty closed with a period of convulsions. The Arabs believe that the queen still haunts, a sort of Lorelei, the vicinity of her pyramid, in the form of a naked woman of such beauty that all men who see her must needs fall in love with her and lose their wits. Avenger, murderer, suicide, siren, all these characters are attributed to her, but it is the image rather of the fair, innocent, rosy-cheeked, beautiful young queen that the centuries have crystallized and preserved for us. Memphis had in previous reigns been the greatest city in Egypt, but now others contested its claim. Nevertheless, it seems likely that it was the scene of Queen Nitocris' tragic fate. Someone has described Egypt as a green belt, the Nile like a silver band, and the cities on its borders like precious stones, and the river swept on, as Leigh Hunt expressed it, like a great purpose threading a dream, swept silently by, the giver of life and of death, the god beloved, worshipped and adored, while the beautiful queen died and was buried, and the city waned in prominence and power, and a new metropolis grew in strength and magnificence, and new dynasties lorded it over the land. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Goss. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. Sebek-Nefru-Ra. Spirit seems to have especially distinguished those queens who have made their way up through the mists of oblivion which lie so heavily and darkly over many centuries of the Egyptian chronology. No vast library remains for us to turn to and in direct sequence acquaint ourselves with the early history of this land and people. Broken monuments and tombs and half-obliterated fragments of papyrus alone tell the story. Hence, from the 6th to the 12th dynasty, during which period these sources of information are notably lacking, no queen's name appears. One authority says that the register of the queen's expenses for servants, etc., in the 11th dynasty has been found, but no special name seems to be connected with the list, and our knowledge of this time is very meager. An embalmed figure of the Lady Ament, priestess of Hathor, the Egyptian Venus, has been credited to the 11th dynasty. She is robed in tissues as fine as lawn, with sandals in wood and leather fastened on by worked bands. She wears a woven collar of pearls in glass, gold and silver, and has silver rings on her hands. Silver, being then scarcer than gold, was esteemed even more highly. This 11th dynasty was of the Entef line, and, says Miss Edwards, a mummy case of the 11th dynasty differs as much from the mummy case of the 26th dynasty as the recumbent effigy of a crusader in chainmail differs from the periwigged memorial statue of the Queen Anne period. Interesting finds of this same dynasty are well-preserved wooden boats, which had been used for the transportation of the dead and were exhumed from the sand. Some are in the Museum of Cairo, some have been bought for the collection in our own Chicago, and more from this region are doubtless to be seen in various museums gathered from the Dashur pyramids and other places. With the 12th dynasty, Egypt seemed to wake to a new life in many respects, and the arts which had deteriorated and languished again flourished. Says one traveler, surveying the remains of this and other famous epochs, Egypt has given me a new insight into that vital beauty which is the soul of true art. Another, speaking of the special sculpture of this time, writes, This school represents the heroic age of Egyptian sculpture. It lacks the startling naturalism of the school of the Pyramid period. It never aspired to the great scale of the 18th and 19th dynasties, but it excels all in monumental majesty, and not only the artist's work, but the craftsman's skill is seen at its best during this age. No details are so finely cut, no surfaces glow with so lustrous and indescribable a polish as those wrought by the lapidaries of the 12th and 13th dynasties. They finished their colossi as fastidiously as a gem engraver finished a cameo. They even polished the sunk surfaces of their hieroglyphics in incuse inscriptions. In short, they worked like Titans and polished like jewelers. The monarchs of this generation, a noted race, gained new territory, and in various ways sought to improve the internal condition of their kingdom as well, while life, to the favored, became more luxurious. There are those who hold the opinion that the divisions of the dynasties are in some way connected with the reigns of the queens. Had that of Nitocris immediately preceded that of Sebek-Nefru-Ra, the fact that both the 6th and 12th ended with a queen might have given some color to the idea, but there do not seem sufficient data to warrant any such conclusion. Ancient Egyptian history has been divided by some into 3 periods: the Old, the Middle, and the New Empire, while others merely divide into the Old and the New, including the Middle with the First. By the former classification, the 4th, 5th, and 6th dynasties are included under the Old Empire, the 12th and 13th under the Middle, and the 18th, 19th, and 20th under the New. So that our course of investigation has now reached the Middle Period. Of the previous and subsequent dynasties, those for some time before and after the 12th, the absence of monumental and other relics leave the history almost a blank. The 12th is said to have lasted over 200 years, and later Egyptians looked back to it as a period of national glory when they were governed by wise rulers, literature and art flourished, and the language of the time was regarded as a standard of good writing. Says a writer in Monumental Records, "Thanks to the effects of Monsieur de Morgan and his co-workers in the Nile Valley, we know much more about Egypt and that wonderful 12th dynasty, which flourished so many centuries before Christ, than we do of the history of England's kings up to the time of Alfred the Great. The Egyptian Empire through all its dynasties, certainly up to the 12th, on which the labors of Monsieur de Morgan at Dashur throw so much light, consisted of 3 estates: the monarch, the army, and the church. As the king's authority came through the gods, his will was, in theory, absolute, and his spoken or written desires became laws. But in fact his education from the cradle was directed, and his whole reign dominated, by the power of a well-organized, patriotic priesthood. The army was made up of the farmers and workers, every soldier being granted about 8 acres of land for his family which he could commute at his wish. The physical training of the individual was scientific, and the tactics suited to the warlike weapons of the age aroused the admiration and amazement of the foremost soldiers of our own time. But the priests were the power behind the throne, and before the people, and, as a rule, this power was wisely used. The priests established schools near the temples. They founded and fostered engineering and the mechanical arts. They wrote books. They encouraged the fine arts, and with the growth of wealth they sought to restrain the corrupting influences of luxury. The same writer also draws attention to the fact that in the mural paintings which tell us so much of the daily lives of the people, the high esteem in which women were held is to be everywhere noted. Dynasty 12th began with Amenemhat I of the Theban line, which now ruled all Egypt, and of which the red granite temple, whose remains have been found at Tanis, has been called a family portrait gallery. The type shown in a fine, though of course mutilated statue of this king, to this day characterizes Upper Egypt. He wears the tall headdress of Osiris and is described as having a large smiling face, thick lips, short nose, and big staring eyes, with a benevolent, gentle expression. Miss Edwards gives further particulars. The cheekbones are high, the eyes prominent and heavy-lidded, the nostril open, the lips full, smiling, and defined by a slight ridge at the edges. The frontal bone is wide and the chin small and shapely. The statue was found in the ruins of Tanis, and many relics from there are in the museum at Turin. There is also a head of Usertesen bearing resemblance to the former, but less attractive, though equally smiling and amiable in expression. In later times, Ramses the Great, but also the Despoiler, cut his own inscriptions on these and other statues and ruthlessly appropriated the material of older temples to carry out his own architectural plans. The Museum of the London University possesses the blue-lettered portal of the tomb of Amenemhat, son of Aah-Hotep and his mother Erdus. Near Silsila is a tablet on which we see a queen behind Nefertiti, and we read of the royal mother, his beloved Aah, of the 11th or 12th dynasty. A certain queen, Mentuhotep, is known by her coffin and toilette box, and there is a copy of an inscription, now destroyed, which reads, "Great royal wife Mentuhotep, begotten of the vizier, the keeper of the palace, Semb-Henaf, born of the heiress Sebek-Hotep." So that this royal lady was not of foreign lineage, but probably of princely blood by the mother's side. A certain Prince Heru-Nefer is mentioned as the son of King Menhotep, and the great royal wife Shertzat, while at Ka-Tana we find record of Queen Sent, heiress, royal wife, and royal mother. Almost empty names which give to their bearers but little individuality. Amenemhat I associated with him as co-regent his son Usertesen, or Usertesen I, as in after years his descendant Thutmose I did his daughter Hatasu, and Usertesen succeeded his father. For this son, apparently much beloved, Amenemhat wrote a series of instructions, which have been preserved and form an interesting page in the history of the time. We are reminded of Lord Chesterfield's letters to his son, though the former deal with different subjects than manners and deportment, and Usertesen was an abler man and better repaid his father's interest than did the youthful Chesterfield. This treatise contained the usual self-glorifying records. I conquered the Ethiopians. I led the Libyans. I made the Asiatics run before me like greyhounds. From the pictures in the grottos of Benay or Beni Hassan, by the Arabs called Stal Haman, pigeon stable, which are 60 feet square and 40 high, impressive ruins, we view the plain of Siout and gain much of our knowledge of these times. They were rock tombs in the face of the mountain above the level of the Nile, containing memorials of a series of ministers of state to the early monarchs of this race, perhaps favored and appreciated as Una of the 6th dynasty. The power of the nobles seems to have been greater, the kings less autocratic than at an earlier period. Palms, sycamores, fragrant acacias, mimosas, and acanthus grow around Siout, and the air is fragrant with the rich odor of flowers. Bayard Taylor thus describes the view of the plain of Siout, viewed from these grotto tombs. Seen through the entrance, it has a magical effect. From the grey twilight of the hall in which you stand, the green of the fields, the purple of the distant mountains, and the blue of the sky dazzle your eyes as if tinged with the broken rays of a prism. Of Amenemhat's wife and Usertesen's mother there seems no trace. Usertesen I had a brilliant reign, to which the obelisk remaining at Heliopolis, the fragments of statues at Tanis, and the inscriptions in the Sinaitic Peninsula bear witness. Some of these last are in the Naples Museum. It is a curious detail that at the obelisk of Heliopolis it is said that the inscriptions on 3 sides, deeply cut, are almost obliterated by the cells of bees, which have made nests in the hieroglyphics. A great father was succeeded by a lesser son in Amenemhat II, of whose wife there is little or no record. His son, Usertesen II, was the builder of the Pyramid of Illahun, where comparatively recent discoveries, those of Monsieur de Morgan in 1892-3-4, have brought to light various remains of this period and the belongings of the sisters, wives, and daughters of the Amenemhats and Usertesens. Tombs robbed and despoiled in the time of the Hyksos and the 18th dynasty yet yielded to the more careful research of later explorations hidden treasures, workmen's tools of various sorts, and the ornaments, etc., of those long ago queens and princesses. This is often of the finest quality, and equals, if not excels, in the skill of the craftsman, that earlier discovered elsewhere, belonging to the 18th dynasty. Usertesen II had a wife named Nofrit, or Nefert. The Giza Museum has a statue of her, in granite, in the general character of the sculpture of the Tannite school. It goes almost without saying that it is mutilated. The eyes formerly inlaid have fallen out. The bronze eyelids are lost. The arms have disappeared, but enough remains to show a young and beautiful woman, the fine outlines of whose youthful form are seen through the usual narrow linen robe. The head is adorned or disfigured with the heavy wig worn by the goddess Hathor, the Egyptian Venus, of which 2 enormous tresses surround the cheeks and curl outward on the breasts. The queen also wears on her bosom a pectoral or ornament bearing the name of her husband. Her titles are Hereditary Princess, perhaps the daughter of the former king, the great favorite, the highly praised, the beloved consort of the king, the ruler of all women, the king's daughter of his body, Nefert. The title ruler or princess is peculiar and suggests some prerogative of the government of the female half of the population. Maspero believes that a statue of this same queen may be found in the collection now in Marseille. Usertesen II and Queen Nefert seem to have been blessed with a number of children, and various daughters' names are given: Aahmes-Neferu, Sat-Hathor, and Sens-Seneb. In the subterranean chamber at Dashur or Dashur, in the pyramid of Illahur, the tomb of Usertesen II, before referred to, was found a chest for canopic jars and vases for perfumes, dishes of fowl, wheat grains, a table for writing, a white swan carved in wood, canes and jewelry, crowns, diadems, and a gold vulture. The aperture in the ceiling above being closed by a stone had escaped the notice of the earlier depredators, whose purpose was in no way the cause of science. Contrary to the usage of the old empire, but in conformity with that of the 12th dynasty, these sepulchral chambers do not contain the carved names of the sovereign proprietors, but these are learned from texts on the wooden coffins and on vases. We have the tombs of the Princess Isa and Knumit, the tomb of Prince Khuma-Nub, and the tombs of the Princess Sithat and Ita Kurt, issues of royal blood, of the family of Aahmes-Hotep II. Of the Amenemhats, we have a list of the sisters, wives, and daughters: Queen Sonit, of whom there is a statuette in black granite, Nofirhonit, Sobit, Sithathor, and Monit, names only of whose private history nothing remains to us. The princesses Knumit and Isa left much jewelry. The former, probably the daughter of Amenemhat II, was evidently the more important person, with the richer treasures. Among the rest, a large necklace with beads of silver, gold, carnelian, emerald, lapis lazuli, and hieroglyphic signs in gold, crusted with precious stones. These were in sheathing of painted and gilded paste, through which some of the network and jewels had escaped. There was also a crown of lotus flowers, of jewelry, which was so arranged that the wearer could place in it various plumes or feathers to be changed at pleasure. Henut-Tani was the queen of Usertesen III, the conqueror of Nubia, and she was called queen consort, but not royal mother. Queen Merseker and Queen Haan-Kuns are also mentioned as queens of the Usertesens, and the queens and princesses were frequently priestesses to Nit or Hathor. The temple of Kuuna, built by Amenhotep III, is said to have contained 700 statues of the lion-headed goddess Sekhmet, but they were rather the work of the artisan than the artist, and far below the level of the sculpture of this period. There is a bust of Amenemhat III at St. Petersburg. His reign was distinguished by the construction of Lake Moeris, an artificial reservoir of which traces yet remain, and of the great labyrinth, whose purpose has not been made clear, but the ruins of which were discovered by Dr. Lepsius in the Prussian expedition to Egypt. Lake Moeris, with its network of canals, made all the land of the flat basin of the Fayum a fertile garden, and the fisheries of the lake were of great value and formed part of the revenues of the queen. It was a period of wealth and luxury. All the furniture, rosewood from India, ebony from the far south, cedar from the slopes of Lebanon, and pine from Syria, was exquisitely carved. The walls were frescoed and painted, decorated with vases for flowers and perfumes and with an altar for unburnt offerings, and the rooms were in suites of chambers, sitting rooms, and bath. The roof was flat, generally shaded with awning, and hosts and guests could sit or lie upon it and enjoy the air and the view. The opulent Egyptian, says Monumental Records, of the time of Amenemhat II had his country seat, like our modern prince. Its high-walled garden was watered by a canal leading from the Nile. Along the sides of this canal were walks shaded by the yellow-blossomed acacia, the sycamore, and the Theban palm. In the center of the garden was a vineyard, the branches trained over trellis work and so forming a rustic boudoir, with broad green leaves and clusters of red grapes on the walls. At one end of the garden stood a summer house or kiosk. In front of this was a pond covered with broad leaves and blue flowers of the lotus, through which waterfowl sported. This pond was stocked with fish, and the host invited his guest to join him in spearing or angling. Adjoining this were the stables and coach houses, with a park nearby, in which gazelles were bred for coursing, for the gentry of old Egypt were lovers of the chase. In hunting wild ducks they made use of decoys and trained cats to retrieve. They speared hippopotami in the Nile, and hunted lions in the desert with dogs. They were pigeon fanciers, and were proud of rare varieties. In short, one is amazed to see in studying their social enjoyments their resemblance to our own. The goddess Bast, in the time of the ancient empire, was represented with the head of a lioness, and only in the 12th with that of a cat. The cat and Dongolese dog were first represented on the walls of Beni Hassan in the time of the raids of the kings into Kush or Ethiopia, the Usertesens and Amenemhats. There are cat cemeteries belonging to this time where the skulls are larger than those of our common cats, and also where the animals had been cremated, while in Upper Egypt, in the Fayum, they were found mummified and bandaged. This dynasty closes, as did the 6th, with a queen. Little as we know of her, she was a ruling monarch, and gives her name to this chapter, as she appears to have been the only one of this race who actually swayed the scepter in her own right. She was the daughter of Amenemhat III, and probably sister and wife of Amenemhat IV, whom she succeeded. As her name takes precedence of his on the monuments, they probably did not have the same mother, and hers may have been of higher lineage than his. Queen Sebek-Nefru-Ra, or Sork-no-Frituri, is known chiefly from the traces of her short reign found near Illahun, fragments of pillars bearing her name beside the praenomen of her father. These, or some portion of them, are to be seen in the British Museum. According to the Turin Papyrus, she reigned 3 years, 8 months, and 18 days, but no tradition has come down to us of her appearance or personality, and no romance or tragic story of her life or fate. Amenemhat III had also another daughter, Fat-Neferu, who probably died before her sister and was buried beside her father. Memorials of her are an alabaster altar, a block of black granite with names and titles, and a broken dish inscribed, King's Daughter, Ptah-Neferu. A sphinx of grey granite is thought to be Queen Sebek-Nefru-Ra, because different from the others, which is of course not very conclusive proof, and at Hawara her name occurs as often as that of her father on columns and blocks, and there is a cylinder of white schist, glazed blue, of unusual size and bearing all her titles, also a scarab. But it is but little after all that we know of her. A romance has been discovered of this dynasty in the earlier period, in a story of which a beginning is found on a piece of broken limestone, the end of the tale having been for some time previously preserved on a papyrus in the Berlin Museum. Probably it was a favorite piece of literature, like the Adventures of Robinson Crusoe to the English-speaking world, and might have been found in various forms. A certain Senebat, an Egyptian, having overheard a state secret, and fearing that if this were discovered his life might pay the forfeit, fled to Syria. Wandering in the desert, and almost dying of thirst, he was found by some of the wild tribes, saved and adopted by them, and in time rose to the rank of chief. But homesickness at last overtook him, and he sent an appeal to the Egyptian king for permission to return. He was then invited to court, where he wrote a curious account of his adventures and the manners and customs of the Bedouins. He was much honored, being received by the queen and family while the royal daughters performed a dance and sang a chorus of praise to the king. The monarch even distinguished him by taking an interest in the tomb which he prepared, and at the end of a sort of triumphal song, Senebat says, "I was in favor with the king to the day of his death." The 12th dynasty is also interesting to us as being contemporaneous with the birth of the Jewish nation, the time of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. A stele bears the names of the daughters or aunts of the deceased king Sebek-Hotep II, adoring Min, and their names are An-Hetabu and Anget-Dudu, born of Queen Nen-Na. The parents of Sebek-Hotep II are spoken of as the divine father Men-Tuhotep III and royal mother Anhet-Abu, after whom evidently one of the daughters or granddaughters was called. The name Sebek-Hotep was a favorite. The father of Nefer-Hotep and Sebek-Hotep III was Ha-Ankhs, his mother Kema, his wife Sebsen, and he had 4 royal children. A statement of facts, probably, but with little accompanying detail. Sebek-Hotep IV had for his queen Nub-Emhat, and his daughter was Sebek-Emhat, and there is a certain Pernub, probably of this family, descended from Queen Ha-Ankhs. Queen Nub-Kha was the wife of Sebek-Emsaf, whose tomb was among those discovered in 1881. It was first rifled in the 20th dynasty, and is referred to in papyrus of the time of Ramesses IX, of which the Amherst and Abbott papyrus give accounts. Like so many of the queens, our only knowledge of her is from her tomb, and that from the deposition of the robber who violated it, which is thus given. It, the tomb, was surrounded by masonry and covered with roofing stone. We demolished it and found them, the king and queen, reposing therein. We found the august king with his divine axe beside him, and his amulets and ornaments of gold about his neck. His head was covered with gold, and his august person was entirely adorned with gold. His coffins were overlaid with gold and silver within and without, and encrusted with all kinds of precious stones. We took the gold which we found upon the sacred person of this god, as also his amulets and the ornaments which were about his neck and the coffins in which he reposed. And having found the royal wife, we took all that we found upon her, in the same manner, and we set fire to their mummy cases, and we seized upon the furniture, their vases of gold and silver and bronze, and we divided them among ourselves. Death was deservedly the penalty for such offences, but probably the sinner felt a certain relief in making a clean breast of it, or perhaps fancied in some strange way that his wicked exploit conferred a sort of distinction upon him. A stele gives the genealogy of this queen as daughter of the chief of the judges, Sebek-Nefru-Ra, who, rich or poor man, had 4 wives. The queen is called on a stele in the Louvre, Great Heiress, the greatly favored, the ruler of all women, united to the crown, thus showing that the kings did not always marry princesses. In the 14th dynasty, up to this writing, no queen's name has been discovered. Weaker rulers followed, and thus Asiatic invaders, the Hyksos, an alien race, mistakenly supposed by Josephus to be Hebrews, were able to overpower and usurp the government, ruling in some places simultaneously with, and in others expelling the native sovereigns. They were called shepherd kings or princes. Some of their statues remain, but as they were frequently reinscribed by later kings, there is doubt about some of them. All traces of the queens are, so far, lost during this period. Whether these strange invaders kept their women in the seclusion usual in the East, or whether once existing relics have been destroyed, we know not. Beside the few portrait statues of the kings, no royal consort appears, and they are of a different style of art. Joseph is thought to have been the prime minister of one of the Hyksos rulers, and an inscription found which reads, "A famine having broken out during many years, I gave corn to the towns during each famine," is believed by some to relate to him. But it was not the wont of the Egyptian monarchs to celebrate the achievements of their slaves, and such early memorials, if existing, would probably have been destroyed when the Hebrew race was enslaved by their oppressors. Piotr gives the approximate dates of 2821 BC to 1928 BC for these various reigns. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. Chapter 6, Aah-Hotep. Between the 14th dynasty, of which we last spoke, and the 17th and 18th dynasties, to which this chapter brings us, occurs the third chasm in the monuments, and as they are the chief dependents in learning the history of Egypt, the information in regard to this intervening period is very meager. Egypt was ruled with special favor shown to the central portion, and weaker monarchs had succeeded the great Amenemhats and Usertensens. Foreigners, the so-called Hyksos, or shepherd kings, overran and took possession of the country and conquered it, almost without battles, proceeding later to destroy the temples and kill the inhabitants. Among these kings' names are that of Salatis or Shalotti and certain Apepe of the Turanian type, a bust of whom is in the British Museum and another at Giza. while it is to one of these rulers that Joseph is by some believed to have been the favored minister, but, as has been said before, no queen appears amongst them. After the lapse of 500 years, Egypt awoke from its partial lethargy, and throwing off the yoke of these invaders, asserted its independence under a line of native rulers. Battles were fought and won, and the Theban princes again held sway. King Tuaa ruled, perhaps tributary to the Hyksos, revolted, and partially liberated himself from thrall, but it remained to his descendant Aahmes to completely accomplish this object. It seemed somewhat characteristic of the Egyptian monarchs that they did not know how to hold their conquered territory. Again and again they won battles and subjected foreign peoples, only to lose what they had gained, to be once more fought for by their warlike successors. The division into dynasties is not said to have been made by the Egyptians themselves, but to have been used by historians for the greater convenience of indicating the families who, together or in succession, held the scepter. No woman's strength had been able to struggle up through the previous oblivion, but she now once more takes her place beside the kings and shares with him honors both divine and human. Divine spouse, a term not used before, is applied to the queens of this era who are regarded as the mothers of the race and worshipped for generations after. It is sometimes inscribed on the monuments in Egypt that the sons of Mizar were all born equal, but this had about the same relation to facts that the vaunted liberty, equality, and fraternity sometimes bore. In the 12th dynasty, below the crown and royal family came first the class of priests, second the soldiers, third the husbandmen, gardeners, huntsmen, and boatmen, fourth tradesmen, shopkeepers, artificers in stone and metal, boat builders, stone masons, and public weighers, and fifth shepherds, poulterers, fishermen, fowlers, laborers, and the people at large. Distinctly a succession of classes. Laborers wore only an apron and short trousers of coarse woven grass cloth. The times were changing. This we learn from the numerous remains of this period on the sculptured and painted monuments and the papyri, of which many have been discovered. The temples were growing in importance, and the kings were buried more in grottos than, as formerly, in monuments. The military men succeeded the farmer, and the priests gained in power. The wall paintings give pictures of festivals, with music and dancing, and less of the agricultural life previously so much dwelt upon. It is interesting to know that the horse, in so many countries the useful and often beloved companion of man, seems to have been first introduced into Egypt in the 18th dynasty. After that, he often figures in battles and draws the state chariots in which both kings and queens take their pleasure. On the walls of a tomb at Thebes, that of a certain Hui of the 18th dynasty, is the picture of a queen drawn by two piebald bulls, like the modern Abyssinian breed. This presumably is just before the period when horses were in general use. To this time is also attributed the introduction of the pomegranate, the beautiful eastern fruit of which poets have often sung. And earrings were then said to be added to the previous list of adornments, as a result of foreign example. They first took the shape of broad discs, and later, under the 20th dynasty, became large rings. In the 17th dynasty, we have mention of a Queen Ansera. Of her private history we know nothing, but after her death she extended her hospitality to a number of her royal connections, for the great discovery in the summer of 1881 brought to light the mummies of many kings and queens gathered together in her tomb. Among these were the celebrated King Ramses II, by some thought to be the oppressor of the Israelites, Queen Aahmes-Nefertari, first of the 18th dynasty, Queen Merit-Amen, Queen of Hotemuhu, and Queen Sitka, also belonging to this dynasty, besides others of later date. A certain confusion for a long time existed between the two queens, Aah-Hotep and Aahmes-Nefertari, but the late history of Professors Petri and Mahaffey has rendered the details of this period somewhat clearer. Different authorities have varied the name and spelling of Queen Aah-Hotep. Thus we have, in addition to the spelling above given, Aah-Hotep, Aah-Hotep, or Aah-Hotep, it has the pretty meaning of gift of the moon, and she seems to have been a Theban princess, and first to have married an Egyptian, perhaps not of royal rank, and then Sequenenra, whose mummy has been found, showing that he had been wounded in battle. He was of the Berber type, tall, slender, and vigorous, with a small, long head and fine black hair. The reasons for this chronology are said not to be very strong. Aahmes was perhaps son of the first Nefertari, daughter of the second, so the lawful heir, and Aahmes was thus married his half-sister. If Kames, at first thought to be the husband and later the son of Queen Aah-Hotep, was the elder brother, he had a short reign, followed by Aahmes and Nefertari. Queen Aah-Hotep had several children, and was a wonderful woman, according to some accounts, with the longevity of a Mertytefs. A Theban stele of Kames shows that in the 10th year of Amenhotep I, that Aah-Hotep, the royal mother, was still active, revered, and honored, taking a share in the government and perhaps regent in the absence of the king, at 88 years of age, and she seems still to have been alive during the reign of Thutmose or Thothmes I. Hence she had seen the whole of the revolution, which again set the native princes on the throne during the reigns of son, grandson, and great-grandson. Petri says of her, she was one of the great queens of Egyptian history, important as a historic link of the dynasties, and revered along with her still more celebrated and honored daughter Nefertari. Particularly close and perhaps personally tender, relations seem to have existed between these two, who were both mother and daughter, and mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. And children and grandchildren appear to have paid highest respect to Queen Aah-Hotep. The esteem of the son for his mother in the time of the Old Empire seems to have been great, as the Frenchman of today is said to be especially devoted to his. The family groups representing the living or dead, and sometimes both, frequently give the king, his wife, and his mother, while the father rarely appears, though this is probably more apt to be the case when the royal dignity has descended on the maternal rather than the paternal side. Queen Aah-Hotep was evidently much beloved by her martial son and grandsons, for the latter lavished upon her dead body all sorts of jewelry and ornaments to be buried with her. This large collection has been found and preserved, and until the discovery of the parure of some of the princesses of the 12th dynasty, was the finest specimen of the skill of the Egyptian craftsmen that had come down to modern times. The body was found in the ancient necropolis of No, buried only a few feet below the surface. This, of course, was not the original place of sepulture, where the latest authorities believe it was placed not by Arab plunderers of the other royal tombs, but by pious hands, to preserve it from the destruction and the unsettled state of the country. Burruch thus describes it: the cover of the coffin had the shape of a mummy and was gilt above and below. The royal asp decked the brow, the white of the eye is represented by quartz, and the pupil by black glass. A rich imitation necklace covers the breast and shoulders. The Urios serpent and the vulture, the holy symbols of the upper and lower land of Kemi, lie below the necklace. A closed pair of wings seem to protect the rest of the body. At the soles of the feet stand the statues of the mourning goddesses Isis and Nephthys. The inscriptions in the middle now give us the Queen Aah-Hotep as servant of the moon. The mummy of Queen Aah-Hotep was discovered by rummaging Arabs in 1860, but was captured and confiscated by the authorities, who opened the coffin and took away what it contained. The rumor of this theft had spread, and Mariette, the great Egyptologist, who was in charge of the museum at Bourlac, put his hand on the coffin and the jewels, but was not able to save them all. He believed that the queen was not originally buried where the Arabs discovered her, but thinks that towards the close of the 20th dynasty she had been carried off by bands of robbers, spoken of in the Abbot Papyrus, and hidden by them to despoil at leisure. Their design, however, was frustrated, as they were probably caught and executed, and their secret perished with them, until rediscovered hundreds of years later. As may be seen, the theories of the authorities on these subjects differ somewhat, as is so frequently the case, but to the latest researches and the opinions perhaps should be attached the greatest weight, since they have the advantage of their predecessors' views and the benefit of the most modern discoveries. A fine illustration of the female clothing and adornment is given in the standing statue of the Dame or Lady Tkarshit. She wears a short wig in rows of curls and an embroidered band across her head, a very scant, narrow, and short robe, which almost makes us wonder whether she had free play for her limbs. This, too, is embroidered in rows with religious subjects, and she has bracelets and chains on her wrists and arms. The face is older than the figure, as Egyptians in sculpture would occasionally unite the beauty of youthful form with that of the more mature head and countenance. The list of Queen Aah-Hotep's treasures, habited as we can picture her to be in the garb just described, is a long one. On the gilded coffin lid she is represented with face uncovered and body enveloped in wings of Isis. This goddess was a special object of worship at this time, as later in the Ptolemaic period also. Among the most interesting of the trinkets is a little golden boat, set on a wheeled wooden carriage and manned with small figures, the central one of which is her son, King Kamys, or as it was originally thought, her husband. He is going to Abydos and holds in his hand an axe and a scepter. There is also another little silver boat with its crew of rowers. A diadem as small as a bracelet for the wrist was found attached to the head of the queen and terminated in tiny sphinxes with the name of Aahmes engraved in letters of gold upon a groundwork of lapis lazuli. A funeral collar, prescribed by the ritual, has designs of animals in chased gold, the figures outlined by fine gold wires like Chinese cloisonné between paste and colored stones. The coloring of all this enamel is particularly rich. There are 3 massive gold bees, probably intended as the decoration for some order, also silver bees, a necklace with hanging ornaments in the shape of red and blue almonds, a box in the form of a royal cartouche as a large seal guarded by 2 sphinxes, a magnificent chain with the head of a goose at either end, the name of King Aahmes on the neck, and the scarabus or sacred beetle hanging from it. Necklaces of gold and silver, rings and bracelets, the former with little figures of the gods or amulets of various sorts hanging from them, were much worn, and it is said that after the 26th dynasty, owing to Phoenician influences, the bracelets usually terminated in lions' heads. These amulets were supposed to preserve the wearer from harm, both in a present and a future world, and the gods themselves, strange to say, sought such protection. The evil eye, still thought to exist in our comparatively modern life, as witness the Salem witchcraft craze, was especially dreaded, and therefore were various designs to ward off its ill effects. Among these were outstretched fingers, Tuaa eyes, sometimes with wings and hands, holding a disc in different substances. The right symbolized the king and the sun, the left the queen, as the moon, and either sculptured or worn guarded the owner from this particular form of harm. The heart amulet and the scarab or scarabus was very common. Many curious notions prevailed about this insect. It was believed to be of only one sex, and women ate it to induce fecundity. The fact that the male and female closely resemble each other and share in the care of their offspring probably was the foundation of this idea. A remarkable example of a scarab was taken from the mummy of Aahmes III. It was of steatite, glazed of a greenish-purple hue, and a whole frame bound across. There was a figure of Aahmes kneeling with the crown on his head and the whip signifying authority in his hand, while with the other he made an offering to the gods. A dog was represented in front and a hawk behind him, and a gold loop was attached to hang the scarab to the chain on the neck. All Egyptians loved jewelry, the men as well as the women, wearing necklaces, collars, etc., of gold, silver, beads, and precious stones. Great use was made of carnelian, lapis lazuli, jasper, etc., and ladies would occupy themselves, as do the blind of our own time, in stringing glass beads and bugles into network, which in these latter days is used to trim the clothing of the living, while with the Egyptian it was chiefly for the adornment of the dead. A chapter from the Book of the Dead was found on a scarab of the time of Mycerinus. These scarabs seem to have been of three classes: the first merely for ornament, the second for historic record, and the third for funeral purposes. They sometimes bore the names of kings earlier than those with the mummies they have been found. A signet ring was of special importance and a necessary article among the belongings of either king or queen, as also of many others of less elevated rank. It was the same thing as the signing of a personal name at the present time. They sealed instead of signing, and when an Eastern monarch wished to send special orders, he would sometimes entrust his signet ring to the bearer in token of authority. This ring was of gold or less valuable material, according to the rank of the owner. Many examples of a pretty class of ring made of faience in blue, green, purple, etc., and manufactured at Tel el Amarna, the city built by Amenhotep IV, formerly called Khun-Aten, in the latter part of the 18th dynasty, have been found and are among the collections in various museums. Some of these collections have sets of ornaments belonging to ancient kings and queens. Berlin has that of an Ethiopian Candace, the Louvre that of a Prince Pizarre with griffins and lotus, also a ring of Ramesses II with little horses standing on the bezel. At Giza are heavy earrings of Ramesses IX with filigree chains and uraeus, and bracelets of Penotum in gold encrusted with stones like those made today in the Sudan. The latter discoveries of this sort, belonging to the latter period of the Egyptian Empire, show Greek influences, but the most extensive, tasteful, and finely wrought of these objects was the parure of Queen Aah-Hotep. Chains to the women were as essential as rings to the men. A woman was indeed poor if her jewel box held only one. As the North American Indian slays the favorite horse and lays beside his dead chief bows and arrows for use in the happy hunting grounds, so the Egyptian placed in the tomb of his revered and beloved things that he used in daily life. At one time it was even the custom in the case of a king to kill some of his slaves, whose souls might accompany and attend upon him, but this cruel practice was not kept up. For service in another existence, food, furniture, and personal belongings surrounded the dead in his grave as they had done the living in his household. And in the case of a woman, especially all her feminine appliances for the toilet and many of her ornaments and jewels were included. Some were what had belonged to her in the past, some were newly prepared for the future state. Even faded flowers, hundreds of years old, have been discovered, and fruit has been found with mummies of the 11th dynasty. One museum possesses a sarcophagus of a priest of Maut and a prophet of Queen Aah-Hotep. To her the priests of Amen rendered divine honors. On the inside of the coffin are invocations to the divine Amenhotep II, a descendant of the queens, and also to both Queens Aah-Hotep and Nefertari Aahmes. The coffin of the former was not so gigantic as that of the latter, and somehow one pictures her as rather smaller and more feminine-looking than the daughter who succeeded her in the royal honors, with the thick eyelashes blackened with kohl, the straight brows and almond-shaped eyes, and the other features characteristic of the Egyptian face. Into the future life in which the Egyptian believed so ardently, she stepped, after a long pilgrimage in this world, accompanied by all the little devices which had made her comfort and pleasure here, to be honored and revered as she had been accustomed to be in the lower world. Among the valued amulets was the buckle or tie, made of jasper, cornelian, porphyry, red glass, faience, and sycamore wood, or more rarely of gold. The red material stood for the blood of Isis, and this amulet was put on the neck of a mummy for its protection. Such were usually without inscription, but two found together would occasionally be inscribed with a chapter from a book of the dead. The tet, made of gold, sometimes had plumes, when it signified Osiris and meant firmness. This also was for protection. Serpents' heads guarded from their bites in another world. The vulture amulet was of gold and was not common. It referred to Mother Isis and bore such inscriptions from the Book of the Dead as, "His mother, the mighty lady, makes his protection and brings him to Horus." This was sometimes suspended from the usual gold collar worn by the dead. The Ankh or life sign was sometimes like a small cross with an oval ring on the top instead of the upper arm, and was very frequent. The amulet Nefer was for good luck. Maut, always worn by the god Ptah, was a frequent emblem of Hathor. Frogs, discs, plumes, etc. were of this list. Some of these, and more probably, surrounded Queen Aah-Hotep. In a pectoral on her breast, King Aahmes was represented, while the two divinities Amen and Ra poured the water of purification on his head. They stand in a little green temple. Bracelets for the ankle or upper arm were simple things of gold, massive, solid, or hollow, edged with threads of gold to represent filigree. Others, worn at the wrist, like ours, were formed by beads of gold, lapis lazuli, cornelian, and green feldspar, mounted on threads of gold, and disposed in squares in which half was a different color. The fastenings were two gold plates united by an eaglet of gold. The cartouche of Aahmes engraved lightly at the point. Some of the bracelets were more complicated, but not so fine in workmanship. 3 parallel bands garnished with turquoise. There was also a vulture, the queen's special ornament, with outstretched wings, also the heads of sparrowhawks. Some of the ornaments were attached to the cloth in which the mummy was wrapped by rings. But for what we may call a trousseau of a bride of the tomb, jewelry was not sufficient. Arms with which she was to protect herself or be protected from evil spirits of another world were also provided and placed with her. There was a unique specimen of a baton bent at the extremity and adorned with a spiral of gold. Such forms as this are found today among the inhabitants of Nubia and the Sudan, but probably have not the same meaning. An axe was ornamented with gold and precious stones, inlaid, and with a picture of the warlike Aahmes slaying an enemy. Handles of knives in ebony were carved with the lotus. They were poignards of female heads and sheaths with raised ornaments of damascent gold and inscriptions. On the blade on one side was the beneficent god Ra-Nefertiti, life-giver as the sun ever. On the other, the son of the sun, and of his side Aahmes-Nefertari, life-giver and always. One hatchet had a handle of horn and silver blade. A poignard had a yellow bronze blade and silvered handle, and there was also a clasp of bronze with holes left for ostrich feathers. To these were added a large variety of toilet articles, vases or jars of various sorts for spices, unguents, etc. Alabaster jars and tombs are as ancient as the 4th dynasty, and examples are also known inscribed with the names of Unas, Pepti I, Mentu himself, Amansis, Tahutamis II, Amenhotep II, Ramesses II, and Queen Ameneritis. The god Bes, said to be introduced from Punt, presided over the toilet. He had a squat, hideous figure, and a face which was doubtlessly chiefly appreciated from its contrast to that of his fair votaries. He bore a double character, one side being military or martial in aspect, the other a sort of Bacchus or god of pleasure, and it was in this last, probably, that he was regarded as a suitable guardian for the preparations for feasts and revels. Toilet articles, of which a number were found with the body of the queen, were mirrors, tweezers, hairpins of wood, bone, ivory, and metal, and occasionally combs of wood and ivory, though these last are believed by some authorities not to have been introduced till later. There were also coal pots and little tubes and jars of various forms. Tiny hands of ivory on a stick for scratching the back were sometimes found. The mirrors, from 3 to 12 inches in diameter, had handles ornamented with flowers, particularly in the well-beloved lotus and heads of the goddess Hathor and the god Bes. Vases and jars found in the tubes were of various shapes, for wines, oils, spices, unguents, scents, etc., but transparent glass ones are not found earlier than the 26th dynasty. The coal pots were to hold stibium, an antimony of copper to stain the eyelids and eyebrows and give the eyes the wide-open appearance. Also for such purposes were little hollow tubes of wood, glass, ivory, and alabaster, a column with a palm leaf and figures of Bes. Sometimes the tubes were double, with movable covers on a pivot, and accompanied by a stick of bronze wood to apply the unguent. The wicked Jezebel in the Bible is said to have set her eyes in stibium, which was, however, a common Eastern practice. Fine examples of such articles with the praenomen of Amenhotep III and his wife Ti, and of Tutankhamun and his wife Akhnes-Amon, have been found. Hematite pillows or headrests, generally uninscribed, and papyrus scepters, mounted in mother-of-pearl, emerald, and faience, may perhaps be added to this list and not exhausted. Thus was the queen, surrounded by all the paraphernalia of life, laid in her last resting place. The Egyptian, as has been before said, spent much of his time in preparing and providing for a future existence, and it is through his death, as it were, and on tombs and monuments that we may attain to any realistic knowledge of his living days. The queen is believed to have had a number of children besides Aahmes and Nefertari, whose personality stands out preeminent among them. Of these are Birpu, who appears on a statuette, Amenes and Uzarmes of Neptu, one of the daughters, a scarab is known, and Maut-a-Nefert, subsequently queen, may also have been of this family. Queen Mertytefs' name calls up this active, capable ruling spirit of the household and the court. Queen Nitocris comes before us as the beauty of her time, the Mary Stuart of an early age, lovely, captivating, and admired, but not blameless in her life story. Queen Sebek-Nefru-Ra is associated with father and husband in works of public usefulness and benefit, but Queen Aah-Hotep seems to bear with her an atmosphere of femininity and tenderness. A devout worshipper of the gods, we can picture her as a frequent attendant upon the services and offerings in the temple. At home, a woman perchance with some foibles and weaknesses and a truly feminine love for ornamentation, and yet a mother who won an undying affection. Lamentations and mourning doubtless followed her to the tomb, and upon her inanimate form was lavished a wealth of ornament which bespoke the clean tenderness of the royal son, whose name is found so often inscribed upon her ornaments. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Goss. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. Aahmes-Nefertari. Aahmes, also called Ahmoses, son of Queen Aah-Hotep and an Egyptian father, whose history is as yet unknown, was one of the greatest warriors and most noted kings of Egypt, and regarded as the savior of his country, since he freed it from the long thrall of an alien race. Ambition was evidently a ruling passion with him, but he appears to have been devoted and even tender to those he loved. His wife, the Princess Nefert Aahmes, or Aahmes-Nefertari, was long supposed to be the daughter of an Ethiopian king, and therefore not of kin to him, since her pictures on the monuments show a black skin, though Caucasian features. Later researches have proved her to be his half-sister, the daughter of his mother, but not of his father. She was evidently the first daughter of Queen Aah-Hotep's marriage with Sebek-Nefru-Ra, and with a more direct title to the succession than her husband, so that there were state reasons as well as private ones for the marriage. From Sebek-Nefru-Ra, therefore, he being of the Berber type, she took her coloring and the right of succession, and she may perhaps be said to have been 3/4 black. The name signifies good or beautiful companion, and she was regarded with great veneration on earth, and shared with her mother and mother-in-law divine honors after death. Thebes, which had risen to political consequence in the time of the 11th and 12th dynasties, was now the royal city, the safest home of the royal family, and was said to have stood to Ethiopia as well as to Egypt, as Rome did to medieval Christendom. It was in Upper Egypt, the sacred city, and devoted to the worship of the god Amen, or Amon, whom the Greeks regarded as their Jove. From here went out the great war chariots and the bands of soldiers to battle, and often, especially at this period, to conquest. The chief peculiarity of the Egyptians, says a writer who is an authority, is the remarkable closeness of their eyelashes on both lids, forming a dense double fringe, which gives so animated an expression to their almond-shaped eyes. The very ancient and still existing custom of blackening the edges of the eyelids with antimony, coal, which is said to serve a sanitary purpose, contributes to enhance this natural expression. The eyebrows are straight and smooth, never bushy. The mouth is wide and thick-lipped, and very different from that of the Bedouin or inhabitant of the oases. The high cheekbones, the receding forehead, the lowness of the bridge of the nose, this last in some pictures of the statues of Queen Nefertari Aahmes being noticeable, which is always distinctly separated from the forehead, and the flatness of the nose itself are the chief characteristics of the Egyptian skull. But as the jaw projects less than those of most of the other African-colored races, it has been assumed that the skull is Asiatic and not African in shape. A headless statue at Karnak and statuettes at various places exist. They suggest a queenly bearing, and from these, and the general description, we must form our mental picture of this dark-skinned lady. A light complexion was much admired, but Queen Nefertari Aahmes was of a different type, and perhaps set the fashion of her own style of beauty. At one place she was painted yellow, and one authority claimed that she was only black in a mythological sense, but it now seems to be agreed that to a Berber father she owed her tint. The names Nefru-Ra and Nefertari appear to be interchangeable, and probably bear the same relation to each other as Mary and Maria. We can see plainly the difference twixt our Jacks and Johns, our Marys and Marias, but the alteration of a single letter in a foreign tongue leaves us somewhat bewildered, and the Nofru-Aris and the Nefertaris, the Nefrits and the Nofrits, etc., are often very puzzling, and, unless great care is taken, may lead to serious complications and mistakes. Our knowledge of this period comes largely from two sources: the tomb of a naval officer in the service of Aahmes, and the discoveries of comparatively late years, which have brought to light many of the very bodies of the kings, queens, and princesses of this and subsequent lines. Even in death, the truth of the proverb seems to hold that uneasy lies the head that wears a crown, and not in what was intended to be their last resting places, but in collections and museums are gathered many royalties whose eyes looked out on the light of an ancient world. Aahmes, son of Abuna, directly or indirectly the king's namesake, was an officer of the ship called the Calf, and later served on one named Ruling in Memphis, which perhaps celebrated the reconquering of the ancient capital. Of his early life there are some amusing records. I was too young to have a wife, and slept in the semt cloth and chenu garment. This was about 1586 BC, and his age perhaps 20. Nor, following the example of his sovereigns, does he hesitate to blow his own trumpet. As soon as I had a house, says the martial hero, I was taken to a ship called the North on account of my valor. Apparently he could face the enemy early in life, but not a fair lady. Diospolis, or Thebes, 100-gated Thebes, was now the chief city, and Officer Aahmes saw active service, but survived and was rewarded by his monarch. The chronicle reads, "I brought very many prisoners. I do not reckon them," and, further, that he was presented with gold 7 times in the face of the whole land. The story of his exploits on his tomb throws much light upon the history of the time. In the summer of 1881, in a pit, near Thebes, was found a concourse of mummies, the bodies of many kings and queens, among them Queen Nefertari Aahmes. The existence of royal tombs had long been suspected from the various articles which had found their way into the market, and the authorities were at length able to secure the Arab who was the chief purloiner. He and his accomplices long obstinately resisted all inducements, even that of imprisonment, to reveal their secret, but finally yielded, and the bodies of the various sovereigns of the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th dynasties, the 20th was missing, were found. The experienced archaeologist can tell from the appearance of a mummy case to what period it belongs. The oldest mummy in the world, until recently, about which there was no doubt, is that of Sakhen-em-Soph, son of Pepi I of the 6th dynasty. The mummies of the 11th dynasty are poorly made, brittle and yellowish. Those of the 12th dynasty are black, and from these to the 17th are also inferior. But those of the 18th are so finely embalmed that the limbs are pliable and bend without breaking. At Thebes they were generally painted yellow. Alexander the Great is said to have been buried in honey, as was the case with others. Bitumen was used towards the time of the Ptolemies, and grew hard with age. Later still, pieces of wood were inserted, with the face painted upon them. The Book of the Dead, so often spoken of, and whose reputed author was the god Thoth, was a sort of Bible to the Egyptians, and contained minute directions in regard to burial rites. It was written in chapters, and was an accretion, taking shape gradually, some parts being much older than others. It was seldom or never collected in one roll. It is said that a fairly complete copy was 90 feet long and about 15 inches wide. It was written on papyrus, chapters of it were buried with the dead, and extracts were inscribed on scarabs and other objects and used in the same way. The book is a storehouse of information as regards Egyptian theology and practice, and translations of it exist in several languages besides English. Figures like small mummies and called ushabti or ushebti, little servants, to accompany and attend upon the departed, were buried with them. This was probably a survival of the original custom of killing some of his slaves at the tomb of the master. In the 13th dynasty, these images were made of granite or wood, in the 18th of faience, or made in molds, and from the 24th to the 26th dynasty they were not much used, and later were carelessly made. They were often inscribed with the 6th chapter from the Book of the Dead. The coffins of the 18th dynasty were larger than the previous ones, and were shaped in the form of a mummy, with inscriptions running from the breast to the feet. Of such colossal size was that of Queen Nefertari Aahmes that it took 16 men to move it, and it was over 7 meters in height. After the 18th dynasty, the cases were again smaller. The queen's was made of innumerable layers of linen, saturated and hardened together by some kind of glue, was painted blue and yellow with a mesh-like effect, and the features, necklace, bracelets, etc., picked out in blue. The face, evidently a portrait, was large and round, with a sweet expression, and she wore an extensive wig, with the plumes of a men and Maut. In each hand she held the royal ankh, or life sign, and the helmet and plumes, also the investiture of Osiris, were befitting the wife of a warrior and one who was regarded as a goddess. There was also the coffin of the Lady Ra, nurse of Queen Nefertari, in green garnished with bands of yellow. Within were inscriptions to the goddess Maut in honor of Ra, and other inscriptions with the name of Ra, but the body had disappeared. There has been found also the little blue coffin of the Princess Sitamon, daughter of Aahmes and Nefertari. The theories and ideas of the Egyptians seem utterly strange to us. So strong was their belief in a future existence that their whole life in this world was a preparation for it, and the greatest care was taken that every portion of the body should be preserved, that no limb or member should be lacking in another world. The Egyptian was, according to his own idea, archaeological authorities tell us, a composite being, composed of several different entities, of which each had its functions and its own life. There was, first, the body, then the double, or ka, images of which are found so constantly in the tombs and reproduced in paintings and statues, as we remember that of Queen Mertytefs and her ka before described. This double bore, in miniature, the form and lineaments of the departed, and was a sort of second example of the body in a less dense material than the corporal body. A colored projection, but an aerial one, of the individual. It represented the departed, feature for feature, male or female, adult or child. After the double came the soul, Ba, or Bai, which the popular imagination represented under the figure of a bird, and after the soul the luminous particle of light, Kau, detached from the divine fire. None of these were imperishable, and the man left to himself would die a second time and fall into nothing. By embalmment the body was preserved from destruction, and by prayers and offerings the other portions of this strange and composite whole. The double remained always with the mummy, the others went and came. The places of sepulchre for the sovereigns were the numerous pyramids, usually having sides to the points of the compass and a door to the north. These were frequently enlarged and altered by succeeding monarchs, as that of Mycerinas was so extended and beautified by Queen Nitocris that it often bore her name instead of its first builder. The stelae were originally false doors by which the living world was supposed to communicate with the dead. Food for the departed was often placed before the door, and later represented upon it, which by incantations became real. At last the stelae were used only as a place for inscriptions. This applies merely to funerary stelae. Sometimes there was a statue or bas-relief in the stelae. To the pyramids were added grottos, rock tombs and caves, not alone for royalty, and the mastabas built of brick, like a truncated pyramid, and so named by the Arabs because they resembled the long, low seat used in Oriental houses. Naturally, the more important the person buried was deemed, the more indestructible were the materials of his tomb, and the more care was taken to preserve them. Not many tombs were found before the 4th and 5th dynasties, until the later discovery of the burial places of the kings of the 1st dynasty. It is the mastabas and smaller tombs at Giza and elsewhere that teach us about the earliest period in Egyptian history, those at Thebes later, and Beni Hassen the Middle Empire. The monuments and temples were the canvas upon which the self-glorifying kings painted their own history, and it is the absence of these, as has been before shown, which leaves the period in comparative darkness. It is the tomb of Ti in the 4th dynasty and those of Beni Hassen in the 12th, which are so invaluable in giving the pictures of the daily life during their respective eras. We read of a stele or tablet, which in the 18th dynasty were usually rounded at the top, on which at the left is seated the figure of King Ahmosis or Aahmes and the divine spouse of Amen, the royal spouse Aahmes-Nefertari. Also at the left are seated King Amenphis I and his spouse Aahmes-Nefertari. Is it the same queen? Questioned Mariette, yet the spelling and the faces are different. There is also a stele bearing the name of King Aahmes and his mother, Queen Aah-Hotep. Another statue is spoken of, whose pure profile recalls the handsome portraits of Seti I. It represents the god Amen standing. On the base we read in red ink, with the legend of Amenphis I, the royal spouse whom he loves, Aahmes-Nefertari. The mourning color of the Egyptians, as now of the Burmese, was yellow, and it is curious to observe how varied in this respect are the customs of different lands. With us and all over Europe, since the days of Rome, black is the usual, as it seems the most natural, trapping of woe. But it is stated that until 1498, white was worn in Spain for the members of the family, as it or yellow now is in China. In Turkey, the mourning color is a bright violet, while formerly purple and violet were assumed for the kings and cardinals of France. In Bokhara and other parts of Asia, deep blue is used, and in Syria and Armenia, sky blue. In Persia it is pale brown, the color of winter leaves. In the Sudan, grayish-brown, the color of the earth. And among the South Sea Islanders, a black and white striped goods serves for this purpose. By different nations, too, various days in the week are observed for public worship. The Christians keep Sunday, the Greeks Monday, the Persians Tuesday, the Assyrians Wednesday, the Egyptians Thursday, the Turks Friday, and the Jews Saturday. At the time of a death, in token of grief, the mourning women would leave the house where the body was lying, put dust and mud on their heads and faces, and with bare bosoms run through the streets, striking themselves and uttering lamentations. Some of the pictures show even little children thus testifying sorrow, and there is something both pathetic and ludicrous in the scene. At the death and funeral of a member of the royal family, great ceremony was observed. The people wept, the temples were closed, and no festival was kept for 72 days. The mourners fasted and went round with mud on their heads and their garments knotted together like girdles below the breast. They marched in procession, singing funeral dirges. The statement is somewhere made that women of quality were not embalmed immediately, but in so warm a climate the process could not have been long delayed. From the use of bitumen, mumia, the word mummy is derived. There were several methods of preservation, varying in expense with the dignity of the deceased and the financial ability of the survivors. The work of preparation for the tomb was, especially in the case of the wealthy and high-born, costly and protracted, and all details were prescribed. The person who, in the service of the embalmer, commenced the task by making a long cut in the side was, as a matter of form, it is generally believed, driven away with sticks and stones, but some authorities deny this. The organs were then removed through this opening, embalmed and placed in jars, each under the protection of its special god, the 4 children of Horus. Mesda, with the head of a man, was for the stomach, and under the protection of Isis, thus justifying a modern theory that a man can be influenced largely through his appetite and is most amiable after dining. The jar Hapi, with the head of an ape, held the smaller intestines, under the protection of Nephthys. The jar Tuaa-Antef, with the head of a jackal, was for the heart, guarded by Neith. Kubsenuf was hawk-headed and held the liver. Examples of all these may perhaps be seen in the New York Metropolitan Museum among the Egyptian antiquities and other places. On a box for funerary jars is a figure of Isis, and the inscription says, "Isis, the Divine Mother, Queen of Heaven, first of the gods, I am come that I may be for thy protection, Osiris Chonsu." The body was laid in liquid natron for 70 days, and was then stuffed with spices and natron and sewed up again. Various trees have been supposed to furnish the frankincense used by ancient peoples, the Indian olibanum among them. The Egyptians used it in their religious rites, burning it on the altars of Osiris, Isis, and Pasht, while it was exacted as tribute from some of the conquered nations. It was also used by the Jews in their sanctuary. All parts of the tree emit an agreeable odor, something like lemon. The sap hardens into the gum used in commerce, being extracted by incisions in the bark, as is the case with maple sugar. It is an evergreen. The leaves are prettily notched, the flowers small, pink, and star-like, and the fruit also very small and three-sided. It grows in Persia and Arabia. After the body was thus prepared, the skull, from which the brains had been drawn through the nose, was filled with plaster, and the nostrils plugged with small rolls of linen, and obsidian eyes placed in the sockets. The Book of the Dead provided a formula for all this. The Eye of Horus was placed upon the breast, which signifies the transformation by which life is preserved, and constantly renewed, and was consecrated to the god Ptah. A scarab was laid on the neck, the nails were stained with henna, rings were placed on the hands, and chains and necklets on the throat. The bandages were narrow strips of linen inscribed with texts. When the head was bandaged, an attendant recited this petition: "O most august goddess, O Lady of the West, O Mistress of the East, come and enter into the 2 ears of the deceased. O doubly powerful, eternal, young, and very mighty Lady of the West and Mistress of the East, may breathing take place in the head of the deceased in the netherworld. Grant that he may see with his eyes, that he may hear with his 2 ears, that he may breathe through his nose, that he may utter sounds with his mouth and articulate with his tongue in the netherworld. Receive his voice in the hall of truth and justice, and his triumph in the hall of Seb, in the presence of the great Lord of the West. O Osiris," this addressed to the deceased, "the thick oil which comes from thee furnishes thy mouth with life, and thine eye looketh into the lower heaven, as Ra looketh upon the upper heaven. It giveth thee thy 2 ears to hear that which thou wishest, just as Shu in Hebit heard merely that which he wished to hear. It giveth thee thy nose to smell a beautiful perfume, like Seb. It giveth thee thy mouth well furnished by its passage into the throat, like the mouth of Thoth when he weigheth Ma'at. It giveth thee Ma'at, law, in Hebit, O worshipper in Het Ben. The cries of thy mouth are in Siut. Osiris of Siut comes to thee, thy mouth is the mouth of Ap-Not in the mountains of the west." The god Osiris, so often referred to, was the great, unseen one, the immortal divine spirit, and was always associated in the Egyptian's mind with the thought of immortality. He was usually colored blue, the tint of the sky perhaps suggested perpetuity and immortality. The Egyptians from the earliest times seem to have worshipped one divine spirit under 1,000 manifestations. The coffins and covering were of wood, with human head and face, painted with figures of gods, names and titles of the deceased, and cartouche of the king. Inside was frequently a purple ground, painted with yellow figures of apes, lions, etc., adoring Ra. The face on the coffin was often a likeness, and the coffin was painted inside and out with figures of protecting gods. Another coffin, more coarsely made and with less detail in its paintings, was placed over the first to preserve it. A lady's coffin sometimes contained spoons with female heads, and various toilette articles, mirrors, pins, and cases for henna, stibium, and other cosmetics, while miniature figures, the little Ushebti, like troops of slaves, mounted guard. Sometimes these were hollow and contained chapters from the Book of the Dead. An ordinance required that the nearest city should embalm persons who were drowned or seized by crocodiles. The funeral procession included players on lyres, flutes, harps, and servants carrying inverted bouquets, a red calf for sacrifice, and white geese. A sort of court was held before the body was deposited in the tomb, in which those who had accusations against the deceased were allowed to present them. If these were sustained, the mummy was sent back to the house, but if not, the priest cried, "Approved! Let the good be entombed, and may their souls dwell in Amenti with Osiris. Judgment is passed in her favor. Let her be buried." The dead sometimes carried a papyrus on which his good deeds were written. The mummy was placed recumbent or upright in the tomb, and the soul was received by Horus and conducted to Amenti, where a sort of Cerberus kept the gate of truth. The goddess of justice, with scales of gold, weighed the virtues of the deceased, which the god Thoth wrote down on a tablet, like the scribes of their daily life, and, after reading, Osiris presented him with the ostrich feather, the emblem of truth, while Isis led him to the abode of the gods, where he dwelt in perpetual honor and happiness. Very poetical are some of the tomb inscriptions relating to the future state. The Shining One cometh who dwelleth in Netat, the Master who dwelleth in Tini, Tinis, and Isis speaks upon thee. Nephthys holdeth converse with thee, and the Shining Ones come up to thee, bowing down even to the ground in adoration at thy feet, by reason of the power of the writing which thou hast, O Pepi, in the region of Sa, Sabu. Thou goest forth to thy mother Nut, i.e., the sky, and strengthen thy arm, and she maketh a way for thee through the road to the sky, perhaps referring to the Milky Way, to the place where Ra, the sun deity, abideth. Thou hast then opened the 2 gates of heaven. Thou hast opened the 2 doors of Quabhu, i.e., the celestial deep. Thou hast there found Ra, and he watcheth over thee. He hath taken thee by thy hand. He hath guided thee into temples of heaven, and he hath placed thee upon the throne of Osiris. We are reminded of some parts of the Book of Job, or some of the picturesque speeches of our own North American Indian. Nefertari Aahmes was a devout worshipper of the gods, like her mother before her, and made valuable gifts to the temples, so these funeral rites were doubtless observed with great care and ceremony, especially as she had many children, some of whom survived her, to pay the last tributes of love and respect. The list is given as Merit Amen, the eldest daughter, who died young, Sot Amen, a second daughter, who died as an infant, Sa Peer, the eldest son, of whom some statuettes and memorials remain, though he also appears to have died young and did not succeed his father, Aah-Hotep, doubtless named after the beloved grandmother, and who also became queen later, Amenhotep I, who succeeded his father, and Sot Kames, a daughter. Besides Nefertari Aahmes, the king seems to have had another royal wife, called Queen Anhapi, who bore him a daughter, Hent-ta-Mehu, and a secondary wife, whose name is preserved as Cosmut, and who bore him Teir and other children. Queen on earth and goddess in heaven though she might be, Queen Aahmes-Nefertari had the common human experience of sorrow. She lost a number of children, and though holding the first place, and doubtless having her own establishment, shared her husband's attention and affection with various rivals. Yet human ambition could reach no greater height. She was recorded as the royal daughter, sister, and great royal wife, royal mother, great ruler, mistress of both lands. The ancestress and foundress of her race, she had a priesthood of her own, a large sacred shrine, and was worshipped like the great gods at Abydos, Karnak, and Thebes. She is believed to have outlived her husband, and to have reigned temporarily for her son, who was associated with her and worshipped with her at Thebes. She sits enthroned with her husband, says one writer, at the head of all the pharaonic pairs, and before all the royal children of their race, as the specially venerated ancestress of the 18th dynasty. Her title of wife of the god Amen expressly designated the chief priestess of the titulary god of Thebes. The wife and children of Aahmes often adopted or combined his name with their own, and encircled it with their cartouche. The king was called the Golden Horus, the binding together of the 2 lands. His coffin and body were found at Deir el-Bahri. The coffin was of the new style, plain in outline, less massive, and shaped to the figure behind, painted yellow, picked out with blue instead of gilt. The body was fairly preserved, the head long and small, with thick and wavy hair, not shaved as later. The muscles were strong and vigorous, and he might have been something over 50 at the time of his death. Not a long life, but that of a warrior was perhaps necessarily a hard one. The mummy case of the queen was one of the largest and most magnificent ever discovered, and at the time it was found contained also the mummy of Thotmes or Thutmose III, which, left unexamined and not properly cared for, decomposed, and had to be buried. A headless statue of Queen Aahmes-Nefertari, smaller statuettes, scarabs, and a bas-relief, or statue in which she appears with her son Amenophis I exist. So king and queen passed from earth to the delights of heaven, and, as Curtis expresses it, exchanged the silver for the golden goblet. Amenhotep, Amenophis, or Amenophis, son of Aahmes and Nefertari Aahmes, succeeded his father and married his sister Aah-Hotep II, or some say Nefertari, of whom, beyond her name, we know little or nothing. The king was about 20, she probably younger at the time. Like his father before him, he was a warrior, and is pictured holding captives by the hair, probably Lydians. His children are given as Uazmes, Aahmes, Thutmose I, Nebta, and Mut-Nefert, whose statue is at Karnak. The first two are on the tomb of a certain Peperi, where the king holds Prince Uazmes on his knee. The mummy of the king is among those that have been discovered. It was clothed in an orange robe, held in place by bands of linen. There was a mask of wood and painted pasteboard identical with the outside. He was enveloped from head to foot with long garlands, among which a wasp had crawled, attracted by the flowers, and thus preserved for centuries. According to the traditions, he also was a devout worshipper of the gods, and accorded divine honors. So for all these had come the day when they drew towards the land that loveth silence. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. Chapter 8. Hatshepsut. With Hatshepsut, or Hatsu, some 1600 BC, we come to the most celebrated of all the Egyptian queens, not perhaps excluding the world-renowned Cleopatra. And her reign bears also a noteworthy feature, an especial ornament to a woman's brow. It was a reign of peace. Her father and brothers, especially the younger, were warriors, but she was not. To the male of all species, the fighting instinct more particularly and rightfully belongs. No wars of defense, none of aggression and conquest disturbed the peaceful course of her rule. The arts flourished, and friendly expeditions sought distant shores to gain fresh knowledge of the outer world, to extend the hand of fellowship, and to exchange in the ordinary channels of commerce the products and manufactures of one land for those of the other. No such lengthened gap exists between Hatshepsut and the previous kings as we have noted earlier in our study. She was in direct descent, being the great-granddaughter of Aahmes and Nefertari Aahmes, and the granddaughter of Amenhotep or Amenophis I. Her father was Thutmose or Thutmose I, Thut's child, and her mother, probably his sister, Aahmes, Ahmose, or Amensi, of whom there is a profile portrait in one of Maspero's books. Some things suggest that the mother of Queen Amensi was of different and higher birth than the mother of Thutmose, and this may account for the position which seemed at once accorded to Hatshepsut. Another legend states that the god Amen was Hatshepsut's father,
and being of divine origin, a sort of Minerva sprung from the brain of Jupiter, she took unquestioned the first place. But she was evidently of the blood royal, and the arrangement which gave her precedence of her brothers and claim to the crown did not seem to be disputed. Every princess at her birth received the title of royal consort. A son and daughter of Thutmose, probably older than Hatshepsut, died in childhood, the former named Aahmes, who by some is believed to be brother rather than son of Thutmose, and a daughter, Sebek-Nefru-Ra, or never kept. Thutmose himself is considered the son of Aahmes-Hotep I and Queen Sin-Seb. Thutmose I, like his predecessors, was a warrior. He fought in the north, made conquests in Palestine and Syria, and penetrated into Mesopotamia. A stele, erected east of the Euphrates, bore record of his victories, but his daughter adopted a different policy. She and her brother regarded many of these conquests as empty possessions, difficult to retain and of no real value to the kingdom, so preferred to abandon them. Hatshepsut rejoiced in the usual wealth of names, in addition to, or instead of that by which she is most generally known, Hatasu, each writer selecting a different one for his own reasons. These were Hatshepsut, Hasheps, Hatshepsut, which seems to be generally used by Petri, Kanumt Amen, Kumtamun, the throne name Ramaka Ma'at Kara, etc., as derived from different languages and given by different authorities. The Egyptians' awe of and respect for his monarch was usually so great that he hesitated to speak of him directly, but used some circumlocution or descriptive phrase. The name of the god Ra seems to have been frequently, though not invariably, introduced. This was the principal solar deity of Egypt, the sun god, the father of gods and men, the chief seat of this very ancient worship being Heliopolis. The sun's disk was his emblem, and he was pictured as hawk-headed. The tie between Thutmose I and his daughter, admirable wherever seen, was one of close affection, and the former doubtless recognized and took pride in the ability of his gifted child. The male historians, with one or two exceptions, seem rather grudgingly to admit Hatasu's claims, pass somewhat slightingly over her achievements, and attribute to her successors what may really be her due. Miss Edwards, on the contrary, is fired with enthusiasm, encircles this queenly figure with a halo of her own poetic imagination, and claims for her certain engineering works which others believe to be the performance of her successors. There is one familiar portrait bust, a copy of which is in the Metropolitan Museum in New York and in other places, which has been appropriated by different authorities to different queens. It is a smiling, womanly face with well-rounded lips and a dimpled chin. Mariette calls it Queen Tai. Maspero believes it to be the wife of Horemheb, and Miss Edwards claims it as Hatasu. The original, in limestone and of colossal size, is at Giza. It is a masterpiece of Egyptian art and was found in a chamber back of the obelisk of Hatasu at Karnak, which perhaps gives color to Miss Edwards' theory. She says of it, quote, "The eyes laugh, the lips all but speak, and every feature is alive with a vivacious charm which is the rarest achievement in sculpture." Certainly, if it be this queen, Beauty and charm were added to mental capacity. A half-mocking smile wreathes the lips and seems to suggest a keen sense of humor. Maspero describes her, probably in later life, and says her portraits have, quote, refined features and a proud and energetic expression. The oval of the face is elongated, cheeks a little hollow, eyes deep-set under arch of brows, lips thin and tightly closed, end quote. Many little statuettes, headless statues, etc., exist in various places. The temple of Deir el-Bahri was approached by an avenue of sphinxes, each figurehead being a portrait of the queen, two of which are preserved at Berlin. One, brought from Thebes and thought to be done in comparatively recent years with brows and eyes inlaid, is in the Metropolitan Museum. Her Ka statue was in her temple in the shape of a small bearded man, which was probably taken at the period when she wore male attire. It has the Ka arms and the Ka name of the queen, grasps the ankh and feather of Ma in its right hand, and a human-headed staff, also, like the queen, in its left. Her cartouche is on the shoulder of the previously mentioned statue, and the father and daughter are often united in a double cartouche. Hatshepsut has been called the Semiramis, the Catherine, and the Elizabeth of Egyptian history. Bold and clever, no ideal womanly soul was this, but the masculine grasp, the masculine intellect was hers. Strong but centered on a few, her love was probably not given to the many. Her attachment to her father cannot be doubted. Her ambition and determination to keep the royal power is evident, but it was not the ambition of the soldier and the conqueror. She loved power, she wished to rule, but the belongings of others did not excite her cupidity. Her desire was to build up her own kingdom, and the way to do that was not, in her eyes, through annexation and conquest. No claims of posterity, no pleas for the cause of humanity stained her pathway with blood. One of her boasts was that she had imported and caused to grow a great variety of trees. Some philosopher has said that he who can make two blades of grass grow where one grew before is the greatest benefactor of his race. And some such credit as this seems rightfully to belong to Queen Hatshepsut. The early historians, whose mistakes later discoveries have corrected, combined Hatshepsut and Nitocris, calling this composite figure Amen-Nitocris, and said that she was the last of the Memphite sovereigns, and by a marriage with Thothmes united the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt. That she was handsome among women and brave among men, that she governed with splendor, added to the temple of Karnak, and built the smallest of the pyramids. But the patient research of scholars has disentangled the two stories and given to each her own meed of fame. The mummy of Thutmose I was among those found at Deir el-Bahri, and the body showed him to have been a man of vigor, with a fine form. His coffin and other relics, bricks with his name, etc., were also found. Of his mother, Sensenb, there was a picture on the walls of the temple at Deir el-Bahri, as of Hatshepsut's mother, Queen Aahmes, wearing the royal asp and headdress. In these the conventional form is, of course, strictly preserved, and yet there is a certain individuality. Pictures, reproductions of them, may be seen in Petrie's and Mahaffy's History of Egypt, as in other places. An ivory wand of Queen Aahmes, scarabs, etc. remain. Queen Maut-a-Nefert appears to have been another wife of Aah-Hotep I and mother of Aah-Hotep II. She was said to have been a daughter of Amenhotep and appears on the statue of her son Aah-Hotep II at Karnak as royal daughter, royal wife. A fine statue of her, says Piotr, made of sandstone, was found in the chapel of Aahmes and bears the inscription, "The good God, Lord of both lands, Aah-Hotep-Ra, Aahmes II, made by him his monuments of his mother, royal wife, royal mother, Maut-Nefert-Makuru." These relics seem to give proof of the respect and affection of the children for their parents. But beyond our limited knowledge of the bare facts of their relationships, the two queens are but mere names, and we turn to the more clearly defined and striking figure of the great queen Hatshepsut. In the latter part of his reign, Aahmes I associated his daughter with him in the imperial power, as he had probably taken her into his council previously in matters of state policy and shared with her all the pleasures of his daily life. Their mutual devotion and his high appreciation of her great abilities is evident even after the lapse of centuries. The two half-brothers of Hatshepsut were Aahmes II and Aahmes III, or as later authorities say, Aahmes III was the son of Aahmes II. The latter proved to be a ruler of great ability, but neither seemed to hold the place in the father's regard that she did, and being much younger, were naturally not equally companionable to him. The limestone statue of Queen Maut-Nefert, mother of Aahmes II, before referred to, was found at Thebes in 1886 and is now at Gizeh. Her son had it carved, and it was in the ruins of a little temple. She is seated in a long white robe, which shows the form, and the flesh is colored yellow. The whole is refined and well proportioned, and despite the mutilation of the nose, one notices the sweetness of expression, lightened by large eyes. To this day, one sees the type near Thebes. The mother of Aahmes III was more truly a concubine, and was called the Lady Ast. She was a royal mother, but not a royal wife. Shortly before her father's death, according to the Egyptian custom, Hatshepsut married her brother Aahmes II, who shared the throne with her or she with him, but it is evident she was the ruling spirit. There is little doubt that she was the elder of the two. It is estimated that at this time she was about 24 and Aahmes 17. A somewhat similar instance to this is narrated by the African traveler Captain A. St. H. Gibbons, who describes an ancient custom which he found prevailing at Nololo, whereby the eldest surviving sister of the ruling king was invested with the prerogatives of a queen, without whose advice and consent her brother could not arrange matters of state. She was absolute in her own district, held the power of life and death over her subjects, and wedded or deposed a husband at will. A statue of Aahmes II exists at Gizeh, which bears some resemblance to the ancient king Khafre. He is not of large size, has fine, pathetic eyes, a gentle expression, and perhaps resembles his mother. That no love was lost between the consorts is evident from the fact that Hatshepsut conferred such special marks of favor upon her architect, Semut, and after the death of Aahmes II, in which old historians, some of them, though perhaps unfairly, were disposed to implicate her. She erased his name from many of the monuments, giving all honor, where possible, to her father, or keeping it for herself, to the great bewilderment of latter-day students. She is said to have detained Aahmes II in his younger days in Buto, away from her palace and the seat of power, and doubtless relegated him to the background wherever she could. No more than Queen Elizabeth, perhaps, had custom and conventionality permitted her to stand quite alone would she have accepted a consort. Dress, which had for many reigns and centuries remained unchanged, began somewhat to alter at the time of the 18th dynasty, and more rapidly later. The highest orders of women wore petticoats or gowns secured at the waist by a colored sash, or a strap over the shoulder, and over this a large loose robe of the finest linen, and tied in front and under the breast. The right arm was left exposed at religious ceremonies and funerals. Another description says that the long tunic, called a bashuai, was suspended by straps or bracers over the shoulders, or a short petticoat with a body strapped over the shoulder, and a loose upper garment which exposed the breast and which could be easily laid aside. There also came changes in the patterns of beads, mode of glazing, hairdressing, furniture, and the painting of tombs. The network of beads was, of course, largely used for the decoration of mummies. The admixture of blood with Syrian and other captives as wives and concubines seemed to introduce a new ideal type, with small features and fascinating, graceful figures. The ends of the braided hair were fringed during the Middle Empire, and during the New, the face was framed with wonderful plaits and short tresses, which were secured with combs. Or, more naturally, it hung loose or was bound with a fillet. Female servants wore their hair fastened at the back of the head with loops or plaits. They had a plain garment with short sleeves, but threw off the upper part when working. In the earliest times, as has before been said, men seemed to care for dress more than women. From the queen to the peasant, female attire was similar, and from the 4th to the 18th dynasty there was little change. About the time of Hatshepsut, it assumed a new character, and the upper part of the body was also clothed. At one period, color and pattern have been almost excluded, and the higher classes wore linen so fine that the figure showed through. Bands woven or embroidered were later added, but their neighbors, the Syrians, always wore more elaborate embroidery than the Egyptians. Shendot was the name of the royal dress under the Old Empire. Men wore a short skirt round the hips, and a second was added during the Middle Empire. In one century, this was short and narrow, in another, wide and shapeless, and in a third, peculiarly folded. The breast was also covered, and the apron, now chiefly a female appanage, was then exclusively the property of men. Costumes differed with classes, yet, as with us, a fashion initiated by upper tendom would sometimes descend and spread. The lords and the priests and the priestesses, in offering sacrifices, bore a panther skin thrown over the shoulder, the small head and forepaws hanging down. To the hind paws, long ribbons were attached, which were drawn forward, and it was the fashion to play with them when sitting idle. Perhaps it was an aid to conversation, thus to trifle, as with Madame de Stael's well-known sprig of poplar. Soldiers and merchants wore white garments bordered with colored fringes. Policemen carried staves, and priests went about in long white robes with aprons and jeweled collars. The woman's short petticoat under the tunic, called a basne, was white, red, yellow, and sometimes, in the Middle Empire, green. The higher orders sometimes secured the petticoat at the waist with a colored sash. Occasionally there was only one sleeve for the left arm. The cloak of the 19th and 20th dynasties fell over the arms with a short sleeve added, and at the end of the 20th dynasty there was a thick underdress. The bare foot of the earliest times, as has been shown, was later sandaled and shod. As time went on, the tendency seemed to be more and more to vary from the fashions of the Garden of Eden and to add to the amount of clothing. The more civilized the nation, the more elaborate the covering. The primitive Egyptian thought more of painting and rouging the face and oiling the limbs of both living and dead than he did of dress. Two colors were chiefly used: green, with which under the Old Empire they put a line below the eye, and black for brows and lids, to make the eyes look larger and more brilliant. The eyelids were dyed with mestem, the fingernails made red with henna. For this, of course, many coal pots and mirrors were needed. The latter were of burnished metal, chiefly of copper, round, with wooden or ivory handles, and ornamented with carved lotus buds. Necklaces and bracelets on the upper arm and wrist were worn by both men and women, but the latter only used anklets. Earrings were round, single loops of gold, and rings, especially on the third finger and thumb, were numerous. Of the daily life of a queen we have no detailed account, but various pictures and inscriptions make a sort of outline which study and imagination may fill up and not be utterly astray. One writer has sketched some such program as this: of course, that a queen who was herself regent, or ruled in her own right. After the first meal of the day, the queen would go to the throne room and listen to reports, petitions, etc., doubtless attended by scribes, who were more ubiquitous than even the modern reporter, to note down everything and extol Her Majesty's power, clemency, and charm. Before the heat grew excessive, she might walk in the garden, or among the colonnades of the palace, or ride out to take the air and view the public works, which were in process of building. Neither horses nor camels are represented on the monuments in the earliest times. Persons of distinction were borne in chariots or chairs carried by bands of slaves, and the ass or mule was the beast of burden. A royal chariot was sometimes adorned by a burnished shield, rising above the back, carved with open work and lined with silk. It had two wheels, and a pair of horses were attached to the car by a single trace, their heads held up by a bridle and made fast to a hook in front of the saddle. The long reins passed through a loop at the side. The horses' heads were adorned with plumes, and the harness and housings ornamented with the royal devices in gold, silver, and brass. Sometimes for ladies there was a seat, one in each chariot, but the usual rule was not to have any. A man stood. Says one writer, quote, "When the queen rides, she stands on a dais borne at speed by 6 horses abreast, and looks like a flying goddess." Thus perhaps our fancy may paint Queen Hatshepsut. Later came the midday dinner, usual in Egypt. Then, doubtless, a rest during the hottest hours, after which the reception of ambassadors and court dignitaries, and an evening given more to pleasures, such as music and watching the acrobatic sports, and juggling of trained performers, and the dancing of female slaves. The guest whom the queen delighted to honor had a special place assigned him at table, portions sent to him from the royal dishes, and sometimes, as a particular mark of favor, had a gold chain placed about his neck by the monarch's own hand. The throne room was probably a magnificent apartment of immense size, with a polished floor, on which were laid the skins of beasts. Enormous statues of the gods, chief among them Osiris and Isis, were ranged on either side between tall granite columns with lotus capitals, looking like a forest of great trees. The throne of ivory stood on a raised platform, to which one ascended by steps, guarded on either side by carven figures of sphinxes and crouching animals. Behind were again immense statues of justice and truth. The steps were of valuable marbles, and the throne itself inlaid with jewels. All the numbers and designs were symbolic. The footstool was of precious marbles, in a gold frame, and above the throne was a canopy of silk, upheld by slender white and gold columns, and embroidered with the stars and constellations. Bands of soldiers and officers, richly attired, waited upon the queen. She, on all solemn occasions, wore the double crown of Egypt, which one writer describes as a graceful conical bonnet of white silk, ending in a knob like a pomegranate, the color white of upper, as the outer band of gold lined with red silk was of Lower Egypt, the vulture wings and the raised asp. Her garments were of finest linen, with silk robe of white and green, and a girdle adorned with diamonds and precious stones. With these or similar surroundings, we imagine Queen Hatshepsut. There is a picture in Erman of King Tuat-Ankh-Amen giving audience to a governor of Ethiopia. The king wears his war helmet and carries a whip and scepter, while the governor bears a scepter and a fan as sign of rank. The king is called Lord of Hermothis. Scepter and whip doubtless Hatshepsut could wield right royally, but the war bonnet she probably had little occasion for. Some writers claim that it was her father's conquests which gave her immunity from warfare, and that it was her peaceful reign and neglect to keep the wild tribes in orderly submission that paved the way for the career of bloodshed which distinguished her great successor, Aahmes III, so that on this question, as on most, there will always remain a wide difference of opinion. But that a peaceful reign is in many respects a great blessing and a justifiable cause of pride to its successful promoter, and that peace and not war is the ideal state, cannot be denied. The coronation of Hatshepsut, the building of her great temple at Deir el-Bahri, and the expedition to Punt are events of such moment that they deserve a volume rather than the narrow space of a single chapter to do them justice. End of Chapter 8. Read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 21st of October, 2021. Chapter 9 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. Chapter 9th, Hatshepsut concluded. An inscription in the Temple of Karnak reads thus: "It is, as it were, the deed of gift of the royal father Thutmose first to his favorite child and addressed to the god Amun. I bestow the black land and the red land upon my daughter, the queen of Lower and Upper Egypt, Makara, living eternally. Thou hast transmitted the world into her power. Thou hast chosen her as king. Hatshepsut claimed divine origin in that the god Amun had taken upon him the person of her father, and in an especial manner considered herself the daughter of the god. Hatshepsut, spelled with the E, means the first among the favorite women, but the queen changed the E to U and later called herself Hatshepsut, which signifies the first among the great and honorable nobles of the kingdom, which she considered more befitting her exalted position. The 18th dynasty is included in the golden age of Egyptian history, and in no period was its power more widely felt, its individual monarchs more remarkable, or its architectural and literary remains grander or more impressive. Before his death, Thutmose I seems to have had celebrated the marriage of his two children, his daughter of 24 and his son of 17. All things combined to put Hatshepsut in the first place: her more royal heritage by the mother's side, her father's devotion to her, her superiority in years, and her more striking talents, while Thutmose II was perhaps both physically and mentally her inferior. Death at last had severed the tie which bound father and daughter together, but no such tender feeling seems to have existed between the two now occupying the throne. Hers was the dominant will, hers is the prominent figure. After this, she frequently wore male attire, and the dress and ornaments belonging to a king, and doubtless, had it been a matter of choice, she would have been a man. She styles herself King Horus, abounding in divine gifts, mistress of diadems, rich in years, not a claim the modern lady is ever anxious to establish. The golden Horus, goddess of diadems, queen of Upper and Lower Egypt, daughter of the sun, consort of Ammon, daughter of Ammon, living forever and dwelling in his breast. Another inscription reads, speaking of her by her name, Kerem-Tamen, he has created her in order to exalt his splendor, she who creates beings like the god Chefra, she whose diadems shine like those of the god of the horizon. She used both the male and female sign and the title daughter of the sun. As the Sphinx bore sometimes a male, sometimes a female head, so this strange and wonderful woman assumed now the one, now the other character. A curious life this old Egyptian history brings before us, so permeated as it was with the constant thought of death and its belief, real or assumed, in the actual intercourse with a race of superior beings, gods, and yet set forth in the lowest images of the brute creation. To the poor and uneducated, doubtless, as in all idolatrous countries, the semblance seemed the reality, and their thought did not pierce beyond the image before them. But the more intellectual and spiritual minds must have rent the veil of sense and stretched out longingly to the infinite beyond, if peradventure they might feel after and find the truly godlike. Hatshepsut did not at once set to work, like the early kings, to build a pyramid in which she might herself be interred. Mundane objects at first occupied her, and later she built a memorial to her father in the form of an obelisk, which described his powers and virtues, and temples for the worship and to the glory of the gods. Probably the regulation of the country and the administration of internal affairs occupied the earliest years of Hatshepsut's rule after the death of Aahmes I, but in them she was also preparing for the expedition which was one of the great features of her reign and took place in its 9th year. Punt, a country on the eastern bank of the Red Sea, had been, to some extent, known to the Egyptians in the earliest times, those of Khafre of the 4th dynasty. Under the name of Punt, says one writer, the old inhabitants of Kemai meant a distant land, washed by the great ocean, full of valleys and hills, abounding in ebony and other rich woods, balsams, spices, precious metals, and stones, and of animals, hunting leopards, panthers, dog-headed apes, etc. It was the Ophir of the Egyptians, the present coast of Somalia, perhaps the land in sight of Arabia, but separated by the Red Sea. Old tradition said that it was the original seat of the gods, and from it had traveled the holy ones to the Nile Valley. At their head, Amen, called Kak, as king of Punt, Horus, and Hathor. This last was the queen and ruler of Punt, Hor, the holy morning star, which rose to the west of the land. The god Bes also was peculiarly associated with the country. Under the last king of the 11th dynasty is said to have taken place the first journey to Ophir and Punt, and the envoys sent were attended by 3,000 men and brought back spices and precious stones. After that, it seemed to relapse in the popular imagination into a sort of fairyland, which was inhabited by strange serpents. Like a new Columbus, the great queen decided to attempt the rediscovery and exploration of these distant shores. Amen of Thebes, the Lord of gods, it is said, had suggested the thought to her, because he held this ruler so dear, dearer than any other king who had been in this country. Pictures and accounts of this expedition were afterwards placed in illustration on the walls of the temple at Deir el-Bahari, built by the queen, and the inscription includes, with the statement, that nothing like it had been done under any king before. And, says an authority on these subjects, it speaks the truth. Hatshepsut showed her people the way to the land whose products were later to fill the treasuries not only of the pharaohs, but also of the Phoenicians and the Jews. It was a peaceful expedition, perhaps the only one that had ever been sent forth. This voyage of discovery, nearly 1,600 years before the Christian era, but of course great preparations and even some military ones had to be made that in case of an unexpected attack they might be prepared. Ships were built for the expedition, and doubtless years passed between the time of the first conception of the enterprise and its execution. An inscription by the picture of the squadron thus describes it: "Departure of the squadron of the Lord of the Two Worlds, traversing the great sea on the good way to the land of the gods, in obedience to the will of the king of the gods, Amen of Thebes. He commanded that there should be brought to him the marvelous products of the land of Punt, for he loveth the queen Hatshepsut above all other kings that have ruled this land. A canal connecting the Nile with the Red Sea, which has been attributed to Seti first, Miss Edwards claims as an engineering feat of Hatshepsut, as it would shorten the length of the voyage rather than to take the almost inconceivably long trip around the west coast of Africa, the Cape of Good Hope, the Mozambique Channel, and the coast of Zanzibar. The ships, 5 in number, were large and stately for the time. They are described as having a narrow keel with stern and prow high above the water, 70 feet in length, and with no cabin accommodations. A raised platform at either end, with a balustrade, probably afforded some shelter to the officers. A single mast supported the spreading sail. There were no decks, and the hull was fitted with seats for the rowers. After the old empire, all large boats were adapted for sailing as well as rowing. Other vessels of this or a little later time were one-decked galleys with 30 oars, with seats and shrines, and the stern ornamented with figures of animals. The cabin of those of royal or high rank was a stately house, with roof and pillars, sides brightly colored in the fore, large paintings, and the stern a gigantic lotus. The blade of the oar was like a bouquet of flowers, with the head of the king at top, the sails the richest cloth of gay colors. A royal vessel of this description belonged to King Thothmes III, Hatshepsut's successor, and was called Star of the Two Countries. Another description speaks of warships having the poop twisted, with armed mariners in helmets of brass, with 4 short masts, and on each a large castle containing bowmen with steel-headed arrows. Upon the prow a sort of fortress, the soldiers carrying long spears, and oval shields, decorated with hieroglyphics in brilliant colors. Above the rowers, large black Ethiopians in steel cuirasses and long swords. The captains in variegated armor, and accompanied by 1,000 soldiers and 300 rowers. The prow ornamented with a lion's head and colossal shoulders across a broad gilded image of the feathered globe of the sun, the emblem of Egypt, and the inscription, Mistress of the World. But Hatshepsut's fleet was going on a peaceful errand and required no such panoply of war. Experienced seamen managed it, while soldiers, ambassadors, and some say even ladies, accompanied it, and bore with them a variety of presents to win the friendship and favor of the inhabitants of this strange land. The envoys had a small guard of soldiers, but all included did not number more than 210 men. The voyagers were met with a friendly welcome, and returned with stores of treasures. The inhabitants of Punt lived in little round-shaped huts, built on stages and reached by ladders, all under the shade of spreading palms. A picture on the wall of the temple shows the prince of the land, Perihu by name, and his wife, Atai or Ati, the latter fat and ungainly, though probably considered a specimen of great beauty by her countrymen, with a donkey to ride upon, followed by 2 sons and a young daughter, the last giving promise of rivaling her mother in rotundity of outline. Gold, spices, ivory, incense-bearing trees, to the number of 31, precious gums, used in the service of the temple, and various animals were brought back to Egypt as a result of this most successful journey. The return was celebrated by a high festival in the temple. Hatshepsut, or Hatasu, appeared in fullest royal attire, adorned in the richest manner, a helmet on her head, a spotted leopard skin covering her shoulders, and her limbs perfumed like fresh dew. She offered incense to the god Amen as his priestess, bearing 2 bowls full and weighing out gold with her own hand. This was before the sacred boat of Amun-Ra, with a ram's head at each end, and carried by high priests, also in leopard skins. The naka, or incense-bearing trees, were borne in tubs, and the weights for weighing the precious metals were gold rings in the shape of recumbent oxen. Later, as was his iconoclastic wont, Ramses II destroyed some of these pictures and inscriptions and inserted his own name. Although the name Thutmose II, husband and co-ruler with the queen, is not specially mentioned in connection with this great expedition, he shared in the after festival. He too, designated by his court name of King Menkefer-Ka-Ra, offered incense in the boat of Amen, carried on the shoulders of men. Thus, says Miss Edwards, to the sound of trumpets and drums, with waving of green boughs and shouts of triumph, and followed by an ever-gathering crowd, the great procession takes its way between avenues of sphinxes, past obelisks and pylons, and up one magnificent flight of steps after another, till the topmost terrace of the great temple is reached, where the queen herself welcomed them to the presence of Hathor, the beautiful, the lady of the western mountain, the goddess regent of the land of Punt. At what period is not exactly known, but of course earlier than this, since he is believed to have designed the beautiful temple of Deir el-Bahri, the queen called to her assistance the services of the architect Senmut, whose statue is in the Berlin Museum. He, it is implied, usurped the place in Hatasu's affection, which rightfully belonged to her husband, but of this it is not possible to speak with any degree of certainty or authority. We only know that he was a man of great ability in his own line, of intelligent mind and skillful hand, and was highly appreciated by Her Majesty. In an inscription in the Berlin Museum, he says his lady ruler made him great in both countries, and chief of the chiefs in the whole of Egypt. The buildings which the queen and he erected are said to be among the most tasteful, complete, and brilliant in the land. He was of lowly birth, and therefore his position was the more surprising. He appears to have occupied in the queen's councils something of the place of Disraeli to Queen Victoria, whose Jewish origin made his occupancy of the position he gained remarkable. After Senmut's death, Hatasu raised to him a stone memorial as a token of gratitude, with his portrait in black granite and in an attitude of repose. On his shoulder were the short but significant words, "There was not found in writing his ancestors." He is also introduced in an inscription as himself speaking, where he used the male pronoun he in mentioning the queen, refers to his own services, and ends with styling her the lord of the country, the king of Makara. Senmut was evidently the chief counselor and favorite of Hatshepsut, but there was also another highly regarded officer who shared with or succeeded him in the queen's favor and good graces. This was a certain Aahmes, who had also served her father, Thothmes or Tahutmes I, and whose tomb was discovered by Brugsch, and bears this inscription: I was, during my existence, in the favor of the king, and was rewarded by his holiness, and a divine woman gave me further reward, the defunct great queen, Makara Hashep, because I brought up her daughter, the great queen's daughter, the defunct Nefert-Ra. It is, of course, plain that he survived the queen, but we do not know whether he met with equal favor at the hand of her successor. Possibly the mother's heart, little given to tenderness, may have had an especial softness towards this nurse or tutor of her dead child, her father's trusted servant, and perhaps on that very account hers also. 2 children were born to the queen, both daughters, Nefert-Ra, the heiress, who is spoken of as the mistress of both lands, who died in the beginning of the reign of Tahutmes III, and Hatshepsut, or Mertytefs, who, it is estimated, was born about 1512 BC, and became heiress princess, inheriting all her mother's rights. To establish the throne more firmly, therefore, she was married to Tahutmes III. This king was long supposed to be the youngest son of Tahutmes I, but the latest authorities, although they do not speak with absolute assurance, incline to believe he was the son of Tahutmes II by a concubine. Hence, he was, in one case, the uncle, and in the other, the half or step-brother of the young princess, but with a less direct title to the throne than she. A certain Renekeb is also spoken of as a tutor of the young queen. This marriage appears to have taken place when they were both children and before the death of Tahutmes II, which is proved by the cartouches of Tahutmes II and Tahutmes III being found together upon some of the monuments, and at the same time suggests that the juvenile pair, nominally at least, shared in the government. Tahutmes II, born about 1533 BC, appears to have died at about 30 in 1503, and some writers maintain that Hatshepsut usurped the power which rightfully belonged to Tahutmes III. But Miss Edwards, ever ready to champion her heroine, finds in the above fact strong proof that the queen really protected the interests of her young half-brother or nephew. While Petrie admits that it would be unlikely and perhaps even unnatural that a capable and ambitious woman, still in the prime of life, should immediately hand over the reins of government placed in her hands by her father to a young and inexperienced boy, and justifies her retention of them, the more that it was she and not he who had the stronger legal claim. Be this as it may, if Tahutmes III owed gratitude to Hatshepsut for care or protection, he showed her little return. Whether from the general unpopularity of mothers-in-law, from her treatment of his brother or uncle, from the feeling that he was suppressed and kept in the background, or from some unknown cause, he evidently hated her. When he came into power, he endeavored to destroy the memorials of her from off the earth, and cause her memory even to be forgotten. He injured or erased her name constantly, and whenever possible, and substituted that of his brother or himself. Tahutmes I had continued the building of Thebes, and set up his 2 granite obelisks. Tahutmes II and Hatshepsut continued building at Karnak, the temple having been in existence, it is said, as far back as the 11th dynasty. So gigantic was the scale on which these architectural works were undertaken that one life seldom saw their completion. Like the coral reef, the temples grew and were added to, monarch after monarch of succeeding generations taking a share in the general design. Thutmose had raised at Karnak 2 obelisks 70 feet in height. His daughters far outdid them, for hers were the loftiest then known in Egypt, a flawless block of red granite or rose quartz rising 108 or 109 feet into the air. This was erected in the 16th year of her reign, and after the death of her husband, which took place some dozen or more years after that of his father. Probably the ceremonial mourning was observed for him. But the heart of Hatshepsut was hard and cold, and even if we exonerate her from the implication of being directly concerned in his decease, which stands not proven, there seems little doubt that she rejoiced to be comparatively free and hold the reins of power exclusively in her own hands. Nothing seemed missing from her life or her pursuits, which she followed with renewed energy and appeared more constantly than ever in male attire, the short kilt and sandals, the war helmet, and even perhaps, as in her reproduction, a beard. Architecture was evidently of great interest to her, as to many of her predecessors, and obelisks and temples still, after the lapse of centuries, bear witness to her power and skill. It took 19 months from its first inception to the completion of her great obelisk, and even so, when one thinks of its magnificent proportions, the work seems to have proceeded with wonderful celerity. Inscriptions by Senmut record the quarrying. Her brother's name appears at the side. One face was covered with gold, which the queen is believed to have weighed out with her own hand. The beautifully carved center was inlaid with electrum, or silver gilt, and related to herself. Amen Konum Hatasu, the golden Horus, Lord of the 2 lands, hath dedicated to her father, Amen of Thebes, 2 obelisks of Makat stone, red granite, hewn from the quarries of the south. Their summits were sheathed with pure gold, taken from the chiefs of all nations. His Majesty gave these 2 gilded obelisks to her father Amen, that her name should live forever in his temple, and adds towards the conclusion, when Ra arises betwixt them as he journeys upward from the heavenly horizon, they flood the 2 Egypts with the glory of their brightness. Rossellini says, speaking of the fineness of the work, every figure seems rather to have been impressed with a seal than graven with a chisel. An inscription at the bottom states that it was erected to her father Thutmose I. This obelisk, with its mate, was to occupy a place in the center court of the palace at Karnak. Dr. Neville, the explorer, discovered the burial chamber of Thutmose in 1893 and a great altar erected by the queen. In an inscription on part of the rock-cut temple of Spios Artemidos, south of Beni Hassan, reciting her re-establishment of Egyptian power and worship after destruction by the Hyksos, Hatshepsut says, "The abode of the mistress of Kis, Cusay on west side, was fallen in ruin. The earth had covered her beautiful sanctuary, and children played over her temple. I cleared and rebuilt it anew. I restored that which was in ruins, and I completed that which was left unfinished. For there had been Emu in the midst of the delta, and in Hanar, and the foreign hordes of their number had destroyed the ancient works. They reigned ignorant of the god Ra. The temple of Deir el-Bahri, or Deir el-Bahari, its present Arabic name, was perhaps the greatest work of Hatshepsut's life, and enough of the ruins still remained for the clever French architect, Monsieur Brun, to reconstruct its plan for us. The site was one that would have been chosen by the Greeks for a theater, but the Egyptian dedicated it to what he deemed a higher object, the worship of the gods. Situated on a green plain near the tombs of the kings of the 12th dynasty, it was a magnificent natural amphitheater on the shore of the river, and terrace by terrace rose from the edge of the water to its steep background of golden brown rock, in which the inner temple, the Holy of Holies, was excavated. Of its structure, Senmut, or Senmaut, was the presiding genius. The name Deir el-Bahari means North Church or Monastery, and was, of course, applied to it in later times from the ruins of an old monastery which was yet young and modern beside the original erection. An avenue of sphinxes connected the landing for boats with the 4 terraces. These were supported by earthworks and stone and guarded by hawk-headed figures in marble bearing the uraeus. Columns also supported it, some of them polygonal in shape, with the head of the goddess Hathor as a capital, and were later restored and kept in order till the time of the Ptolemies. This temple, says one writer, was a splendid specimen of Egyptian art history, whether we consider the treatment of the stone or the richness of the colored decorations, and it was unique in design and differed from all others. In the inner recesses of the rock-cut chambers was a picture of the queen, representing her as sucking the milk of the sacred cow, the incarnation of the goddess Hathor, thereby intimating her divine origin. Some 16 or 17 years after the death of Thutmose II, the cartouche of Thutmose III became associated with that of Hatshepsut, and then her brilliant career terminates. But the end is wrapped in mystery. Whether she voluntarily laid aside her royal power, which seems unnatural and unlikely, whether she met with foul play, or whether she died a natural death, we know not. The remains of many others of her family, more or less illustrious, were found, but hers were not among them. Her place of sepulture was discovered by Mr. Rind in 1841 in a cliffside near her temple, but strange to say, was again lost sight of, and her successor, showing plainly his feeling towards her, has constantly chiseled out her name. A party of modern travelers, however, claim to have rediscovered it. Her cartouche, which may be seen in Baedeker and other works, seems comparatively simple, beside the more elaborate ones of other monarchs. It is a circle with a dot in the center, a small seated female figure, wearing the plumes of a goddess, and below 2 right angles joined. The 3 hieroglyphic signs are explained to mean Ma, the sitting figure of the goddess of truth, law, and justice; Ka, represented by the hieroglyphic of the uplifted arms and signifying life; and the sun's disk, representing Ra, the supreme solar god of the universe. Many memorials of this great queen, spite of the efforts made to destroy them, remain to us. The ruins of the temple, the great obelisks, one of which is still standing, various statues and statuettes, many sun-dried brick with her cartouche and that of her father, some of which can be seen in our own Metropolitan Museum in New York, a cabinet in wood and ivory, her standard, her signet ring in turquoise and gold, in the possession of an English gentleman, and most interesting of all, perhaps, the remains of her throne chair, now in the British Museum. It is made of a dark wood, not natural to Egypt, and probably from the land of Punt. The legs are decorated with basilisks in gold, and the carven hoof of some animal. The other parts are ornamented with hieroglyphics in gold and silver, and one fragmentary royal oval in which the name of Hatshepsut appears, and thereby identifies the owner of the throne. Thus ends, in comparative mystery, darkness, and silence, this brilliant life of which we were long in ignorance. Says Curtis in his charming Nile Notes, "The history of Eastern life is embroidered to our youngest eyes in that airy arabesque. An Eastern book cannot be written without a dash of the Arabian Nights. The East, throughout, hath that fine flavor." End of Chapter 9, read by Kerry Adams, your book voice, at Mesa, Arizona, on the 14th of December, 2021.
Chapter 10 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. Maut-a-mua. The great Hatshepsut was no more, and after her no woman held such extended and absolute sway. The next queen whose name occurs at all prominently is Maut-a-mua, or Maut-a-mua, mother of the boat, wife of Thutmose IV and mother of Amenophis III. She appears to have held the regency after her husband's death till her son assumed full power, or, if not actually in this official position, to have had great influence with him. The tie between mother and son was a close one, and even his marriage did not seem to weaken it. But before entering upon such a fragmentary history of her as remains to us, it may be well to enumerate briefly the lists of sovereigns which connects Hatshepsut or Hatshepsut with her great-grandson's or great-nephew's wife. Her half-brother or step-son-in-law, Thutmose or Thotmose III, sometimes called the Alexander of Egypt, who succeeded or wrested the power from her hands, had a long reign of 53 or 54 years. Hatshepsut died at 59, and Thutmose III ascended the throne at 31 years of age. The computation of his reign probably dates from the time he was first associated with his sister or stepmother in the regal power. He was one of the most noted of the Egyptian kings, laid aside the peace policy of his predecessors, and entered on a series of wars and conquests marked with many cruelties. The records of his military expeditions are said to give us great insight into the condition of Syria and Palestine about the 15th century B.C. He, like his predecessor, was interested in architecture, builded and added to the temples, and showed individual taste in his additions. He has left more monuments behind him than any of the Egyptian kings but Ramesses II. He built at Heliopolis, Memphis, Thebes, Elephantine, and nearly every town in Nubia. 4 of his obelisks have come down to us, one in Rome, one in Constantinople, one in London, and one in New York. These last bear the popular title of Cleopatra's Needle, though erected in a much earlier time than the era of that renowned queen. The first, the greatest of all extant monoliths, is standing before the church of St. John Lateran at Rome. Many years were occupied in its preparation. Obelisks were generally erected in pairs, and occasionally several of them in succession formed an avenue. In the temple of Deir el-Bahri are pictures of Hatshepsut and Thutmose III making offerings to the gods. Says Baedeker, on the upper part of the right wall is a noteworthy scene. Macaire, Hatshepsut I, Thutmose III, and the Princess Nefert sacrificing to the boat of Ammon, behind which stands Thutmose I with his consort Aahmes and their little daughter Benofru. A similar scene was represented above the recess on the left wall. The kneeling Thutmose III and the Princess Benofra may still be distinguished. The statues of Thutmose III are numerous but not colossal. He took to wife, in the old Eastern phrase, Hatassu-Meri, daughter of the great Hatshepsut and his own near relative, but our knowledge of her is extremely limited. She evidently did not inherit her mother's characteristics, and possibly did not live any great length of time. Or, if her husband transferred to her any portion of the dislike which he so evidently bore her mother, he may have purposely kept her in the background. But in any case, she cannot be looked upon as an assertive character. Her second name is given as Mary or Merira, and there is a picture of her on a throne behind, not beside her husband. She is, however, attired as a goddess, with whip, ankh, and tall plumes. This is at Medinet Habu. Again, she is spoken of as Mertytefs Hatshepsut, mother of Amenophis II, and a scene in a tomb represents her, accompanied by her son. A female sphinx, representing her with her husband's name inscribed, was found in the Temple of Isis, and is now in the Baracco collection at Rome, and casts are at Turin and Berlin. One inscription, and possibly more, remain, however, speaking of her as beloved consort, or some other form expressing a degree of affection, but at this late period it is impossible to determine whether it was the usual conventional phrase or had some foundation in truth. She lived and died, but whether her life was a long and happy one, or short and sorrowful, we cannot tell. The reign of Thutmose III is among the longest in history. It was, however, exceeded by some monarchs: Louis XIV, 72 years; George III and Queen Victoria, over 60; Henry III occupied the throne 56 years; Edward III, 50, and there was also one of the Mogul emperors, as well as others. A glass vase in the British Museum, said to be the oldest in existence, bears the name of Thutmose III. There are various mementos or memorials of him in different places. The most personal, perhaps, his coffin, much damaged and stripped of its gilding, which may be seen in the Giza Museum. Amenophis, or Aah-Hotep II, son probably of Hatassu-Meri, succeeded his father. Of him also we read as a warrior and a cruel one, bringing back the bodies of several kings whom he had slain with his own hand. The Egyptians were said not to be so cruel in battle as the Assyrians, but there seems little to choose between them. There is a picture of Amenophis II on the wall at Abd el-Gurne as a child on the lap of a nurse, the heads and backs of 5 Asiatics serving him as a footstool, implying doubtless that he himself would be, or his father before him had been, a warrior and a conqueror. There is also a kneeling statue of him in later life, holding a globular vase in his hand. He succeeded to the throne when young, perhaps at 18, and his reign was comparatively short, as was that of his son and successor, Thutmose IV. His queen was named Tuaa, and is recorded on a double statue of her and her son Thutmose IV. She is called Royal Mother and Wife, showing her to be his mother. We knew less of her than of almost any of the queens, that she continued the royal line, and her name seems but brief record of her. Of Thutmose IV, it is said that he spent much time in youth in hunting and field sports. He married Maut-a-mua, or Maut-a-mua, or, as she is again spoken of, Maut-a-Marait, possibly an Ethiopian princess. Various intermarriages, as in modern times, not unfrequently, making the families in adjacent kingdoms near of kin. The name of Thutmose IV is especially associated with the Great Sphinx, and we cannot doubt the whole matter was of much interest to the queen also. The god Harmeahis appeared to the king in a dream, and promised him his special favor if he would dig out the sphinx which bore his image and lay half buried in the sand. The monarch obeyed, restored and repaired the grand monument, and built a temple at its base. This stands between the two extended paws, on one of which the king's name has been found inscribed. It was an open temple with an altar, and on the breast of the colossus was the memorial stone with the king's name made of red granite. Dreams seem to have borne a special art in the family history. The queen also had a noted dream. It was said that she was sleeping in the most beautiful room in the palace, and awoke and saw her husband by her side. Then, a few moments after, the figure of the god Amen appeared, and when she cried out in alarm, he predicted the birth of her son and vanished in clouds of sweet perfume. Hence the young king was considered, in a sense, the son of the god. Maut-a-mua is elsewhere called a princess of Mitanni, and seems to have been won with difficulty by the young Egyptian prince or kin. One of the tablets found says, quote, "When the father of Nimmu-Ra, Thutmose IV, sent to Artotama my grandfather and asked for his daughter to wife, my grandfather refused his request, and though he sent the 5th time and the 6th time he would not give her to him. It was only after he had sent the 7th time that he gave her to him, being compelled for many reasons." End quote. This was among the noted collection of the Tel el-Amarna tablets, and is believed by late authorities to refer to Queen Maut-a-Mua, who is also spoken of as the divine wife and mother. The queen's home was in Thebes, which had succeeded Memphis as the great city of the empire, standing, it is said, to Ethiopia and Egypt, quote, "in the relation occupied by Rome to medieval Christianity, the capital sacerdotal city of all who worshipped the god Amen." End quote. On the wall of what is called the birth room at the Temple of Luxor are various reliefs relating to the birth of Amenophis III, showing Queen Maut-a-Mua, the nurses, the goddess Isis, and others. In one, the queen, after the birth of her son Ra-Ma-Neb, is seen kneeling on a kind of dais. The goddess Hathor kneels facing her with the babe in her arms. The ka of both are repeated, making double figures, and the sacred cow suckles the child. For some reason not given, Amenophis III was particularly rich in ka names, for he had 7. Another relief shows Hathor presenting the child to the goddess Safekh and to Amen-Ra, the god of Thebes. Behind Amen-Ra stands the god Nilus, and behind him another carrying 3 ankhs, or life signs for the family, throne and ka name. Safekh dips her pen in ink to record his birth. The royal and ka ovals are inscribed above. Says Miss Edwards, quote, "Each sovereign on succeeding to the throne not only assumed a throne name, but took also a name for his ka. The throne name was enclosed in a royal oval or cartouche, like the family name, but the Ka name was represented as if inscribed above the false doorway, just where the name of a deceased person would be inscribed above the actual door of his sepulchre." End quote. As the goddess Safekh was the patron deity of libraries, we may judge that the king had intellectual tastes, though we know him to have been something of an athlete and a great sportsman. Indeed, it was to this last that he owed his wife, for it was on a hunting expedition that he encountered and fell in love with her. Queen Maut-a-mua and her daughter-in-law Ti, or Thi, were associated much together, as were Queen Aah-Hotep and her daughter-in-law Nefertari Aahmes, though not so generally considered divinities as were the founders of the race. Maut-a-mua must have been a woman of intellect, capacity, and attraction, since she was her son's guardian and probably regent, and his attachment to her seems to have been strong and enduring. She lived many years after her husband, whose reign was brief, lasting not more than 8 or 9 years. The likenesses of these various kings and queens are often found among the wall pictures in the tombs, and are reproduced in many of the books on Egypt. The bas-reliefs and statues which decorated temples and tombs were mostly painted. Says Maspero, quote, that the Egyptians studied from nature is proved by the facility with which they seized likenesses and drew the appropriate movements of animals. These figures are strange, but they live and have a certain charm. End quote. To paint men brown and women yellow was the rule, but to this there were occasional exceptions. At Saqqara, in the time of the 5th dynasty, the flesh tint of the men is yellow, while at Istanbul or Abu Simbel it is red, as also in the tombs of the epoch of Thutmosis IV. The early Egyptian is said to have had a fine forehead, small, aquiline nose, and a well-formed chin. The picture preserved of Queen Maut-a-mua, with the royal asp above her forehead, gives a long, slightly aquiline nose and a small, well-shaped chin. It is rather startling, in turning to her daughter-in-law Ti, to find this face repeated in a sort of caricature, devoid of beauty. As in most cases, doctors differ as to the amount of reliance that can be placed upon the verisimilitude of the portraits and statues of these various kings and queens that have come down to us. Some authorities maintain that there existed an ideal conventional type, to which the actual bore little or no resemblance, and point out how each is but the modification of the other. Some again claim for them considerable authenticity. Perhaps a middle ground may come nearest to the truth. The conventional type no doubt dominated the painter's or sculptor's mind, but when the statues are proved to have been executed in the lifetime of the original, it seems likely that some resemblance was aimed at, and the differences that exist go to show this. Also, in many cases, they belonged to the same family, and may well have had features common to all. As in later times, the Habsburg jaw was handed down from generation to generation. How hard we have found it to reconcile the picture in the various galleries with the reputation of the charming, beautiful, and unhappy Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots, and yet, doubtless, there was a resemblance. How often, too, the photograph of a near and dear friend has an utterly unfamiliar aspect. So that we may fairly admit that even in these ancient times, statues and pictures, at least in some cases, a suggestion of the original may remain to us. The head of Thutmose IV, which is preserved in a statue or statuette, gives a pleasing face with an amiable expression. At Luxor, Queen Maut-a-mua appears without the king, but with her son, whose paternity is ascribed to Amen. There is also a picture of the king smiting some Negroes, and behind is a queen called Aiyat. who is spoken of as royal daughter, sister, and wife, but it is thought this may be intended for an ideograph of the "goddess queen" Maut-a-mua, as there is no other trace of her. On one private tomb is a picture of Amenphis III and his mother, and there are also various small remains in the way of scarabs, rings, etc. In one of the reliefs in the birth room before referred to, the god Amen and the queen are seated upon the hieroglyphic symbol for heaven and supported by the goddesses Selket and Neith. King Amenphis III did not resemble his mother. It is quite a different face, with good features and a resolute though pensive expression. The forehead is high, the eyes full, the nose long but rounded at the end, the upper lip short, and the chin prognathous. He is described as amiable and generous, and showed deference and strong affection both for mother and wife. He seems among the most pleasing of the Egyptian kings. Engaged in wars, devoted to hunting, especially the chase of the lion, which led him far afield, he was yet, as were many of his predecessors, deeply interested in architectural enterprises, and the era is noted for the spirit and beauty of its sculpture. Court and colonnade at Karnak were of his building, and on the walls of various apartments are pictures of the coronation of the king and other details of his life. He is best known to us, and his fame rests chiefly on the marvelous colossi which he erected, the grandest the world has ever seen. They are 60 feet high, and when they wore the crown of an Egyptian king, which has since been destroyed, towered 70 feet into the air, a solid block of sandstone. Miss Martineau, a traveller of comparatively modern times, thus describes the impression they made upon her. Quote, "There they sit, together yet apart, in the midst of the plain, serene and vigilant, still keeping their untired watch over the lapse of ages and the eclipse of Europe. I can never believe that anything else so majestic as this pair has been conceived of by the imagination of art. Nothing, certainly, even in nature, ever affected me so unspeakably. The pair, sitting alone amid the expanse of verdure, with islands of ruins behind them, grow more striking to us every day. The impression of sublime tranquillity which they convey, when seen from distant points, is confirmed by a nearer approach. There they sit, keeping watch, hands on knees, gazing straight forward, seeming, though so much of the face is gone, to be looking over to the monumental piles on the other side of the river, which became gorgeous temples after these throne seats were placed here, the most immovable thrones that have ever been established on the earth." End quote. It is rarely that the name of an Egyptian sculptor is preserved, but this case is an exception. An inscription records his name and his naturally proud and exultant feelings at the completion of his work. He was called Amenhotep or Amenhept, and thus speaks, quote, "I immortalized the name of the king, and no one has done the like of me in my works. I executed 2 portrait statues of the king, astonishing for their breadth and height. Their completed form dwarfed the temple tower. 40 cubits was their measure. They were cut in the splendid sandstone mountain on either side, the eastern and the western. I caused to be built lightships whereon the statues were carried up the river. They were emplaced in their sublime temple. They will last as long as heaven. A joyful event was it when they were landed at Thebes and raised up in their place." End quote. The stone is of a yellowish-brown color and very difficult to work. Both statues represent the king, and stood before a temple which he built, but of which the veriest fragments remain. We are reminded somewhat by the sculptor's triumphant paean of the good Unne, who was minister to Pepi VI and so exalted in his work and position. Fond as Amenophis was of both his mother and his foreign wife, for whose pleasure and diversion he constructed a great lake, neither of them sit beside him, or share the honor of so majestic a statue as we might suppose, especially as regards his wife, would have been the case. He immortalizes himself alone. Two figures of queens, Maut-a-mua and Ti, are, however, sculptured at the base of the statues. They measure 18 feet in height, but appear small beside the colossi. Says one visitor, the surface of the statues was originally beautifully polished. The thrones on which they are seated are covered with sculptures. The god Hapi, the Nile, is weaving together the lotus lily and papyrus plant, implying the rule of the monarch over Upper and Lower Egypt. Homer calls Amenophis III the Memnon of the Greeks, quote, "the most stately of living men," end quote, and according to a later legend, he was the son of Aurora. It was during the Roman imperial epoch that they were taken for the statues of Memnon, who slew Nestor's son Antiochus in the Trojan War, and was himself slain by Achilles, and to explain the fact that the Trojan hero should thus appear in Egypt, a legend was invented. The so-called vocal Memnon, the more eastern of the statues, greeted his mother Eos with musical sounds, and the morning dews were supposed to be the tears which the goddess shed upon her beloved child. The two statues stood at the end of an avenue of gigantic figures leading to the temple of Amen, and from the river to the temple, a mile in length, went the Strada Regia, the royal street of Thebes. Says our own Curtis, who has written so charmingly of his Egyptian experiences, quote, "Yearly comes the Nile humbly to his feet, and, leaving them, pays homage. Then, receding slowly, leaves water plants wreathed around the throne, on which he is sculptured as a good genius harvesting the lotus, and brings 100 travelers to perpetuate the homage. These sublime sketches in stone are an artist's work. In those earlier days, art was not content with the grace of nature, but coped with its proportions. Vain attempts, but glorious." End quote. The fact of this musical note being heard from the darling of the dawn is recorded on the base of the statue, and is mentioned by Strabo, the elder Pliny, and many others. Sandy beaches sometimes emit musical sounds, and something in the structure of the rock, warmed by the rays of the rising sun, may have caused the sounds to be heard, or they may have been produced by artificial means at the instance of the priests striving to impress the people. The true origin of the mystery was never discovered, though its existence seems well attested, and eventually the sounds ceased, probably as the result of an earthquake, or the restoration of the figures which were undertaken by a later king. Another theory lays the injury of the statues at the door of Cambyses, who was credited with all possible crimes, and a sculptured inscription reads, quote, "I wrote after having heard Memnon. Cambyses has wounded me. A stone cut into the image of the Sun King. I had once the sweet voice of Memnon, but Cambyses has deprived me of the accents which express joy and grief." End quote. The sounds are said by some authorities to have been heard during a period of 220 years. Travelers in ancient times, like the modern Vandal, were very fond of scribbling their names on monuments, which should be held in more respect, and a number of these, including some of their remarks and silly verses, have been found on the base of the statue and refer to the sounds. At the time of their erection, the level of the Nile was evidently different from that of the present day, for its waters, as Curtis has said, now occasionally leave the feet of the giant pair. Amenophis III began quarrying stone for his numerous architectural works in the first and second years of his reign from quarries near Silsila, and his palace was said to resemble that subsequently built by his son at Tel el Amarna in some respects. Scarabs bearing the name of this king are to be seen in our own New York Museum, as also in various other places, but those of Thutmose III are still more frequent here. The tomb of Amenophis III was found in the West Valley of the tombs of the kings by a French expedition. Queen Maut-a-mua had the pleasure, we may believe, of seeing a number of grandchildren, as Amenophis III had 4 sons and 3 daughters, if not others unmentioned, and so kindly seem to have been the family relations that we may perhaps picture her with her son's wife, in the midst of the home circle, spoiling them quite like a modern grandmother. Up to this period, the men of the family appear to have been a stalwart, good-looking race, while the women probably possessed more beauty than their pictures would lead us to infer. Of the general outline of their history we have some knowledge, but seldom or never can we definitely place the day of their birth or that of their death. So at what exact period Queen Maut-a-mua passed away we cannot state, only we may believe she was watched over by filial affection to the last, was buried amid tears and lamentations, and had all due funeral rites observed, even if she was not numbered among those royalties who were specially regarded as divinities, the founders of the race, and to whom divine honors were subsequently paid. Yet is she occasionally spoken of as the goddess queen. End of Chapter 10. Read by Linda Johnson, March 2022.
Chapter 11 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. Chapter 11th, Tai. With Queen Tai, or as her name is variously spelled, T-I, T-A-I, T-I-T-Y, T-I-I-T-E-Y-E, T-U-A-A, or T-U-A, we again consider the story of a woman of unusual power and thought, and though not leaving such indelible impression upon the page of history as did Queen Hatshepsut, her influence was strongly felt. Both as wife and mother, we see the traces of her ideas and wishes on the actions of husband and son. Both, evidently, turned to her for counsel, and each in his own way showered her devoted affection. So potent was her sway over the latter that to it is largely attributed the religious and political revolution which occurred in the lifetime of Amenophis IV. Though its effects were comparatively temporary and passed away during the reign of his successors, for the time being it convulsed Egypt to its center, and the records of it have not been obliterated by the lapse of centuries. Amenophis III, son of Thutmose IV and Maut-a-mua, was, we judge, an attractive youth. He had a fine presence, an agreeable expression, and an amiable and generous disposition. While his love story holds more of romance than usually falls to the lot of kings or queens, he is credited with a number of wives or less reputable connections. Perhaps they included the heirs of the sowing of wild oats, and at any rate seem to have relegated to or kept in the background by a devoted affection for the lady who became preeminently his legal wife. These various wives are given as a sister and 2 daughters of Kali-Masin, king of Karanduyas, and a sister and the daughter of Tushratta, king of Mitanni, none of whom, it is said, were acknowledged queen of Egypt, while other records seem to imply that Queen Tai was the daughter of Tushratta of Dushratta, king of Mitanni. A letter to Babylon seems to show that Aahmes-Nefertari III had married a Babylonish princess, and that her brother, Kali-Masin, was not satisfied about her safety, but was reassured by Aahmes-Nefertari. A match between another princess of that country and the Egyptian sovereign seems to have failed for lack of sufficient gold on the lady's part. Wars also interfered with connubial arrangements. Another account says that Aahmes-Nefertari III haughtily refused when the king of Mesopotamia, Kalin-Sin, wished to marry one of the Egyptian princesses, saying that the daughter of the king of the land of Egypt had never been given to a nobody. This, of course, occurred later, if at all, and it seems not quite reasonable that the king himself should take a princess to his wife from the same family to which he refused his daughter. The sovereign of Great Egypt evidently viewed with contempt the claims of these petty princes to be considered in any way his equal. Yet one letter in the collection, found at Tel el Amarna, shows that Thutmose III, Thutmose IV, and Aahmes-Nefertari IV all married Mitannian princesses. After such a lapse of time, and among conflicting statements, it is hard to arrive at the absolute facts. But as our present concern is chiefly with Queen Tai, it matters the less. She alone of these various ladies has a distinct personality and takes a prominent place. Hunting was, with Aahmes-Nefertari III, a passion, the hunting of the lion a royal sport, for the sake of which he journeyed far, and no doubt underwent many enforced privations. It must have been in the heyday of youth and manly vigor that, on one of his long expeditions, he encountered the foreign princess, who at once won his heart and probably reciprocated to a more than ordinary degree to the affection she inspired. Spite of the rather unattractive effigies which bear her name, we must believe that she was beautiful and winning, since for her sake he cast aside the so frequent custom of marriage with a sister or some home dignitary, and invited her to share his throne. Probably then or later, the queen participated in the favorite amusement of her husband, not wanting in courage for the lack of perils or hardship involved. Nor did she shrink, as a more sensitive female of later times might have done, from what was painful, cruel, or revolting in the death throes of the mighty beast. Scarabs, so often used by the Egyptians to record events which they considered of importance, have been found bearing such inscriptions as this, quote, Amenhotep, Prince of Thebes, giver of life and royal spouse, Tai. In respect of lions, brought majesty his from a shooting his own, beginning from the year 1st to the year 10th, lions fierce, 102, close quote. These scarabs, giving the names of gods, kings, and singers, are often the most valuable in filling gaps in other records. The most frequently found are those of Thutmose III, of which there are a number in the Metropolitan Museum in New York. Aahmes-Nefertari III, Seti I, and Ramesses II. They are inscribed with the names of kings from Mena to the Roman Emperor Antonius. Hence, on those known to be of a particular period and found with the royal mummies, the name of much earlier kings are frequently traced. Scarabs were copied by the Phoenicians and are imitated in these modern times in Egypt. The work, at first very clumsy, has gradually become better executed, while the real ones have, of course, grown dearer as well as rarer. A brief enumeration of some of the scarabs relating to these periods to be seen in the New York Museum may not be without interest. One of the Tahutamis, or Thothmes III, has the figure of the god Bes in the center, flanked by cartouches of the king, a winged scarab below, and obscure commemoration above, the color of the composition of which is made a faded reddish brown. Another of soft blue stone or paste has the praenomen of the same king, called subduer of foreigners of all lands. One of the green porcelain, beautifully executed, shows a squatting figure with extended arms, upholding the divine boat, and above the praenomen of the king Thothmes, inscriptions are, "The good God and Lord of both lands," while the Ankh, or life sign, is both behind the body and attached to the knees. On another, of gray composition, above a horse, chariot, and charioteer, is the praenomen of the king in a cartouche with the ends reversed. A bead or seal of hard green stone has on the one side the praenomen of Thothmes III with the Tet sign below, each flanked by uraei, and on the reverse a Hathor-headed sistrum, also flanked by uraei, a cartouche of Amenhotep III, and the symbol of truth is on a scarab of green and brown pottery. Another has praise of Amenhotep III. His cartouche and Lord of Might is on one side of a green pottery, while a scarab in gray composition, beautifully executed, bears the praenomen of the king on both sides, with a winged beetle and disc flanked by uraei, and the human-headed sphinx with the words, "Living God, turn." Most interesting of all, however, in connection with the present chapter, is a green pottery scaraboid, symbolic eye, bearing the words, "The royal wife T, wife of Amenhotep III." Melville has graphically described the setting forth of a royal hunt in another ancient kingdom, which in some particulars at least may produce the Egyptian pageant. A queen and all her glittering train defiled from the lofty porches of Babylon the Great, with ramp of horses and bridle, with steady footfalls of warriors, curled, bearded, erect, and formidable, with ponderous tread of stately elephants, gorgeous in trappings of scarlet, pearl, and gold, with stealthy gait of meek-eyed camels plodding patiently with their burdens in the rear. Scouring into the waste before that jeweled troop of wild asses, bruised and broke the shoots of wormwood beneath their flying hoofs, till the hot air was laden with an aromatic smell. The ostrich spread her scant and tufted wings to scud before the wind, tall, swift, ungainly in a cloud of yellow dust. The fleet gazelle, with beating heart and head tucked back, sprang forward like an arrow from the bow, never to pause nor stint in her terror-stricken flight, till man and horse, game and hunter, were left hopelessly behind, far down beyond the unbroken level of the horizon. But the monarch of the desert, the grim and lordly lion, sought no refuge in flight, accepted no compromise of retreat. Driven from his covert, he might move slowly and sullenly away, but it was to turn in savage wrath on the eager horseman who approached too near, or the daring archer who ventured to bend his bow within point-blank distance of such an enemy. Nevertheless, even the fiercest of their kind must yield before a man, the conqueror of beasts, before woman, the conqueror of man, and on the shaft which drank his lifeblood and transfixed the lion from side to side, was graven the royal tiara of a monarch's mate. Amid such scenes sped the wooing, and no doubt in later years passing many exciting hours. Amenhotep or Amenhotep III reared young lions as pets, and also presented live ones as gifts to the temples, estimating them as of great value, though we may wonder in what special manner they could be of profit, service, or pleasure there. The picture of Queen Tai or Tai in the tombs of the queens near Thebes and in other places, copied by Champollion and Roselle, show her with blue eyes, a skin of pinkish hue like a northern maiden, and pleasing expression. Many of the queens were buried in a valley behind the temple of Medinet Habu at Thebes, and others were laid beside their lords. Tai, as has been said, was considered by some to be the daughter of a Mesopotamian, Asiatic Drafrata or Tusharata, king of Mitanni, Matin of the hieroglyphics. Other authorities, from cuneiform tablets found at Tel el Amarna, give her paternity as that of a sister of or daughter of Kalima Sen, king of Koradinaish, probably a country northeast of Syria. Kings and queens of Babylon claimed Amenhotep III as a new kinsman, perhaps as a result of this marriage. Scarabs were engraved in honor of the union, and part of a scarab gives the record Amenhotep, king of Thebes, giver of life and royal spouse, mighty lady Tai, living one. The name of father hers was Tuaa or Juaa. The name of her mother was Tuaa, and the life, to wit, of the king powerful. Frontier, his south is as far as Kerry, land of Nubia. Frontier north is as far as Netharna, Mesopotamia. Part of another reads, a wonderful thing they brought to Majesty his life, strength, health, and the daughter of a prince of Mesopotamia, Sotharna. Kirkipa, and the chiefs of women, her 300 plus 10 plus 7. The mummies of her parents have been recently found. Many of these scarabs are preserved in the Museum of Giza, Berlin, and other places. As enameled vase in various colors in the Giza Museum also bears the name of Amenhotep III and Tai. A potsherd in one of the older museums gives the coronation date of Amenhotep III as the 13th day of the month Epiphi, said to correspond in part to our April and May, which, without this otherwise valueless fragment, we might perhaps never have known. Queen Tai was attended, as the scarab notes, by 317 women, which would, of course, imply a force of male protectors as well. A very prodigious bride, this may recall the story of the Talmud about Abraham, who, on approaching Egypt, locked Sarah in a chest to hide her dangerous beauty. The custom officers asked if he carried clothes. He answered, I will pay for clothes. Then they raised their demand, Thou carriest gold? To this he also agreed, and further to the price of the finest silks and precious stones. Finding they could name nothing of greater value than he held his treasure, they at last insisted that he should open the box and the tale ends. The whole of Egypt was illuminated with the luster of Sarah's beauty. For the Queen Tai's beauty thus surprised and delighted the people of her new home, we can only surmise, but at least she was deemed precious enough to be well served and guarded. So the bond was sealed between the royal lovers, and away from her own land journeyed the newly elected queen. A woman with a fair face and figure, a heart keenly responsive to human affections, with a deep-seated faith in the religion of her forefathers, worshippers of the sun, and perhaps even at that early period a quiet determination that she would win her husband and his people from what she must have deemed the error of their ways, their worship of so many gods under the form of beasts and birds, introduce a pure, simpler religion among them. Something of the spirit of Joan of Arc may have animated her, something of the religious fervor of an Ursula or her 11,000 virgins, or was it only 11 martyrs, the M being mistaken for 1,000, as the one girded herself for battle and the other took up her pious pilgrimage. We know less of the formalities necessary for the conclusion of a royal marriage among the Egyptians than we do of their funeral rites and ceremonies. The latter, as ushering them into a new and higher existence, were deemed the more important and of greater concern to both the present generation and to posterity, especially the latter, and its records and mementos tell the story 1,000 times. But we may take for granted that many observances, both civil and religious, mark the union of man and woman, in particular of those nobles and kings. Some authorities have questioned Queen Ti's claim to royal birth, but the retinue of attendants and servants that accompanied her leave little doubt that she was a princess of note. This bridal train may recall another of later times, that of Henrietta Maria of France, as she journeyed to meet her future husband, Charles I of England. She, too, was attended by a large retinue. She, too, held strongly a different faith, and more or less on that account awakened the prejudices of her new subjects. And she, too, was involved in a revolution, partly religious in character, but here the parallel ends, for the one remained in possession of her power, while the other was driven from her throne and became an exile. Perhaps the new queen was taken at once to her palace, the remains of which were discovered by Griot and Malagata, and which, after being pillaged, were subsequently evacuated by Newberry and Titus. Or she may have watched its erection with interest after her arrival. The original edifice is thus described by those who have made a careful study of the fragmentary remains. Quote, "The plan of the palace seems to have been quite similar to that of the palace which Aahmes-Nefertari IV erected for himself at Tel el Amarina, and which was several years ago explored by Piotr. In the palace of Aahmes-Nefertari III, the rooms were likewise adorned by beautifully decorated stucco floors, and the roof were supported by columns. The walls were embellished with stucco work, the representations, in part, setting forth everyday life. In addition to staterooms, working rooms, the kitchen with its storage closets, a faience factory in which the different amulets and ornaments were made, can be distinguished. Not far from the palace was found an altar, built of tile, and one time probably wainscoted with slabs of stone. It was quite similar to the one in the temple of Deir al-Bahri, and this was certainly dedicated to the sun god. As the altars of ancient Israel most likely had similar form, these remains of the old Egyptian cults have an especial biblical interest." Close quote. The columns of the great temple, and likely of the palace also, were sculptured to resemble the buds of lotus, sometimes called the Egyptian immortelle, which might also be called the national flower, So highly was it regarded and so constantly was it used as a model for architectural designs. That the foreign daughter-in-law was kindly received by Queen Maut-a-mua, we may well believe from the harmony which seemed to exist between them later and the union of their two statues with that of Aahmes-Nefertari III. While in her turn, Queen Tai, when she occupied the same position, extended a like friendly affection to her son's wife. The influence of the new queen was soon perceived in the institution by the king of a religious festival in honor of the sun's disk. Many of the people may have been charmed to have anything like another holiday, with its attendant pageants and observances added to their list, but there can be little doubt that it awakened the suspicion of the priests, who jealously guarded the ancient faith and beheld with disfavor anything that might involve less devotion to the numerous gods which they worshipped and of whose interests they were the guardians, and any change that might minimize their influence or deplete the resources in the treasuries of the temples. Queen Tai seems not to have been popular. She was a foreigner, which in itself often awakens an antagonistic feeling, amusingly illustrated in the story of the English laborer, who, when told that a passer-by was a stranger, exclaimed, "Eve half a brick at him." She held a different faith, and in all probability the priests, with a consciousness of her latent or expressed views and principles, used their great influence quietly to set the people against her, and this dislike was transferred to her son. But to her husband she was ever a first consideration. The records give an account of an enterprise which she early undertook for her pleasure. This was the construction of a large artificial lake, which she might sail or row at will. Again the scarabs chronicle this tribute of connubial tenderness, and again we see the queen's religious views considered. It begins, as usual, with an ascription to the gods, quote, "under the majesty of Horus the Golden, mighty of valor, full of power, diademed with law, Lord of the North and the South, establisher of laws, pacifier of the two lands, Horus the Golden, mighty of valor, smiter of foreign lands, ordered his majesty the oaking of a lake for the royal spouse, mighty Lady Tai. Length of it was cubits 3,000, 6,000, breadth its cubits 600. Made majesty his festival of the entrance of the waters on the month 3rd of sowing day, 16th sailed majesty in his boat, Aahmes-Nefertari, disk of beauties, or the most beautiful disk, close quote. He sailed across to inaugurate the opening and perhaps to show her that all was safe and well, and then doubtless the queen held sway over it, permitting only such as she chose to share the pleasures with her, and perhaps making it a mark of special favor when she did so. The Egyptians held many of their religious festivals on the Nile, and this lake may have been specially devoted to such religious observances as the queen wished to hold in honor of the celestial god whom she worshipped. The place was selected for this feat of engineering skill was near the town of Tarucha. The remains of a beautiful temple at Sedruga, built by Aahmes-Nefertari III, 2 or 4 Queen Tai, have also been found, and an inscription says, Amenhotep, quote, made his monuments for the great and mighty heiress, the princess of all lands, Tai, close quote. A group of the king and Tai is in the Summa collection, and an inscription reads, quote, Amen's-Necht, princess, praised with her mother before Amenhotep III, because he praises her beautiful face and honors her beauty." Close quote. A Usheti box in the Berlin Museum bears the name of Tai, and the monuments of her are numerous. She is by the colossi of her husband and appears with him in official scenes at Saleb. The figure sculptured in the tomb of Fahey at Tel el Amarna on a scarab, etc., is shown seated. Her name alone appears in a quarry at the same place after her husband's death, and her parents are named as Yoman and Tuaa. The additions made by Aahmes-Nefertari III to the long list of Egyptian temples are among the most noted. He built the oldest part of the Seraphim at Saqqara, the temple of Amun-Ra at Karnak, and also at Luxor, a sanctuary with surrounding chambers, a pronaos, or hall with 4 columns, and another large court, which was evidently used afterward as a place of worship by the early Christians, and a noble hypostyle court with 4 rows of lofty columns bearing the lotus capital. At the end, nearest the sanctuary, on either side are double rows of the same columns, then a huge pylon, and in front of it all a noble avenue of 14 still more massive and lofty columns bearing the lotus flower capital. This avenue with the usual pylon appears to have completed the temple of Aahmes-Nefertari III. About 1600 B.C. is the date sometimes set for this work. An avenue of sphinxes connected the 2 temples. The temple of Mut at Karnak was Aahmes-Nefertari's special work. At El Kab, there is also a beautiful little temple or chapel built by him containing various pictures of the king making offerings to the gods, etc. Other works might be named as well as the grand statues already referred to. As devoted as was Aahmes-Nefertari III to the god Amen, on whose temples he lavished gifts and to whom he paid special honors, so antagonistic was his son and successor to the same deity. May it chance that as the mother taught and impressed upon the youthful minds of her children her own religious ideas, so the father, especially in the case of his son, forced them to acts of worship to the many gods of Egypt which revolted them, and in the end served only to drive them further from the old faith. Such is the perversity of human nature, that the very means taken to win assent to any proposition or principle are often those which have most influence in causing the pendulum of thought and opinion to swing in the opposite direction. It is said that the striking change in the physiognomy and ideal type of the upper classes in the later part of the 18th dynasty points to strong foreign infusion. The bold, active faces of earlier times are replaced by sweetness and delicacy, a gentle smile and small, gracefully curved nose. This is characteristic of the time of Aahmes-Nefertari III. The life of King Aahmes-Nefertari was an active one, less warlike than most of his predecessors, but leaving behind many memorials. It is possible that his long and doubtless exposing hunting expeditions may have had a bad effect upon him, for it was still in his prime, probably, that his life ended, and his wife seems long to have survived him. His reign, however, covers a lengthy period, 36 years, but he, owing to his father's early death, ascended the throne in youth. So in the quaint and beautiful language of Scripture, Aahmes-Nefertari III, quote, slept with his fathers, close quote, and Aahmes-Nefertari IV reigned in his stead. The tomb of Aahmes-Nefertari III, discovered by the French expedition, is in the west valley of the tombs of the kings. Here also his father and many other Egyptian sovereigns were buried. On the rocky walls are representations of the kings and the gods, some of which are only partially completed. Amenephis III stands out an attractive personality among the long list of Egyptian kings. We cannot doubt that he was mourned by many, especially by the love of his youth and later years, Queen Tuaa. Henceforth, her life was bound up with that of her eldest son. She and Amenephis III had, some say 2, some say 4 sons, and 4 or 5 daughters. The eldest son, who changed his name, was first called Amenephis IV, and his next brother Tahutmes, after the grandfather or other ancestor of that name. The daughters were Isis, Heotmeheb, Satamon, of which some memorials remain, and some say Bakhaten, the youngest and favorite, but who is elsewhere termed granddaughter rather than daughter of Tuaa. That Queen Tuaa was a faithful mother, whose affectionate heart clung to her children as she had been a loving and devoted wife, we cannot doubt. But her oldest son, the champion of her faith, the earnest disciple of her teachings, which had sunk into his heart and borne abundant fruit, must have been especially beloved. With him, her after history is closely associated, and her influence is shown even more strongly than during the life of her husband, and there is little question that to it is largely due the subsequent course of events. Amenephis III had deferred to her wishes and shown special marks of favor to her religious views, but her son accepted them with his whole heart and spent his life trying to make them the religion of his native land. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. Chapter 12. Tuaa, continued. As the reign and influence of Queen Hatshepsut or Hatshepsut included, in part as those of her father and 2 brothers, so did that of Queen Tuaa, those of her husband and son. The fair young girl who had left her own country with high hopes and aspirations had crystallized into the determined woman who bent all the energies of a strong nature to the accomplishment of her wishes and purposes. The religion of her forefathers was no longer kept in the background. She inspired her son with the zeal of an apostle or a fanatic, as we may choose to consider it, and the king devoted his life to upturning the old order of things and an endeavor to establish the new. His father had shown much deference to his wife's religious faith. In the new festival instituted in his honor, that of the solar disk, on the 16th of Athyr, October 4th, a prominent place had been assigned in a procession to the boat of the sun, Aahmes-Nefertari. He also put the disk on the head of his closed sphinxes and on the statues of the goddesses Paige and Sekhet. But all this was, in a measure, tentative. It remained for Amenephis IV, who was by early writers numbered among the stranger kings, till his true paternity was discovered, and now styled himself Akhenaten of Kun-Aten, worshipper of the sun's disk, to proclaim openly his mother's faith. It has been suggested that his aim was to provide a god visible to all the people of his extensive empire who could be worshipped in common by all, or jealousy between the priests of Heliopolis and those of Thebes may have been another ingredient in the mixed and vexed problem. Beside his father's great temple at Luxor, he erected a sanctuary of the sun, and in various places the name of Ammon was obliterated. Whatever the subsequent history of Queen Ti's other children, it was not to the eldest son that the mother evidently clung, and we may perhaps believe that he, chiefly of them all, shared her views and opinions. On slips from toilet boxes, etc., are found the names of the princesses Sat-Aman, Hinsmerhap, and Ast. There was also a son with the family name of Tehutmes. Bekheten is by some believed to be the youngest and favorite daughter of Tai, by others to be her granddaughter, the child of Amenophis IV, who is thought to have married before his father's death. At Soma is a group of the king and Tai. At Kurne, a funeral temple north of Ramesseum, rearranged by Amen-Hotep III for his daughter Sit-Amen, which provides that this child, at least, died before the father. Another inscription read, Amen-Necht, princess, prays with her mother before Amen-Hotep III, because he praises her beautiful face and honors her beauty. Close quote. Some of the children probably died young. Some may have married and gone elsewhere, but the eldest, the father's successor, had both the will and the power to plant the new faith, and with him, Queen Ti's later life seems to be closely associated. As the character of this prince has afforded historians much ground for speculation, so do the presentiments that remain of him. No cartoon in Punch could more ludicrously caricature the human face than do the pictures that are preserved of King Kun-Atem. Yet in their ghastly ugliness they still retain the conventional type. Many writers seem to consider them as reliable as other likenesses, and attribute the protruding lips and attenuated, misshapen proportions to heredity, some ancestor of Negro blood, or the results of ill health. Others offer no explanation. It seems impossible that any reigning king, and in no period of Egyptian history does the monarch appear to be more autocratic than at this time, should have permitted such portraits of himself to remain to posterity. He was the son of handsome parents. It is possible that the conventional type was considered so beautiful that no deviation which yet preserved the general outline could mar it? Or perchance is there another solution? The king forced upon the country a religion abhorrent to the priests, to the majority of the people, and to his successors, who soon returned to the polytheistic faith and worship of earlier centuries, and who might well have taken pleasure in caricaturing and handing down to their descendants a garbled picture of the hated monarch, iconoclast as he seems to them, reformer as he doubtless appeared in the eyes of his mother and all the converts to the worship of the sun. The slanting forehead, the long thin nose, the protruding flexible mouth, the serpent-like neck, and the ungainly proportions of the figure are little calculated to attract admiration. A parallel to this might perhaps be found in the case of Richard III of England, who, as he was a monster of wickedness, must needs be a monster of ugliness as well, and whose personal defects might have been exaggerated by limner and scribe until his traditional resemblance is that of a dwarfish fiend. Says Curtis, quote, The old Egyptian artist was as sure of his hand and eye as the French artist who cut his pupil's paper with his thumbnail to indicate that the line should run so and not otherwise. The coloring is rude and inexpressive, the drawing of the human figure conventional, for the church or the priests ordained how the human form should be drawn. Later, the church and priests ordained how the human form should be governed. Yet, O sumptuous scarlet queen, sitting on 7 hills, you were generous to art while you were wronging nature. Close quote. Khuan-Aten, or Akhenaten, married, however, and probably in his youth, as he was the father of quite a large family. His wife is spoken of as the daughter of Drushrata, may have been the granddaughter of an Egyptian king, her mother having married a Syrian prince. Drushrata, writing to Queen Tai before Amenophis IV took up affairs, greets Tadakipa, his daughter, Tai's daughter-in-law. As seems to have been the custom, she changed her name on coming to Egypt and is known as Aahmes-Nefertari, Nefertiti, or Nefertiti. She was always closely associated with the king, and there seems no mention of other wives or connections of any kind. She doubtless shared or was a convert to his faith, and we may judge its enthusiastic supporter. Queen Tai appears to have remained in Thebes while the king and his wife went to superintend the building of the temple, palaces, etc., of the new city which Khuan-Aten had resolved to build and make his royal residence. Angry blood rose between him, his priests, and his people, but he was dictator. He would no longer dwell among them, but in a new and richly adorned city worthy of the faith which he held, and whose building should equal or surpass older monuments. He issued a command to obliterate from the tombs of his ancestors the names of the god Ammon and the goddess Mut. This fanned the smoldering discontent into flames, and open rebellion broke out. Against Ammon the king seemed to hold a particular spite, and around the shrine of this god priests and followers mustered their forces. But although the king abandoned Thebes, he retained his power and was not overthrown. No council of priests or people brought him to trial, sent him to exile, or took his life. Not in turn does he seem to have been severe or vengeful. No records remain, as is frequently the case in such instances, of barbarous punishments or cruel executions being meted out to the offenders. For the time being, if for that only, he was absolute and carried his point. He could afford to be generous. The new capital was distant from both Memphis and Thebes, in Middle Egypt, and received the name Khu'aten, or is elsewhere given Khu'tatain, the horizon of the sun. The modern Tel el Amarna, or El Amarna, the extensive ruins of which may yet be seen on both banks of the Nile. Like Solomon's in Scripture, the potentate summoned to his assistance both artists and artisans, and the work was pressed with all possible vigor and speed. First the temple, then the palaces and homes of the nobility, and lastly, in the neighborhood, their tombs. It is said that a revolution in art proceeded side by side with that in religion. An attempt was made to discard the older traditions and approximate more nearly to nature, and the specimen of these attempts to realism to be found in the tombs are of great interest. To this fact, some authorities attribute the singular and disagreeable portraits of the king before referred to. How deeply Queen Tai's heart was stirred and how keenly her feelings were concerned, we may well conceive. The great temple was the development of her heart's desire, and every aid in her power must have been lent to the king's assistance. Remaining in the old city, she would no doubt expedite the sending of all sorts of supplies and materials required for the buildings and the private needs of her beloved son and his family. Architecture and sculpture were ever important in the eyes of Egyptian kings, and even the queens had their own sculptors and overseers of such work. Timber was scarce, quarries of sandstone and limestone numerous. Hence the more enduring was the commoner material, which has preserved to posterity much that, had the ancient world been constructed of more perishable wood and brick, in all probability would have utterly passed away. Some of the temples, as many of the tombs, of which those at Beni Hassan are an example, were in grottos and caves. Others stood alone in majestic grandeur. In all, columns were used, and the lotus was the prevailing ornament. Says Hedrick, quote, "As the columns of Beni Hassan have given rise to the Doric, so those which imitate plants and flowers appear to be the origin of the Corinthian. The Ionian volute is found in the columns of Persepolis, but in no Egyptian monument. It was probably of Assyrian origin, as it has been found in the remains of Nineveh." An inscription at Tel el Amarna reads, quote, "And for the first time the king gave the command to call together all the masons from the island of Elephantine to the town of Samut," special name for Migdol in the Lower Egypt, "and the chiefs and the leaders of the people to open a great quarry of the hard stone for the erection of the great obelisk of Har-Maku, by his name as the god of light, who is worshipped as the sun's disk in Thebes. Thither came the great and noble lords and the chief of fan-bearers to superintend the cutting and shipping of the stone." Close quote. Burgich tells us that the stone quarry of Aswan and the cliffs of Silsilis on each side of the river furnished the former rose and black granite, the latter hard brown sandstone for this work. He also thinks that King Khunaten designed to build in Thebes a gigantic pyramid of the same stone to the honor of his god. Not far from the Nile, in the new city, rose the great temple of the sun. It was on a wide plain, the mountains rising behind it, as says the same author, quote, "like an encompassing wall," close quote. The king also bestowed great honor upon his chief overseers and helpers, who accepted the new faith and entered into the work with zeal or assumed enthusiasm. One named Mer-Ra, or Meri-Re, dear to the sun, was high priest or prophet, bestowing upon him words of praise and commendation, and investing him with that special kingly reward, a golden necklace. His tomb at Tel el Amarna is one of the most interesting and largest that have been found. It is supported by columns, and on its walls are depicted many scenes giving portraits of the deceased and his wife, the king and queen making offerings to the sun, and others. And it is here that is found the picture of a bestowal of the golden necklace. A certain Aahmes, one of the many, for this seems long to have been a favorite name in Egypt, was another highly valued assistant, and among the sepulchral inscriptions found at Tel el Amarna was a prayer to the sun written by him. Beginning with this inscription, it reads, quote, "Beautiful is thy setting, thou sun's disk of life, thou Lord of lords and King of the worlds, close quote, and ending with professions of devotions to the king as his divine benefactor, who had raised him to greatness, and which naturally perhaps appears to have produced a very pleasing state of mind, for he concludes, quote, the servant of the prince rejoices and is in a festive disposition every day, close quote. At this time there were at least several grandchildren of Queen Ti, as special houses were prepared for them in connection with the palace. We can therefore imagine the impatience with which the Dowager Queen awaited the time for her journey to the new city and rejoining her loved ones, and couriers were doubtlessly busy passing back and forth with orders and directions from the king, as well as messages of affection to his mother, which were returned in full measure. It seems almost as if it might be at his special desire that she remained in Thebes to lend him, as before said, all the aid in her power towards the completion of his work, and that he might have the satisfaction of welcoming her to his new capital in a nearly completed state. She may also have acted to some extent as regent in his absence. Her time of anticipation, therefore, must have endured some years, since the erection of the buildings of such magnitude could not have been accomplished in a very short period, no matter what the expedition used for the purpose. This second journey may well have reminded Queen Ti of an earlier one she had taken in her youth from her far native land as the wife or the affianced bride of Amenophes III. That had been the same seed time, the sowing of which had produced such great fruits. Again she went forward attended by a large retinue, but now it was not to a land of promise, but one of fulfillment. The king and his wife met the Dowager Queen after the long separation with all honor and affection, and themselves conducted her into the new temple. A picture of this scene, which remains, is thus inscribed, quote, Introduction of the Queen Mother to behold her son shadow, close quote. And very happy she must have felt in thus viewing the visible tokens of the realization of the dreams, hopes, and prayers of many years. She must inspect the temple, the palaces of the king, queen, and the various princesses, as well as the dwelling prepared for herself, and no doubt be made acquainted with the chief overseers and artists whom the king delighted to honor, and under whose charge the work had so prospered. The private houses were probably varied in color and frequently decorated on the outside with pictures of the occupations or professions of the owners. Beyond, some such scene as this, an immense meadow cut through with a blue stream, north and south, white walls of towns, and on the horizon's rim the reddish sands of the desert. The myth they believed in was this, quote, Osiris fell in love with the strip of land in the midst of deserts. He covered it with plants and living creatures so as to have them profit. Then the kindly god took a human form and became the first pharaoh. When he felt that his body was withering, he left it and entered into his son and later into his son's son. The Lord has extended like a mighty tree. All the pharaohs are his roots. The nomarchs and priests are his larger branches, the nobles the smaller branches. The visible God sits on the throne of the earth and receives the income which belongs to him from Egypt. The invisible God receives offerings in his temples and declares his will through the lips of the priesthood. It was a joyful reunion, this of the elder queen with her son and his family, an occasion never to be forgotten in their domestic annals, and we may imagine how the story was handed down from generation to generation. The day when grandmother or great-grandmother came and saw the new temple and new city. Loved and honored Queen Ti probably settled down with or near her son and his wife, enjoying to the full the kindly family life, and seeing as had her mother-in-law before her, the grandchildren gather around. Perhaps she regretted that no son was born to succeed his father, for King Khuan-Atem had daughters only, but her life had been a full and happy one, and she had enjoyed the blessing, according to but few, of seeing her heart's dearest wishes fulfilled. What more could she ask? Whether she passed away in Khuaten or Tel el Amarna, we do not know, but if the former was the case, a long mourning procession, attended with every honor, must have borne her inanimate form, preserved in the highest style of the embalmer's art, back to Thebes, for there in the tombs of the queen her last resting place has been found. These tombs are at the end of a valley which extends for nearly a mile to the west of the temple of the Medinet-i-Tabu. That of Ti is said to be among the most perfect. The valley which leads to the tombs has bare and lofty limestone cliffs on either side, which are covered with inscriptions. It is not so familiar as the other places in Egypt, not being very easy of access. More than 20 tombs in various stages of completion have been discovered, some of them mere caves with their records often made not in a solid stone, but in plaster. Queen Ti's tomb consists of an antechamber, passages, a chapel, and small chambers, all are more or less decorated with paintings. At the entrance, on either side, is Mar, the goddess of truth, with extended wings to protect those who come in. There are various pictures of the gods and of Queen Ti, in one of which she prays to them, seated at a banquet table. Of these tombs, Curtis says, quote, "The sculpture and paintings are gracious and simple. They are not graceful, but suggest the grace and repose which the ideal of female life requires. In the graceful largeness and simplicity of the character of the decorations, it seems as if the secret reverence for womanly character and influence, which has to be later revealed, was instinctively suggested by those who knew them not. The cheerful yellow hues of the walls and their exposure to the day, the warm silence of the hills, seclusion, and the rich, luminous landscape in the vista of the steep valley make these tombs pleasant pavilions of memory." End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anna Goss. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. Nefertiti. Before the death of Amenophis III, he seems to have adopted the frequent Egyptian habit of associating his son with him on the throne, though the latter was probably young, as Queen Ti appears to have acted as regent after her husband's death. Also, at the time of his death, the father was negotiating for a marriage between his heir and a Mitannian princess, the same country from which had come Queen Ti herself, and the wife of Thutmose IV. That the existing relationship gave the new queen some title to the throne is proved by her being spoken of as the Great Heiress, Princess of all women, and the Princess of South and North, the Lady of both lands, which imply hereditary rights, possibly through the mother. She was the daughter of Dushratta, king of Mitanni, and it may have been that her father was Queen Tiye's brother, and she herself the cousin of Amenophis IV, but the matter is not absolutely clear. A certain Dushratta, not satisfied about the safety of his sister, who had married Amenophis III, had sent to Egypt to inquire after her, but the repetition or duplication of a name often makes it difficult to decide upon the exact relationship. From the letters found on tablets in the ruins of Tel el Amarna, many of which, of course, are broken and imperfect, we have chiefly derived the information we possess of these transactions. Queen Tiye seems also to have held the power for a brief period at Tel el Amarna, but exactly when this was the case has not been discovered. In her own country, the bride-elect bore the name of Tadukipa, but in Egypt she became Nefertiti, Nefertiti, or Nefertiti, her full name being known as Aah-Nefertari-Neferu-Nefertiti. After the death of Amenophis III, Queen Tiye sent word of this event to the Babylonish prince, and some correspondence took place between them before matters were finally settled, and Amenophis IV, or Napku-Ruia, as he is called in the letters, was married and assumed full control of his own affairs. There was, of course, an exchange of presents, gold, slaves, etc., as was usual on such occasions, and no failure on either side of a satisfactory pecuniary showing seems to have interfered with the prospects of the youthful pair, such as had been known not unfrequently in other cases. The beautiful, deserving or undeserving, are apt to win favor. By this rule, therefore, the pictures of King Khuenaten, or Aten-Nefer-Neferu, and Queen Nefertiti are sufficiently ugly to prejudice the most casual observer. One is tempted to see in these hideous effigies rather the work of a defamer than a true portrait. Early pictures of the king are handsome, and not unlike some of Ramses II. The change is attributed by late writers to the new style of art to be seen in his reign. Certainly the king sacrificed himself nobly to the cause of truth, if he was a consenting party to his own portraiture. It is believed that the accession of Khuenaten took place in the 31st year of his father's reign, in the month Pachons, or February, and that his marriage occurred in the month Epiphi, or May, 4 years later. In his 6th year, he abandoned the god Amon, or Amen, and adopted the Aten worship. In his 6th year also, after the birth of his second daughter, came the change of name and facial type at Thebes. Ma'at only of the old divinities seems to have been retained. The pictures of this period show rays of sunbeams terminating in tiny hands which support the bodies, crowns, etc. of the royal pair. From first to last, the queen is closely associated with her husband, constantly pictured with him, a true companion and helpmate, a faithful guardian of his children, and a devoted daughter to his mother, possibly her aunt, whose name, in part, she seems to have taken. As Khadijah upheld and supported Muhammad in the promulgation of his newly received revelation, so did Nefertiti accept and lend her wifely aid to the faith of her husband and his mother. A prayer or address to the rising sun is attributed to her and shows the religious fervor with which she was penetrated. Thou disk of the sun, thou living God, there is none other beside thee. Thou givest health to the eyes through thy beams, creator of all beings. Thou goest up on the eastern horizon of the heavens to dispense life to all whom thou hast created, to man, to four-footed beasts, birds, and all manner of creeping things on the earth when they live. Thus they behold thee, and they go to sleep when thou settest. Grant to thy Son who loves thee life in truth to the Lord of the land, that he may live united with thee in eternity. Behold his wife the Queen Nefert-iti, may she live for evermore and eternally by his side. Well pleasing to thee, she admires what thou hast created day by day. He, the king, rejoices at the sight of thy benefits. grant him a long existence as king of the land. At Heliopolis, the sun god Ra had been specially worshipped. He was pictured hawk-headed, surmounted by Disk and Uraeus. Hence, with priests at Heliopolis, the king may have been in greater sympathy than with those at other points, where the various gods were worshipped. It is possible, too, that they were less antagonistic to him than the others, or may even have supported him. Be that as it may, at Heliopolis, Khuan-Aten built a temple. The shrine received gifts from pharaoh after pharaoh and was very wealthy. It also had at one time an immense library. The city, says Strabo, who came to it shortly after the Christian era, is situated upon a large mound. It contains the Temple of the Sun, probably a later one than that of Amenophis IV, and the Aahmes-Nefertari, which is kept in the sanctuary and is regarded by the inhabitants as a god. Says Pollard, the temple had 3 courts, each one probably adorned with obelisks, which were so numerous that one was called the City of Obelisks. Pharaohs of different dynasties erected a pair of obelisks in the Temple of the Sun as an offering and a memorial. After the 3rd court came the Naos, with its outer chamber or holy place, and its inner or holy of holies, in which was the shrine with the symbol of the deity. Strabo tells us that the Aahmes-Nefertari was kept in the sanctuary. 6 daughters, one after another, enlarged the family circle of the palace, a garland of princesses, as they have been poetically called. They constantly appear in the pictures with their parents, and even attended their father in his expeditions in his chariot. Their names are given as Mi-Aten or Mut-Aten, Mak-Aten, Anknes-Aten, Nofru-Aten or Nofru-Ra, Tashera, Satam-en-Ra, and Bek-Aten. Some doubt seems to exist as to whether the last was daughter or granddaughter of Queen T. A standing figure of this princess, at which the artists are still seen chiseling from life, under the eye of the queen's overseer, Tuaa by name, is among the various wall paintings. Perhaps she was an especial darling, this youngest child, or she may have had a particularly beautiful face and form, but the temple walls were said to have been nearly covered with the pictures of the king, queen, and princess. Aten and Aten, or Khuan-Aten's feelings towards his family were tinged with all a lover's enthusiasm. His words have a poetic cast. The beams of the sun's disk shone over him with a pure light, so as to make young his body daily. Therefore King Khuan-Aten swore an oath to his father thus, "Sweet love fills my heart for the queen, for her young children. Grant a great age to the queen Nefertiti in long years. May she keep the hand of Pharaoh. Grant a great age to the royal daughter Mary-Aten, and to the royal daughter Mak-Aten, and to their children. May they keep the hand of the queen their mother eternally and forever. What I swear is a true avowal of what my heart says to me. Never is there falsehood in what I say." And he ends a long inscription, relative to the setting up of various memorial tablets with, "These memorial tablets, which were placed in the midst, had fallen down. I will have them raised up afresh, and have them placed again in the situation in which they were previously. This I swear to do in the 8th year, in the month Tibi. On the 9th day the king was in Khuan-Aten, and Pharaoh mounted on his court chariot of polished copper to behold the memorial tablets of the disk of the sun, which are on the hills of the territory to the southeast of Khuan-Aten." And perhaps the queen and the eldest daughters followed him to make this investigation. Bruges says the inscriptions on these tablets were first found and published by Price d'Avenay. The series of tablets discovered at Tel El Amarna in 1888 are chiefly in the museums of London, Berlin, Paris, and St. Petersburg, with a few at Giza. One letter is from a lady who styles herself the handmaid of the king, and others relate to the exchange of presents and slaves, men and girls. Another beloved member of this amiable family was the Princess Notemut, younger sister of the queen, who seems quite to have been counted in. She, too, had a special palace built for her, and married Horem-Heb, or Horem-Hib, not of royal birth, but who eventually became the last king of this, the 18th dynasty. He may have had 2 wives, or else Notem-Mut changed her name, as we read also of a Queen Esse as his spouse. The temples and palaces were of a somewhat different style of architecture from the usual Egyptian form, but they were beautiful, with their open courts, and calculated for the needs of those who were to occupy them, as well as for the character of the country and climate. The names of the artists and architects are preserved, which is not usually the case, and their talent seems to have descended in the family, for we learn that a certain Bek, overseer, artist and teacher of the king, was a grandson of Hor-Ammu, who had served in the same office under Amenophis III. The tombstone of the artist Bek, says Bruges, was put up for sale some years ago in the open market-place in Cairo. My respected friend, Mr. L. Vasali, bought it, and was good enough to give me an exact drawing of the carving upon it and a paper impression of the inscription. The wall pictures that were found in the tombs present the king and queen seated on a balcony, with their eldest children, the baby in the mother's lap, enduring certain officials with the necklace of honor, and casting down presents to the crowd. A pleasant sport, enjoyed in common by the whole family party. Queen T, the chief of the women's department, named Hai, the steward, the treasurer, and other members of the court, also shared in the fun. Another picture gives the king and queen worshipping the sun, accompanied by 2 of their daughters, showing clearly that all the duties and pleasures of life were shared in this amiable family. A touch of nature makes us all kin, and this recalls the picture one often sees of domestic life among the Germans, where father, mother, and children go off for a picnic or a frolic together, while the Frenchman, perhaps, is in the café alone. The Egyptians were highly skilled in pottery and faience. Fine glazing on pottery, stone, and in enamels on goldsmith work is shown at the beginning of the new empire. Tel el Amarna seems to have been quite celebrated for its pottery and the fabrication of delicate enamels, of which many specimens in a great variety of colors have been found. The vase of Queen T, preserved in the Bulak Museum, is gray and blue. Olive-shaped amulets of the kings and princesses of this family show delicate blue hieroglyphics on a mauve ground, while the potters of the time of Amenophis III are said to have been particularly fond of violets and greys. Less warlike than the majority of his predecessors, we still read of some fighting during Aten-Aten's, or Kuenaten's reign, and victories over the Syrians and other nations, which the king, though probably not taking the field himself, celebrated with the customary festival. He appears in the full pharaonic attire, adorned with the insignia of his rank on his lion throne, carried on the shoulders of his warriors. At his side walk servants who, with long fans, wave the cool air upon their heated lord. This was in the 12th year of his reign, on the 18th day of the month Mechir, December. The crook, whip, and sickle-shaped sword were emblems of royalty, while of the new empire was a canopy raised on wooden pillars, colored and ornamented, with a thick carpet on seat, footstool, and floor. On ordinary occasions the king was probably carried in a sort of sedan chair of splendid appearance. Later occurred the marriages of some of the daughters, and as no son was born, 2 at least of the sons-in-law seem to have ruled in succession, and it is pleasant to be able to believe that this was peacefully accomplished, without the family jars and broils so often coincident with the dividing of a heritage. In modern parlance, the ladies do not seem to have made very brilliant matches. No foreign prince or monarch is recorded as being an accepted suitor. Home talent was strictly patronized, and the sons of high officials were deemed suitable parties, who by right of their wives, it would seem, succeeded each other as king. Their reigns were short enough for each to have a turn as the pleasant task of ruling. Several of his daughters, as well as his wife, waited on Khueneaten in his last illness. Nefertiti survived him, and may have lived till the time of Horemheb, or even to that of Seti I. The tomb of the king was 7 miles from the river in one of the great valleys which open on the plain of Tel el Amarna, the situation resembling that of Amenophis III at Thebes. That he was mourned deeply, at least by those nearest and dearest to him, there can be little doubt. Yet his children soon turned from the religion he had tried to establish, to the earlier worship, in its form of devotion to many gods, under the semblance of various animals. The slabs found at Memphis, the stele at Saqqara, and the remains of the great temple at Tel el Amarna, 25 feet square, the enclosure nearly half a mile long, all speak of this king. Statues of him, his wife, and Queen Ti have been found. A beautiful and perfect one of the king is in the Louvre, and there is a death mask which, among his various names, speaks of him as the Lord of the Sweet Wind. Fragments of the stele with which his palace was decorated are to be seen in some of the museums in Europe, also in the Museum of the University of Pennsylvania, and perhaps at other points in this country. It seems to have been the sons-in-law who took chief authority after Khueneaten's death, and not the queen. She survived her husband for years. Her palace had a court, or harem, with glazed tiles, the walls painted with scenes, and the floor with pools, birds, cattle, and wild plants. In the court was a fine well with a canopy on carved columns and round coping, and an inscription with the queen's titles. In the temple offerings of flowers were made and hymns sung to the accompaniment of harps. It was perhaps a return to the practice of the earliest times, and one writer suggests that its simplicity points to the Vedism of India. The queen and her daughters are shown waiting on the king in his illness. There is a fine fragment of a statue of the queen at Amherst College, and a gold ring and some other personal belongings at other places. With the death mask of the king in the University of Pennsylvania are some fragments from Tel el Amarna giving the names and title of Queen Nefertiti. Khueneaten is thought by late discoveries to have reigned 17 or 18 years. As usual, authorities differ, some giving Ai as the immediate successor of Khueneaten, others placing before him several kings, and numbering him just before Horemheb, or Horus, the last monarch of the 18th dynasty. Some again refuse to recognize the heretic king and his descendants at all, and consider Horemheb, who had returned to the polytheistic creed, as the true and direct successor of Amenophis III. It seems likely, however, that the eldest daughter, Maut-Aten, born in the 4th year of her father's reign, was married just before his death to Re-Smenkhka, and that her husband was, for a time, co-regent. Both his and her name have been found on a tomb, these tomb inscriptions always throwing great light on this history of the time to which they refer. If, as estimated, she was 13 at the time of her marriage, and 25 at her husband's death, he reigned over 12 years. The second daughter, Maut-Aten, died before her father, between her 9th and 11th years. Her tomb is in a side chapel of her father's, and the family are shown mourning for her, but she appears in the picture of the 6 princesses. Ankh-Nes-Aten, or Ankh-Se-En-Pa-Aten, was born in the 8th year of her father's reign, and was 10 years of age at his death. In her sister's reign, she was married to Tutankhaten, and changed her name to Ankh-Se-En-Amen. Her life is from Amen, showing that already the changes her father had made were discarded. A few rings belonging to her remain, but with the exception of these relics, nothing more is known of the other daughters. Also nothing is known beyond figures and names on general monuments. Of Ra-Smenka, or Ra-Smenka-Serkeperu, husband of the eldest daughter of Queen Nefertiti, it is believed that he abandoned the palace in his 3rd year of sovereignty, and perhaps went to Thebes. There are few remains of him, but the dates are estimated as 1368 to 1358 BC. Tutankhamun, or Tuetankhamun, the living image of Amun, and husband of Anknes-Amon, transferred his residence to Thebes, which, after all, had suffered little from the rivalry of Tel el Amarna, hastily finished the great hall and had it decorated with reliefs, representing the great festival which occurred at Luxor on New Year's Day, when the sacred boats were brought up in procession on the Nile from Karnak and carried into the temple. In these reliefs, of course, the king's name largely figured, but, in the not uncommon fashion of these various monarchs, his brother-in-law, who later succeeded him, King Horemheb, freely substituted his own name. A picture of King Tutankhamun holding court and receiving a Negro queen, either as a visitor or as offering tribute, was found on the wall of a tomb. The royal lady was depicted in a chariot, drawn by oxen and surrounded by her servants, a prototype of a later visit of the Queen of Sheba to King Solomon. From the north also came the ruddy princes of the land of Ruthen, with curly black hair and in rich dresses. The two governors of the south and north, he and Aahmes-Hotep, also came. They had served under Amenophis III and must have been of ripe years. Brugsch calls it a large and lively picture of the manners and riches of the south and of the north in the 15th century before Christ. All bring rich gifts and ask for peace and friendship between themselves and the great pharaoh. King Ai was probably husband of one of the daughters, though his wife is elsewhere spoken of as the foster mother of King Ku-en-Aten, which seems rather hopelessly to mix up the chronology. In this case, she is spoken of as Thi, the beloved name of that king's own mother. They are also called respectively the dressers of the king, and the high nurse, the nourishing mother of the godlike one. Ai's fine tomb at Tel el Amarna gives an account of his marriage. The tomb was never entirely finished. It is described by one traveler as having a sepulchral hall, beautifully painted, with colors still fresh and brilliant, with the sarcophagus standing in the middle, among the pictures, the king painted red and the queen of a pale yellow, are shown gathering lotus flowers. Also the king being presented by the goddesses Maat and Hathor to Osiris. Perhaps two wives shared the honor of sovereignty with King Ai, or the second may have been espoused after the death of the first, and it seems likely the latter was much her husband's junior. Maspero gives a description of the palace of King Ai, also pictured on the walls of the Tel el Amarna tombs. He calls him the son-in-law of Ku-en-Aten. An oblong tank with sloping sides and two descending flights of steps faces the entrance. The building is rectangular, the width being somewhat greater than the depth. A large doorway opens in the front and gives access to a court planted with trees and flanked by storehouses, fully stocked with provisions. Two small courts, placed symmetrically in the two further corners, contain the staircases which lead up to the terrace. This first building, however, is but the frame which surrounds the owner's dwelling. The two frontages are much adorned with a pillared portico and a pylon. Passing the outer door, one enters a sort of central passage, divided by two walls, pierced with doorways, so as to form three successive courts. The inside court is bordered by chambers. The two others open to right and left upon two smaller courts, whence flights of steps lead up to the terraced roof. This central building is called the Aah-Onuti, or private dwelling of kings and nobles, to which only the family or intimate friends had access. All this, of course, varied in different cases with the taste of the owner, and the long, straight wall in front was sometimes divided and ornamented with colonnades and towers. The old religion was resuming its sway, and the priests of Ammon regaining their lost influence. They accepted the rule of Tutankhamun, whose monuments are said to extend only from Memphis to Thebes, and still more that of Ai, who was a true worshipper of the old gods. His reign, however, is spoken of as feeble, and the principal monument of the time is a shrine, high up in the face of cliffs, behind Ekhmin. King Ai seemed to have a special passion for tomb building, as there are no less than 3 attributed to him. The first at Tel el Amarna, the last at Thebes, coincident probably with his complete change of religious views and associations. Ai died and left no children, and was succeeded by Horemheb, or Horemhib, who then was, or subsequently became, his uncle by a marriage with the Princess Notemamut, or Nezimamut, sister of Queen Nefertiti. The history of this time is, as yet, far from clear, and dates which fit in approximately to one set of theories refuse to combine with others. Some hold that Queen Nefertiti had been originally sent to Egypt to be the bride of Amenophis III, and that his death occurring before her arrival, she then became the wife of his son. This last arrangement, judging by the probable years of the parties, was more natural, and the union seemed to have proved a most happy one, as all the pictures show complete concord of interest and sentiment between the two. Defaced pictures of both Queen Ti and Queen Nefertiti are found in the tombs, and the mummy of King Khuan-Aten was found in the tomb of Amenophis II, where it had, probably, been removed to avoid spoliation, his tomb having been originally elsewhere. King Horemheb seems first to have been a renowned general in the army, and though not of royal birth, his horoscope foretold for him great success. The earlier histories of him say that he was a special favorite of King Khuan-Aten, who made him guardian of the kingdom, which position, so near the throne, suggests opportunities to win the heart of the princess. The god Amon, it is said, brought her to him, the crown prince Horemhib, and the inscription adds, "She bowed herself and embraced his pleasant form, and placed herself before him." Was it perchance on account of this kind service of the god that they both espoused his religion so fervently? Or did the priests tamper with the princess, and she inspire her lover with enthusiasm for the old beliefs? This romantic history, however, loses somewhat of its glamour under the realistic touches and conclusions of later students. The princess was a priestess of Amon, and the marriage of the two, it is claimed, was merely a political one, both king and queen being between 50 and 60 at the time of their union. The kind offices of the god may be, so to speak, mythologically considered. The long account which gives an exultant story of his coronation prejudges the fact that both the king and queen were zealous supporters of the ancient religion, and again Thebes became the royal city. The work of Khuan-Aten there was destroyed, and a new temple built. At Karnak, as was frequently the wont of the kings, Horemhib built with materials taken from a ruined temple of Amenophis II. He also built a rock temple at Silsilis, where inscriptions certify to his victories. The pictures of this king and his mother sonnet at a banquet, where some of the company were of the living, some of the dead, has been described in an earlier chapter, as also the statues of himself and his wife, he with a handsome melancholy face, she also handsome, but with a touch of sarcasm in her smile. Her likeness has been ascribed to other queens. The group of Horemhib and the god Amon in the Turin Museum is pronounced to be dry in treatment, while the colossi in red granite, against his pylon at Karnak, the bas-reliefs at Silsilis, and the portrait statue just referred to are deemed by the same critic faultless. Other wall decorations show the king conferring the insignia of the golden collar upon a certain Nefer-Hotep of Thebes. He is sometimes improperly called Horus, while Manetho by this name refers to Khuan-Aten. Of Queen Nezimamut there are not many remains, and these may be briefly enumerated. She figures in the tomb of Ai in a family group. There is a statue of her with the king at Turin. She appears as a female sphinx, as given by Rossellini. There is a scarab at Berlin, and a frog with her name at Abydos. Since, with the reign of Horemheb, the 18th dynasty concludes, and so little is to be found as regards his wife, we have included her brief history with that of her sister, Queen Nefertiti, in the present chapter. A new dynasty, the 19th, succeeded, while some authorities maintain that the early members of the Ramesside family were contemporary with Horemheb. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Predecessors of Cleopatra. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. Predecessors of Cleopatra by Leigh North. Chapter 14, Tuaa. Probably years after Queen Tii, or Tuaa, wife of Amenephis III and mother of the heretic king Ku-na-Aten, was laid in her grave, her granddaughter and namesake became the consort of the reigning monarch. The 18th dynasty had passed away and a new race held sway. They seem to have had no hereditary title to the crown, but may have claimed Hyksos ancestry. Might, however, often makes right, and they were a noted and powerful succession of monarchs. After King Horemheb and Queen Notem-Mut came in, Ramses I of the 19th dynasty, of whose wife we at present know nothing, though future discoveries may reveal her identity. After a short reign, the king was succeeded by his son Seti, or Seti I, called Meramptah or Meraptah, son of Ptah, who strengthened his position by marrying a descendant of the preceding royal line. She brought him as her dower, in addition to whatever else she might have been mistress of, the valuable possession of the true blue blood, which she conferred upon her son, Ramses II, born of Ra, and thus made his claim to the crown indisputable. Queen Thi, Tii, Tui, or Tuaa, as her name is variously spelled, did not have so romantic a love story as did her great ancestress, but neither would it be quite fair to set down her marriage with Set I as purely one of convenience, no matter how much each might have gained by the union. Their opportunities of meeting, since Egyptian women are not so cloistered as other Eastern nations, may have been frequent, and it is possible the connection may have been one of feeling, as well as of state policy. Of her early life, however, we know nothing, nor are we assured of the name of her parents. In marrying her, Seti I conformed to the usual but not invariable custom of these monarchs, in uniting themselves with a princess of Egyptian lineage. The priests acknowledged the new queen as of the blood royal, the true Theban line, hence there could be no dispute as to the rights of her children. Her experiences were different from those of her great predecessor of the name. She did not journey from a far country to meet her husband, in all probability, as did her great-grandmother, nor did she share with him, as did her grandmother, in the effort to promulgate a new religion, constantly pictured beside him in all his occupations. She was both the wife and mother of a warrior, and life must of necessity have passed much apart from them. To us, Queen Tuaa is but a shadowy form, chiefly known as the mother of perhaps the greatest king in the long Egyptian line. Some of her traits of character, some of her features, may have descended to this haughty scion of the race, but they are now beyond our power of specification. He did not show her, apparently, the devotion the first Tii received from her son, and in his attention to his father's tomb there is no record of any special care of his mother's, though doubtless it was not neglected. On the walls of one of the temples, says one traveler, the youthful Ramses is being suckled by the goddesses, on the one side by Anak, or Anuka, his divine mother, Lady of Elephantine, on the other by Hathor, with a similar inscription. The features are so much alike that they probably represent those of his own mother. As a child, even Ramses must have been freed, in great measure, from his mother's guidance, since, to establish himself more firmly on the throne, Seti made his son co-ruler with himself, and, to some extent, a sharer in the cares of state and knowledge of warfare. It is said that Queen Tuaa acted as regent for husband or son during a Syrian campaign. She must have been proud of her talented and precious child, but state etiquette doubtless separated her much from him, and there may have been more outlet for motherly care and tenderness among her other children. Of these we do not find much record, save one brother to whom Ramses was greatly attached. This brother was called Kamos. Tuaa is not recorded as having shared her queenly honors or her husband's affection with other wives. At any rate, she was the legal consort. Lady Duff Gordon speaks of Egypt as the palimpsest in which the Bible is written over Herodotus, and the Quran over that. At this period, it was in the middle stage of this classification. The modern Copt most resembles the ancient Egyptian. The nose and eyes are the same as in the profiles in the tombs and temples. The Fela woman of the present, it is said, walks around the ancient statues in order to have children, and the customs at birth and burial are the same as in ancient times. Of marriage customs of the past less is known, as we have to bear in mind, than of their funeral ceremonies. The genuine Egyptian had a bronze-colored skin, recognizing a brother countryman at a glance and despising black, yellow, and even white skins. The queen herself, being of ancient race, may have indulged this feeling. Certainly it was most apparent in her haughty son. Was Queen Tuaa beautiful, good looks being usually thought an important part of the claims of a royal bride to her position, a picture, often flattered, being the only means a royal suitor had to judge of his future wife? Curtis thus describes a beautiful Egyptian. The Greek Venus was sea-born, but our Egyptian is sun-born. The brown blood of the sun burns along her veins. The soul of the sun streams shaded from her eyes. Fascinating are the almond eyes of Egyptian women, bordered black with the kohl, whose intensity accords with the sumptuous passion that mingles moist and languid with their light. Eastern eyes are full of moonlight. Eastern beauty is a dream of passionate possibility. Was the queen perchance of this temperament? I am of a silent disposition. I never tell what I see. I spoil not the sweetness of my fruits by vain tattling. For posterity, at least, she has proved so, for we know little of her. The chief, if not the only picture of Queen Tuaa is in the temple of Gurna, or El Curne, which is described as a memorial edifice, like the Medici Chapel in Florence. Begun by Seti I as a memorial to Ramses I, it was completed by Ramses II. They were handsome men of a Dante-esque type, and their mothers and wives probably fair women, the men, especially, different in appearance from the preceding race. Ramses I was the tutelary deity of the shrine. He stands swathed and crowned like Osiris, with the pointed and upturned beard peculiar to the gods, worshipped in one picture by his own son Seti I, and in another by his grandson Ramses II. In Egypt, every man, especially if he were of royal birth, received, after death, by courtesy, the title of Osiris, because it was hoped he had attained blessedness in the bosom of the god. Queen Tuaa stands behind her husband, and Miss Edwards finds in her delicate but slightly angular profile a resemblance to some of the portraits of Queen Elizabeth. In Ramses II, she says, the beauty of the race culminates. The artists of the Egyptian Renaissance, always great in profile portraits, are nowhere seen to better advantage than in this series. A statue of the Lady Nai in the Louvre may give some idea of the dress of this period, the 19th dynasty. She wears a long wig with a band round her head, a tight garment of linen, not unlike the modern chemise, only narrower, and a strip of linen hanging down in front. This temple of El Curne is at the entrance of the Valley of the Tombs of the Kings, and the cutting is called by the Arabs Bab el-Moluk, Gate of the Sultan. The road is narrow and stony, its desert sands dazzling in the brilliant sunshine, leading to a lonely and sepulchral glen, honeycombed with the tombs of past dignitaries, nobles, priests, and monarchs. Here and there, as we study the history of Egypt, is a link with the Bible's story, though nothing very definite has yet been discovered. It is believed by some writers that Moses and Aaron lived in the age of Seti I, and that Moses was brought up with the youthful Ramses II. Others make the time somewhat later, and think that the princess who rescued the deliverer of the Israelites from the water was one of the many daughters of the great Sesostris. Thebes was probably Queen Tuaa's principal residence, and the palace saw many partings, since with warriors for husband, sons, and grandsons, if the queen survived so long, they must have been frequently absent, and she must needs have passed some anxious hours. But so essentially was war the trade of the monarchs of ancient times, and in the lives of their female relatives so much a matter of course, that it would seem as if the feminine heart must have become somewhat hardened. Doubtless the royal lady looked forward to receiving a victor laden with spoils. We almost seem to hear the burden of the refrain, "Have they not sped, have they not divided the prey, to every man a damsel or two, to Sisera a prey of diverse colors of needlework on both sides, meet for the necks of them that take the spoil." What matter to the conqueror, or even to his consort, if thousands of lives paid the price? Seti I was a man of blood, and is spoken of as a jackal which rushes leaping through the land, a grim lion that frequents the more hidden paths of all regions, a powerful bull with a sharpened pair of horns. His chariot horses were called Ammon gives him strength, but if, in scripture language, he chastised the people with whips, Ramses II, his son, chastised them with scorpions. Side by side with his father fought the youthful hero, and we are reminded by them of a similar pair in more modern history, Edward III of England and the Black Prince. Chief among the wars was that against Khita, or Hittites, from which, as Queen Tuaa anticipated, Seti I returned victorious. He came laden with rich booty, silver, gold, blue, green, red, and other precious stones. At the frontier, the priests, nobles, and great men met him with gifts and flowers, conqueror, as he was reported to be, of 13 peoples and many cities. And we cannot doubt that the palace, too, by Queen Tuaa's orders, was specially beautified and decorated with plants and flowers in honor of the victor's return. Booty and prisoners were dedicated to the god Ammon, his wife Mut, and his son Khonsu. Little, perhaps, did Queen Tuaa then imagine that one of her daughters-in-law, a princess of Khita, would be from among the conquered people. But so it proved when Ramses II formed an alliance with the king of Khita and took his daughter to wife. But Queen Tuaa may not have lived to see the union, since Ramses II in earlier times had probably already provided himself with a wife. Queen Tuaa must have viewed with interest, as did Queen Mertytefs of the 4th dynasty, the magnificent architectural works of her husband. In one case, a temple of the gods, which yet recorded the king's own power, and in the other the tomb or monument which should keep before the eyes of all future generations the name of its builder. The temple lies largely in ruins, but the older structure has withstood to a much greater degree the ravages of time and the wanton destruction of man. The city of Thebes was magnificent with temples and palaces, and was built on both sides of the Nile. The flat plain stretched away to the mountains, and against the blue of the cloudless sky rose its towers and pylons, its colossal columns and statues. Clusters or avenues of palms lent a light but grateful shade from the sun's unveiled brightness, and added a touch of living green to the azure of the firmament and creamy whiteness of some of the buildings. Others were of different colors, giving a jewel-like effect at a distance in the rays of the brilliant sun. In some instances, the trade or profession of the owner was pictured on the front walls. The streets were crowded with people. Beasts of burden, heavily laden, made their way slowly along. Vendors of all sorts lined the sides of the street, and a hubbub of voices rose constantly. In the grander objects, nature had furnished the model. The mountain summits suggested the form of the pyramid, and the caves of the Nile Valley, the temples. The temple of Luxor, or El-Uxor, was near the river, but faced from it toward that of Karnak, and a long avenue of sphinxes, a mile in extent, connected the two. What one king began, another added to, and a third perhaps finished. Thus Seti I and his, in some respects, greater son, are, in their architectural works, constantly associated together. The sculpture of Seti, however, is considered the finer. The interiors of the temples were often gloomy and dim, but at the summer solstice the sun penetrated to the inner sanctuary of Karnak. The grandeur of Karnak dwarfs that of Luxor, and the hypostyle hall, built by Seti I for the celebration of religious festivals, in which Queen Tuaa may have taken part, is, even in its ruined state, one of the wonders of the world. In recent times, some of the columns have fallen. The temple was 170 feet in length, 329 in width, and supported by 134 columns, as large in circumference, though not so high, as the Vendôme column in Paris. The central lines are 70 feet in height and 12 in diameter, while those on either side are 40 in height and 9 in diameter. The effect of the great hall with its forest of columns is awe-inspiring. One writer after another describes himself as empty of words and dumb before it. No matter how familiar one may be with the place from descriptions of it previously read, this remains true, just as the Taj Mahal in India is to the eye of each new gazer a dream of beauty. Says one writer, Karnak is to Egyptian architecture what the Parthenon is to Greek, the Pantheon to Roman, and Notre Dame in Paris to medieval, but it is far grander than them all. Seti's battles and Seti's victories have passed away, but Seti's temple stands, eternal almost as the mountains. Walls and columns were decorated with sculptures, begun by the father, finished by the son, those of Seti on the north, of Ramses on the south wall. Those of Seti are the finer, and represent the king in his chariot doing battle with his enemies, while on the columns both monarchs are presenting offerings to the gods. The statues and the sacred lakes, which form part of the temple adjuncts, correspond in size. At the present time, this great temple is spoken of as the greatest ruin in the world, the crowning triumph of Egyptian art. The winged disc, symbolizing the victory of Horus over Typhon, was, by command of the god Thoth, placed over all entrances. At the gate of the temple of Karnak was a representation of the coronation of Ramses I, father of a celebrated son and more celebrated grandson. The winter of 1897-8 saw the discovery of the tomb of Osiris and the god-kings Horus and Set, remains from the time of Seti I. The name of the architect of the magnificent hypostyle hall is preserved, and the Glyptohek in Munich possesses a statue of this Michelangelo of his time, as Miss Edwards calls him. An old man with a beard, in a loose robe, sitting upon the ground, lost in meditation. High priest and first prophet of Amon under Seti, he became, under Ramses, the chief architect of the Thebaid, and royally commissioned to embellish the temples. He was called Bak-en-Khonsu. The oldest map in existence is said to be that of a gold mine worked by Seti I, which furnished perhaps some of the means for his great architectural undertakings, but which was worked to still better advantage by his son. Seti I reigned about 27 years, was buried with great honors, and his memory was kept fresh by the devotion of his son, but Queen T, or Tuaa, though described on the monuments as royal wife, royal mother, and heiress and sharer of the throne, seems to fade out of sight, perhaps dying before him, and the profile on the wall remains to us the strongest image of her. 700 Ushebti were said to have been buried with Seti, images of slaves who were to accompany and wait upon him in the land of Amenti. A curious little dialogue between master and servants is preserved. The deceased says, O ye figures, be ye ever watchful to work, to plow, to sow the fields, to water the canals, and to carry sand from the east and from the west. The figures reply, Here am I when thou callest. Seti's name is given as Ra User Kapiru Meri Amen, Seb Ra Seti Mer En Ptah. His tomb was discovered by Belzoni in 1817 and is one of the most beautiful ever found, the sarcophagus in which the body was originally placed being of the finest alabaster, delicately sculptured both outside and within. This was eventually purchased by an Englishman and rests in the Sloane Museum. Seti is spoken of as the Justified, and hence had successfully passed the great tribunal to which all the departed were subjected. But the grave afforded no permanent resting place for the great monarch, warrior, and builder. His mummy, his veritable self, with that of his son and many other kings and queens, is in the museum at Giza. Even from these withered remains we can judge that Seti was an unusually handsome man. The Louvre contains a full-length portrait of Seti I, cut out bodily from the walls of the sepulchre in the tombs of the kings. Placed in a tomb from which he was removed to that of Queen Ansera for fear of robbers, it was eventually broken into, and after other like journeys and removals, He is now the object of the curious or interested gaze of the passing traveler. The mummy is said to be one of the finest ever found, and clearly shows his claim to beauty, even preserving to a certain degree the expression of his face. There is a figure of Seti I in the British Museum, and smaller memorials of him in other collections, among them the Metropolitan Museum of New York. Of one of the paintings in his tomb, Lady Duff Gordon says, "The face of the goddess of the western shore, Amenti. Athar or Hecate is ravishing, and she welcomes the king to her regions. Death was never painted so lovely." Was it possible that with the artist's conception of the goddess might mingle a memory of the dead Queen Tuaa, with whom her royal spouse had now joined company? We can but surmise. Turn we next to the consideration of the wives of that much-married man, Ramses II. End of chapter 14.